Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, The Death of Kingpin. Watching the cyan green pistol in Luca's hand unfold rapidly, Kingpin behind the bulletproof glass immediately changed his expression. The reason he had wasted so many words with this brat he looked down upon, offering shares and threats, was because he knew clearly that the weapon in this kid's hand had a high probability of easily shattering his last barrier. He was the one who sent that dump truck. How could he not know the results reported by his men? It was hard to say whether Kingpin gave up using force to deal with Luca solely out of fear of Stark Industries, or if this weapon was also a factor. Who would have thought Luca wouldn't give Kingpin any chance to stall for reinforcements? He unleashed his ultimate move without a word. However, even at this moment, Kingpin wasn't without a final countermeasure. Seeing the Dominator in Luca's hand start to charge, Kingpin, who had already stood up, dodged backward with speed completely incongruous with his size. Then he punched a pattern tile on the wall behind him. Crunch. The tile shattered, and the red button hidden within was instantly pressed. Beep beep beep. Rapid alarms blared, and crimson lights flashed continuously, bathing the entire hall in a blood-red glow. Immediately after, the middle sections of the two thick marble pillars standing on either side of the hall opened up instantly. Everyone then realized that hidden within these thick pillars were two fixed machine gun turrets. As the barrels of the turrets spun rapidly, the two heavy machine guns seemed to possess some friend-or-foe locking function, quickly turning their muzzles toward the group. SHT. Luca's pupils constricted. Then, four people shouted simultaneously. Dodge. X3. Master, look out. While shouting, Luca, who was aiming at Kingpin, decisively turned his Dominator, which had finished charging, toward the turret on the left. Before the turret could finish turning, the cyan-green particle beam shot out rapidly. Amidst the ZZZT of crackling electric arcs, a massive energy sphere instantly swallowed the entire turret whole. However, there were two turrets on the scene. Even though Shield Mountain and Green Bull, who were dodging, also raised their guns and fired wildly at the turret on the right. Ordinary rifle bullets couldn't stop the turret from firing. Fortunately, the right turret first targeted Shamila, who was on the far left. Seeing the turret appear, she immediately lunged toward Luca beside her, which actually helped her dodge the initial lethal attack. But this machine gun turret, Kingpin's last resort, obviously wouldn't stop after just two shots. A dense curtain of metal bullets swept toward the four like a rapidly swinging scythe. Luca didn't have time to think. Following the momentum of Shamila's lunge, he grabbed her tightly and pushed off with his feet. In an instant, the two tumbled several meters away. Although this temporarily avoided the strafing fire, falling to the ground in this situation was undoubtedly fatal. However, although the rapid rat-tat-tat-tat of gunfire continued, the expected impact of bullets didn't come. Lying on the ground, Luca followed the straight line of muzzle flashes. He saw that Baymax had somehow rushed in front of the machine gun turret, its two large hands firmly pressing against the barrels, preventing them from turning. The internal gears of the turret emitted the crunch-crunch sound of metal breaking. Baymax, great job. Luca, still on the ground, didn't hesitate to praise. At the same time, the Dominator, in his hand began charging and aiming again. Thank you for the compliment. The best medical care is to prevent all possible dangers before the patient gets injured. While speaking, Baymax turned to look at Luca. Then, it seemed about to exert more force to twist the metal turret off completely. But seeing the main body of the turret groaning under the strain, Luca immediately stopped it. Don't, Baymax. Let me do it. As he spoke, the Dominator, in Luca's hand finished charging again. With a boom, another high-energy particle sphere shot out. However, this time Luca didn't aim at the main body of the machine gun wrapped by Baymax, but at the column above the gun. As the massive energy sphere swallowed half the column, the machine gun turret, which was still firing at high speed, immediately went silent. Under inertia, it spun a few more times with a whir before finally stopping completely. At this moment, the four survivors turned their gaze to the culprit behind the bulletproof glass. Their eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Luca didn't waste words. He raised his gun directly. Aim, charge, fire, all in one smooth motion. The cyan-green sphere instantly blasted a neat circular hole through the bulletproof glass in front of him. However, this circular gap seemed much smaller than the previous ones, only about the diameter of a person's height. Fortunately, even so, the bulletproof glass collapsed completely due to the loss of structural integrity, with dense cracks spreading from the hole. Out of power. Luca shook his head helplessly. The LED lights on the Dominator were flickering rapidly, and the fully unfolded force field structure retracted completely. Seeing this, Kingpin, although unfamiliar with the Dominator pistol, intuitively felt this might be his last chance. He let out a roar. Die, brat. Then he lifted the marble desk in front of him, smashed through the remaining glass, and charged fiercely toward Luca. His momentum was like a speeding truck. Every step caused the entire floor to tremble slightly. The marble desk shielding him blocked all the dense bullet rain from Shield Mountain and the others. Countless bullets hit the marble surface like a storm, sending stone chips flying everywhere. Even if some bullets successfully hit Kingpin's body behind the desk, they were withstood by his pure white bulletproof suit and knotted muscles. Cornered, Kingpin had only one thought in his mind: to smash this bastard kid into meat paste. But before Kingpin could cover half the distance, after the first burst of fire, realizing this wouldn't cause effective damage, Shield Mountain ceased fire decisively. Then, narrowing his eyes, he shifted his aim. Bang bang bang, bang. 6 consecutive shots aimed at Kingpin's left hand, which was gripping the edge of the stone desk without the suit's protection. In an instant, 5 of the 6 bullets hit the back of the hand moving at high speed. Kingpin's left hand was immediately mangled by the 5 bullets, and his little finger was blown off completely. Intense pain made him groan, and the heavy marble desk tilted in his hands. However, the next moment, Kingpin gritted his teeth and refused to let go. His charging pace didn't even pause. But at this moment, Baymax chose to brave the hail of bullets from its own teammates, roaring as it rushed in front of Luca, then swung both fists to smash the stone desk in Kingpin's hands. Boom! A massive impact explosion, mixed with shattered marble chunks, blasted in all directions. The airflow generated by the impact even kicked up dust from the floor. Although Baymax, exerting force and haste, was knocked flying by Kingpin's strength combined with the terrifying inertia of the marble desk. And even though only a small part of the stone desk itself was shattered, Kingpin, with 5 bullets lodged in the bones and flesh of his left hand, finally couldn't hold on in this clash of strength. Arg! A scream of pain. The half of the stone desk in his hand crashed to the ground, smashing a huge dent into the floor. Too late to raise his hands to protect his head. The next moment, 3 rifles fired simultaneously at Kingpin's exposed head. In an instant, his ferocious bald head was mangled by bullets. Yet even so, Kingpin still managed to take 2 steps forward. But Luca had raised the Dominator, its LED lights flickering. Activate, Lethal Eliminator Mode. Next instant, the barrel popped open. Bang! A finger-thick cyan particle beam shot out instantly. Kingpin's head, upon impact, twisted and expanded rapidly. Then, with a pop, it exploded completely into pieces. Finally, the headless corpse, like a mountain of meat, collapsed with a heavy thud. A generation's underworld Kingpin died a frustratingly stifled death in front of Luca. 52, Chapter 52, Spoils of War. Watching Kingpin's headless corpse collapse powerlessly, Luca breathed a secret sigh of relief. Actually, if the Dominator pistol didn't have enough charge for that last bullet, or if Kingpin, with his mortal body, could have continued charging through the hail of bullets to reach him, Luca would have had to rely on his kick power enhancement shoes to blast some rubble as the finishing move for this battle. Good thing. Although his strength didn't seem like the MCU version of Kingpin, at least it wasn't the animated version. He died fair and square. With a casual twirl, he holstered the Dominator, whose LED lights had completely extinguished, at his waist. Luca turned to look at the other 3, who had also relaxed. It seemed that Kingpin's final moments had indeed put considerable pressure on these elite special forces soldiers who hadn't truly witnessed a supervillain in combat. However, only now did Luca realize that Baymax's belly had deflated at some point. Clearly, during the battle just now, a stray bullet had accidentally punctured the outermost carbon fiber armor. Some carbon fiber plates, which relied on the inflatable filling to hold the clasps in place, had come loose and slid off. The now deflated Baymax was carefully bending down, picking up its fallen armor plates one by one and holding them in its arms. Just as Luca wanted to go up and tell Baymax not to bother picking them up, as he could make a new set later. On the other side, Shamila trotted all the way to the bulletproof glass room where Kingpin had hidden earlier. After rummaging through the debris on the floor, she found the 2 share transfer contracts that had fallen earlier. Master, the contracts seem to be genuine. Seeing this, Luca only glanced casually at the slightly damaged covers of the 2 contracts and nodded calmly. Auntie Shamila, hold on to them for me first. We'll get a specialized lawyer to look over them when we get back. Saying this, Luca paid no more attention to the 2 invaluable contracts. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and bent down to touch the shoulder of Kingpin's headless corpse. A pale blue synthesis panel flashed past. TUX-1 Tactical Suit. The Tuxedo World 1/5. Creator, CSA Research Division. Core Component, Bulletproof Suit. Synthesis Materials, 1L Black Paint, 1 pair black leather shoes, 1 pair suction cup gloves, 720 micron level nerve stimulation units, 1 smartwatch, 2 small flexible screens, 1 small flexible battery board, 1 smart chip storing combat data, 1 metal lighter. Item description: a high-tech multifunctional suit designed for secret agents. By stimulating the wearer's muscles, it enables them to execute tactical maneuvers from the database autonomously. Simultaneously stimulating the muscles allows the wearer to exert strength beyond their limits to a certain extent. Additionally, this combat suit possesses a series of auxiliary functions such as bulletproofing, invisibility, anti-gravity, electromagnetic suction palms, etc. Friendly reminder: although this suit has dozens of functions and modes, you can always find the one you want within 1 second during actual use. Of course, you might need to pay more attention to a small, gentleman's bug, left by the creator during the design of this tactical suit. The tuxedo. I think I've heard of that movie. After the panel appeared, Luca only glanced at it briefly without examining all the information in detail right then. He immediately called out to Shield Mountain and Green Bull nearby. "Come help me. Strip this guy's suit and pants off and take them with us." Saying this, Luca looked at Shamila, who wanted to step forward immediately. Not wanting her to touch Kingpin's bloody corpse, Luca said directly to her, "Auntie Shamila, search the room again. See if there are any other important items. We'll take them all." Shield Mountain and Green Bull looked at each other. As the captain, Shield Mountain hesitated slightly but still whispered a reminder. "Master Luca, according to Kingpin, his gang reinforcements will arrive in 7 minutes. Should we leave immediately?" Actually, Shield Mountain's suggestion wasn't unreasonable. Even though Kingpin was dead, his incoming subordinates, whether to avenge Kingpin or simply trying to kill them for merit without knowing the situation. Once the numbers went up, even mere gang members would be a significant trouble for Luca's group, who had just finished a big battle. However, Luca shook his head firmly, rolled his eyes, and made up an excuse. "Then hurry up and help. This suit's bulletproof effect is excellent. I plan to take it back for study." Shield Mountain and Green Bull exchanged a look. Helplessly, they approached quickly and clumsily began to undress the dead Kingpin. But Luca didn't join in this time. Instead, he turned to Baymax, who was staring blankly while hugging its external armor plates. "Baymax, put down those plates first. Help me dismantle and take that machine gun turret." "Okay, Luca." Baymax obediently placed the plates on the ground, then bounced over to the powered-down turret inside the right pillar. Be careful. Don't break it." As he spoke, Luca walked over himself. Yes, in fact, not only Kingpin's bulletproof suit, but even this fully automatic machine gun turret emitted a faint white light visible only to Luca. However, when he first saw the white light, it was the moment the pillar casing rose and the machine gun prepared to strafe. In that critical moment, Luca didn't have time to think about core components. To avoid being shredded by bullets, he could only rely on subconscious reactions. Fortunately, Luca had blasted the left turret, and Baymax had stopped the right turret's rotation in time. This gave Luca the chance to calmly shatter the power-connected column above the turret, preserving the main body. Watching Baymax hug the turret body and exert slight force. With a crunch, it twisted and tore the entire metal base off. The other three watching this sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Shield Mountain, who was puzzled why Luca wanted to dismantle this damaged turret, kept quiet. Seeing Baymax's effortless dismantling action, the robot's work efficiency was way faster than his. And seeing Baymax lift the iron lump of a turret as if it were nothing, carrying such a thing wouldn't be a burden even if they had to run for their lives later. Beside Baymax, Luca, who was picking up the armor plates for it, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing. Even broken like this, it still emits white light. Walking up to Baymax, he touched the turret body with one hand. A blue screen floated up. 53, Chapter 53, Time to Run. H-28Q Apex Turret. League of Legends World 1/5. Creator, Cecil B. Heimerdinger. Core component, fully automatic turret. Synthesis materials, 3 small support legs, 1 energy core, 1 signal antenna. Item description, a portable fully automatic energy turret. An evolved version of the H-28G evolution turret. Once placed on the ground, it automatically deploys and continuously attacks all enemies within range with energy projectiles. The turret itself also recharges slowly. Once fully charged, it unleashes a more powerful laser beam attack against enemies. Friendly reminder: the turret only activates when near the owner. By the way, the reason it's called a portable turret is that it can be deployed via teleportation. Unfortunately, with your abilities, TSK. Again, Luca only glanced at the panel casually without reading carefully. However, the final mocking remark was seen by Luca word for word. Facing this mockery, all Luca could do was twitch his mouth and choose to ignore it. Teleportation technology? If I could handle that now, would I be reduced to fighting to the death with guys like Kingpin? Lifting his hand from the turret's core component, Luca decided, out of sight, out of mind. Just then, Shield Mountain and Green Bull had finished stripping Kingpin's suit and pants. Fortunately, the body had just died and hadn't stiffened much, otherwise, they would have been delayed significantly. "Master, the suit." Green Bull handed the blood-stained white suit to Luca. However, before Luca could say, "Hold it for me," a violent explosion rang out from a distance. The expressions of the 4 people inside instantly turned serious. Before Shield Mountain could ask, Longbow's cold voice came through the headset. Enemy vehicle tire blown out by me. Then, Wrench's voice followed. Perhaps knowing Longbow's personality too well, Wrench immediately added details. 2 vehicles approaching from the south. Drone confirmed, all gang members inside. Longbow shot out the tire of one, causing a rollover and explosion. The other vehicle is rapidly approaching the warehouse. Just as Wrench said this, everyone heard a burst of light machine gun fire over the headset, along with Thresh's excited cursing and roaring. Immediately after, another deafening vehicle explosion. Wrench immediately updated his report. The other one was strafed by Thresh and exploded. However, drone view shows more gang vehicles rapidly approaching from the distance. Captain, you guys need to evacuate fast. Hearing this, everyone instinctively looked at the grandfather clock in the room. The time displayed showed that less than 7 or 8 minutes had passed since Kingpin mentioned 20 minutes later. Even dead, he leaves a trap. Luca cursed inwardly. Green Bull, holding the bloodstained suit, immediately unfolded the jacket to drape it over Luca. Luca glanced at it, somewhat disgusted by the blood, but didn't refuse. At a time like this, a bulletproof jacket undoubtedly increased safety. It was just that Kingpin's white suit was ridiculously large. On Luca, it looked more like a common lab coat, appearing somewhat comical. Baymax, bring the turret and follow. Green Bull grinned seeing this, but quickly suppressed his smile and looked away. Shield Mountain ignored their interaction. While leading the way, he pressed his earpiece to issue commands to the others. Longbow, watch out for distant vehicles. Reduce firing frequency. Prepare to evacuate at any time. Rendezvous at the Connecticut Villa later. Thresh, Wrench, guard the news van. We'll be there shortly. In just a few sentences, the 4 had rushed down to the first floor. Only then did Luca notice Shamila holding a pure black leather briefcase. Seeing Luca's puzzled look, Shamila explained quickly without stopping. Some gold bars and documents found in a hidden compartment just now. Hearing this, Luca didn't ask further. He nodded slightly, said, count it later, and continued running behind Shield Mountain. But before they had run more than a few steps, the news van they arrived in sped towards them, drifting with a sharp turn. Screeched tires rubbed against the ground. It stopped horizontally in front of them. Wrench popped his head out of the driver's window and shouted, "Get in. Lots of enemies behind." As he spoke, the rear door of the news van opened directly. However, Thresh, carrying the light machine gun, jumped down first, aiming at the rear. Die, die, die. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes erupted continuously. Another jeep that had just appeared behind was immediately riddled with bullets. The driver of the open-top jeep was instantly killed by the bullet rain, followed by a boom. The jeep exploded into a ball of fire instantly. The shockwave flipped the entire vehicle into the air, which then crashed onto the roadside with a thud, triggering a secondary explosion. However, even so, none of the enemies inside the jeep cried out in pain. Presumably, their spirits were very resilient. During the interval of the jeep explosion, Baymax, the largest and carrying the machine gun turret, under Luca's order, squeezed into the van first. Perhaps sensing the others' emotions, Baymax moved very quickly and actively curled up its body to make space for the others. The machine gun turret in its arms was pressed tightly against its internal skeleton. More vehicles were rapidly charging towards them from the rear. From the drone's aerial view, one could see, in the long convoy behind, many open-top jeeps and pickup trucks were filled with gun-wielding, screaming gang thugs. Some vehicles even had mounted machine guns on their roofs, the kind usually seen only in armed conflict zones. Speed up. Wrench, with his foot already on the gas, shouted loudly. But he didn't need to say more, the others had already scrambled into the van. Luca sat back in the front passenger seat. Shield Mountain, getting into the van, fired a burst at the rear. Seeing Thresh below still stubbornly pulling the trigger to intercept enemies, he grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Thresh, get in." 54, Chapter 54, The Chase. V-Room. The engine roared deafeningly. Tires screeched against the ground, throwing up thick white smoke. The smell of burnt rubber mixed with lingering gunpowder smoke churned in the van, filling everyone's noses and mouths. The moment the gear stick was shoved into place, a large, armored mechanical hand shot out from inside the van, grabbing Shield Mountain's arm. Along with Thresh, who had just emptied his magazine, the two were forcibly dragged into the van. Next instant, boom! The suppressed engine of the plain-looking news van finally broke free, letting out a beastly roar. The entire vehicle shot out like an arrow from a bow, the engine's roar exploding in the dead of night. The chassis skimmed the ground, and the airwave kicked up dust, leaving it far behind. Shamila and Green Bull, clinging tightly to the handrails inside, flanked the rear opening, ignoring the risk of being thrown out. They raised their guns one-handed and pulled the triggers frantically, spraying bullets at the vehicles close behind. It wasn't just Luca's team attacking. The gang thugs chasing in vehicles behind were also firing back. However, the shooting skills of these ragtag thugs while speeding were clearly less lethal than their foul-mouthed curses. From the 3 closest pickup trucks, 7 or 8 people fired simultaneously. Yet, fewer than a handful of bullets actually hit the news van. Even so, to prevent teammates from being hit by stray bullets, Shield Mountain, who had fallen inside and hadn't gotten up yet, roared at Wrench driving in front. "Wrench, Shields 1 and 2. Hearing this, Wrench, focused on driving, switched to holding the steering wheel with one hand and double-tapped a button on the dashboard with the other. The next moment, at the rear of the cabin, two black metal plates extended simultaneously from the roof and floor, shielding most of the rear opening. Only a few observation windows and firing ports with good visibility remained. Just as the two shields locked into place, two clang-clang sounds of bullets hitting metal rang out from outside. This made even the battle-hardened Thresh break into a cold sweat. He was the person closest to the opening. If the shields had risen half a beat slower, those two bullets would likely have hit him. But at the same moment the enemy's bullets hit. The tire of one of the three closest pickups behind them suddenly blew out. The speeding vehicle swerved sideways, crashing into the pickup running parallel to it and knocking both off the main road. Under the immense impact, the unprotected thugs standing on the two pickups were flung out instantly. Judging by their tumbling postures upon landing, they were clearly done for. However, as these two vehicles crashed out of the chase, more pursuers immediately filled the gap from behind. "Haha Wolf Spider, did you hit that? Nice shot." Knowing he hadn't shot the tire, Green Bull laughed and praised Shamila. But Shamila shook her head quickly. No need for her to speak, the voice in the headset gave the answer. "It was me." Longbow's icy voice seemed to cool down the heated chase. "That was the last shot. You're out of range. I'm extracting." "Copy. Stay safe during extraction," Shield Mountain said, having just gotten up. Having spoken unusually many words, Longbow immediately cut off voice comms after hearing Shield Mountain's confirmation. He dismantled his rifle, Nikon tripod, director's chair, and other items one by one, packing them neatly into his cello case. Actually, if Longbow had been equipped with a heavy anti-material sniper rifle like a Barrett or KSVK instead of preparing for concealed urban night sniping, he could have done much more. Of course, blowing out the tire of a speeding vehicle from 500 meters away and causing two pickups to flip was enough to prove his skill. Watching the fires still burning in the distance, Longbow's expression remained unchanged. "Warriors must break through the siege with glory, while I walk alone in the dark night." Well, leaving the solitary retreating Longbow aside, back to the news van. Although Longbow's last shot took out two enemy vehicles, more pursuit cars surged forward like a tide. Shield Mountain, having finished reloading, patted Green Bull on the shoulder to take over his firing port, shouting orders to be heard over the continuous gunfire. "Green Bull, prep explosives. Thresh, forget magazines. Use the ammo belt. Wrench, watch the intersections ahead. This is Hell's Kitchen, someone could intercept us from the front at any time." After roaring, Shield Mountain fired another 3-round burst. However, perhaps because several vehicles had been blown up and flipped earlier, the pursuers behind had learned their lesson. They were swerving erratically. While this slowed their pursuit, it also significantly reduced the hit rate for Shield Mountain and the others. At this moment, Wrench, who was driving, noticed a convoy of jeeps speeding towards them from a distance in his vision. He roared immediately, turning, "Hold on tight." After shouting, Wrench didn't have time to check if his teammates heard clearly. He floored the gas until reaching the intersection, then tapped the brakes repeatedly. Simultaneously, he cranked the steering wheel hard. The news van carved a huge arc at the intersection, successfully turning. The vehicle tilted to nearly 45 degrees, the right wheels completely airborne, with only the two left tires grinding violently against the ground. Then, with a clang, the left side of the van hit a street lamp post, which knocked it back upright. With a thud, all four wheels landed, and Wrench floored the gas to continue forward. The people inside were tossed around violently by the lift and drop. Fortunately, thanks to Wrench's timely warning, the worst-case scenario of accidental discharge didn't happen. Inside the cabin, Baymax, who had been holding onto the machine gun turret without letting go, noticed everyone stumbling and about to fall. It immediately reached out to support Luca and Green Bull, who was closest, admonishing gently, "Be careful. You could easily bruise yourselves like this." While speaking, Baymax extended its deflated palm and sprayed some antiseptic spray on Green Bull, who had somehow gotten a few scrapes. However, while the news van was slightly chaotic but returned to steady driving, the pursuit cars behind weren't so lucky. 55, Chapter 55, Gang Team Building. Because the enemies chasing Luca and his team from behind were too close and driving too fast. And these fanatics, already in a frenzy, never expected the news van ahead to suddenly turn. Most of these vehicles didn't slow down. The two cars leading the chase collided head-on with the Jeep convoy attempting to block the intersection. The massive impact twisted 4 or 5 cars into scrap metal on the spot. Boom! A terrifying explosion sent flames shooting into the sky. A giant orange fireball obscured everyone's vision. The vehicles spinning and colliding at the center of the explosion were lifted by the powerful shockwave, triggering a chain of secondary explosions. Numerous metal fragments even embedded themselves into the walls of buildings on both sides of the street. The lucky ones behind who escaped the carnage weren't deterred. Instead, they swerved around the burning wreckage, turned sharply, and continued to chase after Luca's team. However, just as the gray van leading the second wave turned its front to rush through the intersection, the street lamp post previously hit by wrench finally gave way under the deformation caused by the severe impact. The metal post let out an ear-piercing creak, then slowly fell toward the center of the road. The driver of the gray van watched in horror as the lamp post fell. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he floored the gas, hoping to speed past before it hit. But, clang crunch, the long lamp post fell like a guillotine. It smashed heavily onto the rear cabin of the gray van. Blinding sparks flew everywhere, and the not-so-sturdy lamp post broke into several sections. Of course, the van hit by it suffered even worse. Not only was the rear cabin flattened and deformed, because the vehicle itself was light, and the driver was accelerating hard after the turn. The van's front lifted high into the air as the guillotine smashed its rear, flipping the entire vehicle backward uncontrollably. Boom! The backward flipping van smashed directly onto the roof of a black sedan following close behind. The two cars had a truly intimate encounter. Even the passengers inside merged seamlessly with each other. Seeing the explosion caused by the pile-up behind them, seemingly shaking off the enemies temporarily, Shield Mountain and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Luca, pressing his tracking glasses to activate thermal vision, ruined the mood with a warning. 3 cars approaching from the right at the intersection ahead. Judging by their direction and speed, they're definitely here to intercept us. Since Luca's Dominator was out of power, he couldn't kick debris to explode pursuing vehicles with his kick power enhancement shoes in the cramped van, and Baymax had no room to operate as a melee fighter. He had been relying on the tracking glasses to observe potential enemies from all directions for the squad since the beginning. He spotted the 3 cars approaching side by side in the distance immediately. His warning tensed everyone up again. But that wasn't all. Shamila and Shield Mountain, who were watching the rear from the firing ports, also noticed something. Through the flames of the explosion behind, several more cars rushed out, crushing the fallen street lamp, and chased after them again. The situation was grim once more. "Captain, where to?" Wrench, driving, shouted to Shield Mountain in the back while swerving continuously to dodge the intercepting vehicles. But bullets strafed the right side of the news van, leaving another row of dense bullet holes. Fortunately, this was a disguised news van with multidirectional reinforcement. A few bullets couldn't penetrate the hull. However, Wrench's question hit the nail on the head. Although they had killed Kingpin and were retreating, they couldn't just drive straight home. Hell's Kitchen seemed to have come alive. Gangs large and small were mobilizing to take them down. Not just the pursuers behind, in fact, more gang members were joining the chase every moment. The intercepting enemies appearing ahead were the best proof. Of course, it wasn't that Luca's team couldn't break out of Hell's Kitchen's perimeter. However, this chaotic situation was only tolerated without massive armed police intervention because it was Hell's Kitchen, the Little Gotham of Manhattan. Actually, not long after the chaotic chase began, NYPD helicopters appeared overhead. It was just that the precinct in Hell's Kitchen was full of corrupt cops who couldn't be bothered to risk intervening in this mess. Plus, because it was Hell's Kitchen, few pedestrians or vehicles were out late at night, providing the perfect venue for this chaotic, gang team building exercise. But regardless of the conditions or how special Hell's Kitchen was, if Luca's team dared to lead a massive swarm of adrenaline-fueled gangsters out of Hell's Kitchen, the entire NYPD would show them why a local police department was considered one of the top law enforcement agencies in America. So, what Luca's team needed to do most was find a way to shake off the pursuers and the helicopter overhead before the NYPD lost patience with the riot and intervened, then exit quietly. Luca and the others knew that if Kingpin, the Underworld Emperor, were still alive, seeing the situation escalate like this, he would likely choose to abandon the chase and wait for revenge later to avoid further escalation. But now, with Kingpin gone, the thugs of Hell's Kitchen seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. All gang leaders focused on Luca's team, as if whoever successfully killed them to avenge Kingpin would become the next emperor of Hell's Kitchen. However, Luca and his group, the grand prize of this chase, had no intention of sacrificing themselves for others' ambitions. In a flash of thought, Shield Mountain, who was making room for Thresh to shoot, and Luca, who was observing the road ahead, spoke simultaneously. "Go to the Hudson River. Drive toward the riverbank." 56, Chapter 56, Chaos Escalates. After Luca and Shield Mountain spoke, everyone exchanged glances and understood their plan. In the current situation, even if they managed to shake off the frenzied gangsters, the police helicopter overhead wouldn't be easy to evade. Moreover, the gangsters swarming from all directions might not be so easily dealt with. Rather than risk being overturned at any moment while dragging things out with these people, it was better to find a place to abandon the vehicle. As long as they were careful, without the large target of the vehicle, they should be able to slip away unnoticed. Wrench, driving in front, didn't hesitate upon hearing this. He floored the gas pedal, speeding towards the Hudson River. Just as Luca and his team confirmed their objective and began to turn, the gangsters tailing them hadn't been resting. At this moment, a large pickup truck, its body covered in haphazard, patch-like metal armor, was charging forward from the very rear of the pursuing convoy, trailing sparks and lightning all the way. This originally ordinary large pickup had been modified by some genius. Not only was the body covered in metal armor likely intended for bulletproofing, but the front was also fitted with a sharp ram reinforced by several iron pipes. Barbed wire was densely wrapped along the sides, and 4 spike-like blades resembling triangular pyramids were punkishly installed on the axles of the 4 wheels. Driving down the street, the vehicle looked like a fully armed barbarian heavy cavalryman suddenly intruding among a group of modern people. It charged recklessly, showing no intention of dodging other vehicles. A shirtless burly man standing on top of the vehicle was waving a Molotov cocktail and mocking the weaklings around him. "Zahahaha, get the FCK out of the way. This is Boss Vladimir's convoy behind us. If you don't want to die, move aside." While roaring presumptuously, he pulled a submachine gun from his crotch and fired wildly into the sky. Golden shell casings clattered onto the roof beneath his feet. Unfortunately, despite his loud shouting and the fact that some vehicles did make way, most people just didn't want to miss the chance to show off due to a car accident. In fact, the vast majority of other gangs didn't take him or his boss Vladimir seriously. Especially now, with roaring engines and continuous gunfire all around. It was hard to say how many people could actually hear what he was saying. Seeing that only the vehicle in front moved slightly aside while everyone else ignored him, the muscular man felt humiliated and angry. He backhanded the Molotov cocktail at the jeep beside him. With a bang, the cocktail of alcohol and gasoline exploded on the jeep's body. Intense flames instantly covered the entire vehicle. Panic-stricken screams erupted from inside the jeep. The unlucky guy who had been leaning halfway out the window, ready to fire forward, was instantly engulfed in flames and gasoline. Screaming, he threw himself out of the car window in the blink of an eye. The burning jeep swerved in panic, crashing into a nearby building. Boom! A fireball rose from the explosion. Seeing the result of his single Molotov cocktail, the muscular man laughed maniacally again. "Zahahaha, idiots daring to block the way. Go to H. Pfft." Just as the burly man was excitedly admiring his handiwork, several bullets hit his bare upper body simultaneously. He looked down in confusion. Several bright red bullet holes were scattered across his chest, as if mocking his arrogance and madness. At this moment, the pain of being pierced by bullets hadn't even reached his brain, but the muscular man still spat blood and fell backward. On the other side, inside the news van, Green Bull, fiddling with explosives beside Shamila, happened to see her aim and shoot the man. He asked with a strange expression, "Wolf Spider, why shoot him? A maniac like that might have continued to disrupt the pursuer's advance." Hearing Green Bull's question, Shamila, reloading her magazine, just glanced at him, then turned back coldly, remarking, "Letting an exhibitionist like that run around on the street sets a bad example for children." After speaking, Shamila ignored the other's reactions and raised her gun to fire again. Thresh, who had been laughing maniacally while burst firing at a pursuit car, paused upon hearing this. Then he stole a glance at Luca, who was still focused on checking the road conditions. Thinking about his usual style on the battlefield, his movement stiffened a bit, and his laughter and cursing became much quieter. But at the same time, everyone was surprised to discover gunfire suddenly erupted within the pursuit convoy that had been maintaining a steady course. More importantly, the muzzle flashes weren't directed at their news van. Instead, the pursuing cars that had been following behind, simply flooring the gas, were now strafing their nearby companions. Well, actually, this was indeed due to Shamila's shots earlier, just moments ago. After being hit in the chest by Shamila's consecutive shots, the muscular man fell straight backward. However, because he had hooked his feet onto the haphazardly connected metal pipes on the car body to prevent falling off while standing on the roof, after being shot, he wasn't thrown off the roof. Instead, he slammed heavily onto the wire mesh on the roof with a clang. This impact didn't kill the shot man immediately. Instead, the pain from the impact and the spikes gave him a moment of clarity. Unfortunately, the burly man, who had been admiring his work, hadn't noticed who fired the black shots at him. On the verge of death, he didn't care about anything else. He clamped his index finger on the trigger and swung his arm wildly, sending his parting gift to all the vehicles around him. The minions inside the car beneath him also noticed their boss being shot down and firing back in retaliation. They naturally assumed their boss was shooting at the enemy who hit him. Without a moment's hesitation, these minions also raised their submachine guns. They began strafing the targets their boss was shooting at, cursing continuously. "Die, you sewer rats." However, this modified pickup was in the middle of the convoy. Since the vehicles nearby were far from the news van, not many gang members had actually chosen to fire. After all, not everyone had the exquisite marksmanship and excellent equipment of the Turn A squad. Their action was like lighting a powder keg. The vehicles under attack were stunned for a second, then immediately began returning fire while cursing. In an instant, a fierce gunfight erupted in the middle of the convoy, even drowning out the noise of the gang members who were actually chasing ahead. 57, Chapter 57, The Party's Over. The sound of gunfire from the middle of the pursuit convoy immediately caught everyone's attention. In this situation, the convoy, which was already disorderly and only maintained by a common direction, instantly fell into chaos. Moreover, as more vehicles were accidentally hit, the scale of the firefight rapidly expanded. Actually, although these vehicles were all seemingly united in chasing Luca's team, acting like close partners, the complexity of their affiliations far exceeded imagination. In reality, only a very small portion were subordinates fully controlled by Kingpin. Most of Kingpin's direct subordinates had rushed to support him immediately upon notification of the intrusion at his lair. Many had already been eliminated or had their vehicles damaged during the continuous car accidents and the relentless counterattacks by Shield Mountain's team, causing them to fall behind. Among the remaining pursuers, some were from major gangs controlled by Kingpin who, upon learning of his death, wanted revenge. Or perhaps they didn't know he was dead and wanted to earn merit in front of the Emperor of Hell's Kitchen. Others were small gangs previously suppressed by Kingpin, intending to use this opportunity to show off and make a name for themselves in Hell's Kitchen and the New York underworld, or simply to fish in troubled waters. Many more simply didn't know what was happening but noticed the movements of allies or rival gangs and joined in to observe or cause trouble. This led to a cascading effect. As soon as the chaotic firefight began, it spread uncontrollably. Even gangs from several blocks away, who had just arrived to investigate, were inexplicably dragged into this brawl. Luca's group, still speeding ahead, looked at each other in confusion inside the van upon realizing that only a few enemies were still chasing them, while the rest were killing each other recklessly. So, is it done? Do we still drive to the Hudson River? Inside the van, Green Bull, holding the bomb, scratched his green hair in confusion and looked at Shield Mountain and Luca. At this moment, Luca, keeping his tracking glasses in thermal mode, noticed something. The police helicopter that had been tailing their lead vehicle seemed to hesitate. It slowed down from its banked pursuit, as if deciding whether to continue following the culprits or head to the densest area of the gang war to report to headquarters. Seeing this, Luca immediately told Shield Mountain. Shield Mountain exchanged a glance with Luca and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then. Before he could finish, a massive roar of engines from behind interrupted him. Everyone turned to look. Behind the firelight of the chaotic brawl, an entire convoy charged recklessly amidst the deafening roar of engines. They ignored whether other gangsters engaged in the firefight were blocking their path. All vehicles in their way were brutally rammed aside. More importantly, these rampaging vehicles were all punk-style modified pickups similar to the one driven by the muscular man who started the brawl. These heavily armored pickups were not only extremely sturdy, ignoring collisions, but their charging speed was also not slow at all. Blue flames shot from the exhausts of these modified pickups, giving these brutal beasts impressive speed despite their defense and weight. However, seeing the abnormal shaking of the vehicles and parts flying off as they rammed others, anyone with a normal brain wouldn't want to drive such unstable giant bombs on the road. Yet, it was precisely this irrational madness and the thugs howling and firing wildly from the trucks that allowed this convoy to tear a bloody path through the chaotic battlefield, closing in on Luca's group. Ha ha ha, chase them down. Boss Vladimir will become the Emperor of New York. Long live the Emperor. Watching the crazy gang approaching, Shield Mountain stopped what he was saying, ignoring the bullets occasionally hitting the news van's shell. He turned to Green Bull and spoke calmly. Is the bomb ready? Green Bull grinned excitedly, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears. Captain. Ready as FCK, just waiting for your word. Then give it to these idiots. Shield Mountain said. You got it. Green Bull, seemingly imagining a beautiful scene, grinned and pressed a few buttons on his homemade bomb. The small screen on the bomb immediately started flashing red with beep beep sounds. He decisively raised the bomb, tensed his muscles, and assumed a standard baseball pitcher's stance. Shamila and Thresh tacitly opened a small window in the shielding plate. The next moment, Green Bull swung his arm forward with explosive force. The bomb, nearly the size of a human head, flew out like a cannonball. With a whoosh, it flew through the window that was barely larger than itself. In everyone's view, the irregularly shaped bomb, seemingly pieced together randomly, flew at a precise angle under Green Bull's throw, hitting the lead vehicle of the pursuing convoy. Then, with a clank, it dented the armor plate slightly before falling to the ground and rolling twice. Just as someone on the modified pickup tried to lean out curiously to see what hit them, the beep 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 alarm finally merged into a continuous tone. Next instant, boom! Terrifying flames shot into the sky. A violent shockwave swept through everything. The deafening explosion silenced the chaotic night for a moment. In an instant, everyone nearby perceived only blinding white light and a continuous ringing in their ears. The pickups running side by side at the center of the explosion were torn to shreds instantly. Several vehicles at the front that had passed the bomb's location, along with the lead vehicle that was hit, were flipped into the air by the violent shockwave. The thugs inside fared even worse. The luckiest one was probably the guy thrown over 10 meters high, landing on the roof of a nearby building. From that landing height, it probably didn't hurt much compared to the others, probably. At least that guy didn't scream in pain after hitting the roof, right? Actually, not only were the vehicles at the epicenter destroyed, but all the glass windows of surrounding buildings were shattered. The few pickups behind that didn't take the full brunt of the explosion had their vision obscured by the terrifying heatwave. Countless fragments of wreckage, carried by the shockwave, embedded themselves into their vehicle bodies like dense shrapnel. The modifications they were once proud of had now become deadly blades. When the fire of the explosion finally dissipated, and the last surviving tail vehicle crashed into the deep crater on the ground, on the road ahead, there was no sign of Luca's news van. 58, Chapter 58. Still, the news guys are something else. Connecticut, Orantius residence. The sun had fully risen, and the gentle breeze made the fallen trees seem to come alive again. The villa, silent for the entire night, was now buzzing with activity. A large number of Connecticut local police and medical vehicles were fully locking down the scene, while rapidly transporting bodies onto ambulances. However, as the owner of the villa, Luca sat calmly on the sofa in the living room, watching these busy people. Just then, Lawyer Simpson, who had been negotiating with the police, seemed to have reached an agreement. She left the helplessly looking sheriff behind and walked straight towards Luca with her assistant, Foggy. "Mr. Orantius, you really gave me a surprise attack this time." Seeing her distressed look, Luca just smiled faintly, not taking it to heart at all. Although Lawyer Simpson was indeed called out of her home in the middle of the night to handle this tricky situation, he paid her well. Naturally, he wouldn't feel guilty just because she complained a little. And don't even think about charging extra. Simpson was tactful. Seeing Luca didn't respond to her complaint, she immediately composed her expression, showing full professional attitude. "Mr. Orantius, thanks to the surveillance installed in your villa, the police have preliminarily characterized this as justifiable self-defense. They will only open a case regarding the intruders. However what?" Luca asked nonchalantly, tapping the armrest of the sofa lightly. "However, due to the significant lack of surveillance footage, we can only confirm that you and your bodyguard effectively fought back when the villa was invaded. But regarding the subsequent kidnapping, there isn't enough evidence yet," Simpson explained. "Moreover, since the kidnapping location mentioned in your statement is in Manhattan, New York, this part may require cooperation between the Connecticut local police and the NYPD to investigate and verify the truth of your statement." Hearing this, Luca just shrugged slightly. "That's all the surveillance footage there is. As for the NYPD, once they find that warehouse, the truth will naturally come out. As for the remaining work, isn't that exactly why I hired a big lawyer like you?" Hearing Luca say this, Simpson showed a professional smile. "Naturally. In fact, many of my old clients live in the villas near yours. The entire community committee takes this attack by thugs very seriously. They will jointly pressure the Connecticut Police Department and keep a close eye on this matter. Later, I will contact some old friends in the media and prepare a press release based on the Connecticut Police Department statement. I believe even the NYPD wouldn't want the impact of this incident to expand further." Taking a document full of sticky notes from Foggy beside her, she handed it to Luca. "But before that, for the media and the community committee, Mr. Orantius, you need to sign this authorization letter first." Luca quickly scanned the content of the authorization letter, then took out a fountain pen, fluently signed his name on the paper, and smilingly handed it back to Simpson. "As expected of a professional, you always handle these things flawlessly." Simpson took the document and looked at the police cars gradually leaving outside, saying softly, "Your safety is the greatest compliment to us." However, at this moment, perhaps feeling that the formal work between Simpson and Luca was done, Foggy, who had been silent beside her, looked at Luca with a complex expression and asked, "Mr. Orantius, does the turmoil in Hell's Kitchen last night really have nothing to do with you?" But as soon as he asked this, before Luca could say anything, he was sternly interrupted by Simpson. "Shut up, Nelson. Are you making baseless accusations against an important client of the firm?" After speaking, Simpson ignored Foggy's expression and immediately switched to an apologetic smile, turning to Luca. "Apologies, Mr. Orantius. As you know, these young intern lawyers always have some unrealistic associations." Hearing this, Luca just shrugged to show he didn't mind, then looked at the embarrassed Foggy with an innocent face. "It's nothing, but having been kidnapped since last night until now, I haven't had time to pay attention to the news. What Hell's Kitchen turmoil is Mr. Foggy referring to?" This time, without waiting for Foggy to explain, Simpson proactively said, "Just some insignificant gossip. But look, it's getting late. We still need to return to the firm to handle this case." "Alright, then I'll trouble Ms. Simpson with it." Luca smiled indifferently. Seeing this, Simpson bowed slightly with apology again. "Then we'll take our leave first. By the way, if Mr. Orantius needs a temporary place to stay, I think several of my friends on the community committee would be happy to lend their residences to you temporarily." Luca smiled slightly at this. He knew she was making up for Foggy's recklessness just now. However, Luca really didn't care much about it. He just smiled and saw the two off. Watching them leave the villa, he shook his head helplessly. "Looks like that share transfer contract can't be handled by Rand Enterprises law firm." Thinking about this, Luca casually picked up the tablet beside him and browsed through today's morning news. The tablet prominently displayed, "Explosive. New York's largest underground gang collapses. The culprit plunging Hell's Kitchen into chaos is him." Seeing the photo of Kingpin, the emperor who once hid in the darkness, prominently displayed on the news homepage, Luca's mouth twitched subconsciously. Still, these news guys are something else. On the other side, Shamila, having just hung up the phone, trotted over to Luca and whispered, leaning down, "Master, Shield Mountain and the others are settled in." Hearing this, Luca's expression didn't change, and he just nodded slightly. Let them rest for 2 days. Considering that the existence of Turn A Squad was somewhat abrupt, Luca's script for tonight didn't include them. So before arriving at the villa, they got off the car ahead of time with Shamila, leaving Luca to return to the villa alone to deal with the police. Now that they were settled and the biggest threat, Kingpin, was gone, Luca didn't plan to recall them immediately. Wait for the heat to die down in a couple of days. I'll bring them along when I pick Mother up to come home. Seeing Luca had made his decision, Shamila prepared to leave and notify Shield Mountain and the others by phone. But Luca stopped her immediately. "By the way, Auntie Shamila, help me prepare some more things." 59, Chapter 59, A Gift, Testing the Arm. Elsewhere. In an ordinary, completely obscure safe house in Hell's Kitchen, New York, a refined-looking man was currently having his hands locked by a mechanical bracket. His head was firmly fixed facing forward, his eyes propped open by special speculums, and blinders placed on both sides of his head, forcing him to stare incessantly at the screen flashing with colorful patterns in front of him. At this moment, another man, dressed in a suit and behaving elegantly like a gentleman, stood beside the machine holding the refined man, speaking softly. "Obedience brings rewards. Are you willing to obey now, Wesley?" If anyone familiar with the history of the CIA during the Cold War were present, they would immediately recognize this as a brainwashing technique similar to the MKUltra project. And the person currently strapped to the machine undergoing brainwashing was none other than James Wesley, once Kingpin's most trusted subordinate. However, the man who was once second only to one in the New York underworld was now being ravaged like a stray dog. Yet even so, Wesley seemed unwilling to give up his loyalty to Kingpin. "Shut up. I will avenge Wilson." The elegant man smiled nonchalantly at this. "Fine, but actually, I have plenty of time." With that, he ignored Wesley, who was gritting his teeth in persistence, and turned to leave the sealed room. Once he walked out the door, a young woman, seemingly a subordinate of the elegant man, stepped forward carefully and asked in confusion, "Sir, the forces left by Kingpin seem to be..." The young woman wanted to say insignificant, but after a brief hesitation, she corrected herself. "They seem easy for us to take over. Why spend so much effort to control such a minor character?" Saying this, she subconsciously glanced at the brainwashing room, as if she held no regard for Wesley inside, or even the former Kingpin. However, the elegant man didn't seem to mind his subordinate's attitude. He simply explained gently, "Remember, people are always the most important asset. Wilson Fisk's remnant forces are indeed insignificant, but this subordinate of his is truly a talent." The man paused slightly, looking at the brainwashing room again, then smiled. "Besides, this isn't for me. He can only be considered a just right gift." With that, the man strode away, leaving the bewildered female subordinate behind. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Hell's Kitchen, having lost Kingpin, didn't improve. Instead, without the most suppressive underworld emperor, the entire district seemed to be in constant turmoil. Luca's actions that night were like lighting a long-dormant powder keg. Revenge, slaughter, fights for profit. These gangs, large and small, whose relationships were never harmonious to begin with, had completely descended into madness. Even though the NYPD had deployed the ESU, Emergency Service Unit, multiple times to suppress the riots in coordination with the Hell's Kitchen precinct, and privately interviewed the larger gang leaders individually. As soon as the police force withdrew, it wouldn't be long before these gang thugs escalated conflicts again over some inexplicable minor friction. It was as if these people weren't fighting for profit anymore, but simply wanted to destroy Hell's Kitchen completely. In the past week, theft, fraud, and similar crimes had basically disappeared from Hell's Kitchen. Whenever the police dispatcher picked up the phone, it was invariably a shooting incident. Even now, these gang riots were beginning to show signs of spreading beyond Hell's Kitchen. The police, already overwhelmed by the aftermath of the Battle of New York, were beginning to consider applying to the municipal government to mobilize the National Guard for suppression. However, the instigator of all this, Luca, was currently staying at home quite leisurely. Well, saying leisurely was a bit of an exaggeration, as Luca was actually getting beaten up in his courtyard right now. In the courtyard of the Orantius family villa, Shield Mountain, who was asked by Luca to accompany him for combat practice, looked at Luca sitting on the ground and said awkwardly, "Master, I actually think the previous prosthetic arm that looked more realistic suited you better." Shield Mountain, who had been busy outside these past few days, really couldn't understand why his young master wanted to modify the mechanical arm Tony Stark gave him into its current appearance. How to put it? Shield Mountain felt this mechanical arm looked weird, especially when it was vibrating up and down. Seeing Shield Mountain's strange look, Luca, having just been thrown to the ground, patted his butt helplessly and stood up again. "I'd love to make it look realistic too, but I don't have the ability." Of course, Luca was thinking of modifying the existing arm into a realistic prosthetic. He wasn't willing to abandon this arm and go back to using the low-end product made by Stark. At this moment, as the entire mechanical arm vibrated up and down continuously, it began to emit a glowing emerald green light. Perhaps to others, this glow was just a light effect added for fun. But in reality, Luca could feel the pain from being knocked down by Shield Mountain disappearing rapidly. Even the muscle soreness from the prolonged sparring session was recovering at an extremely fast rate. That's right, this was the core ability of the mechanical prosthetic named Sweet Surrender that Luca had just synthesized a few days ago. As long as the arm vibrated, a healing energy would slowly cure Luca's injuries. In fact, Luca had secretly tested it himself. Even relatively severe puncture wounds could be completely healed by continuously vibrating the arm. Moreover, Luca vaguely felt that if he sacrificed the arm by destroying it, he could instantly heal significant injuries. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Luca definitely wouldn't waste such a treasure. And the reason Luca was so satisfied with this prosthetic wasn't just because of its healing effect. After standing up, Luca moved his arm again. Then he beckoned to Shield Mountain again and said softly, "Again." 60, Chapter 60, New Item. Again. Luca beckoned to Shield Mountain with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Shield Mountain only saw it as the boy's competitive spirit, unwilling to admit defeat. So, he helplessly attacked again. "Master, watch out." As he spoke, Shield Mountain threw a punch. The rapid punch, combined with the friction of his sleeve against the air, actually produced a whistling sound. However, despite appearing ruthless, Shield Mountain, with his exquisite fighting skills, could ensure this punch wouldn't harm Luca in the slightest. Who would have thought that before this heavy punch could reach Luca? It was instantly caught by Luca's raised palm. Thud. A muffled sound. Luca took half a step back, but the mechanical arm on his right didn't budge an inch. Instead, it gripped Shield Mountain's fist so tightly that even the battle-hardened soldier's mouth twitched. Yes, another feature of Sweet Surrender was its immense output power. Even though this mechanical arm seemed to exist only for comedy in the original Devil May Cry world, apart from its somewhat lackluster healing effect, it depended on who you compared it to. The original owner, Nero, was a devil hunter specializing in killing demons. Even if the mechanical arm he used wasn't primarily designed for combat, its output and durability were fully capable of handling high-intensity battles against demons. However, perhaps because Nero's physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, the gold finger didn't grant Sweet Surrender a rule-based ability to protect the wearer from harm, unlike the kick power enhancement shoes. For the current Luca, his physical fitness had become a burden for this mechanical arm. Aside from simple gripping and punching, other actions requiring coordination with the shoulder or body, if using the mechanical arm excessively, could lead to muscle strain in his fragile body. This was why he took time every day to spar with combat experts like Shield Mountain. It was actually to adapt to this somewhat overpowered arm. If the description of Sweet Surrender didn't include the flexible manipulation trait, Luca even doubted whether he could truly master this arm. However, a combat expert like Shield Mountain wouldn't be subdued so easily. Seeing he couldn't break free from the grip, he immediately raised a leg and kicked sideways at Luca. Helpless, Luca could only use the mechanical arm to push hard, creating distance between him and Shield Mountain. Simultaneously, he raised his arm and aimed at a large tree nearby. Then, with a whoosh, a grappling hook shot out rapidly from the elbow of Luca's white right arm. Before Shield Mountain could rush back to him, the grappling hook embedded in the tree trunk immediately began to retract rapidly. The micromotor at Luca's elbow spun, emitting ZZZT white smoke. His whole body was pulled by this immense force, flying directly toward the big tree. However, thud, a muffled sound. Luca, flying at high speed, slammed solidly face-first into the tree trunk. He immediately grimaced, covering his head and gasping. Hiss, stop, my arm is gonna break. Shield Mountain, who was about to continue the attack, stopped immediately and looked at Luca with a helpless, wry smile. Master, you really shouldn't add these weird functions to your prosthetic. Dangerous moves like that can easily injure you. But before Shield Mountain could finish, Luca's mechanical prosthetic began vibrating and glowing green again. The slight muscle strain caused by the rapid grappling hook movement was fully healed by this gentle energy in the blink of an eye. Yes, the last function of Sweet Surrender was the built-in grappling hook ability common to all of Nero's mechanical arms. This grappling hook skill could pull enemies or objects closer for attacks. It could also allow Luca to move quickly between buildings. However, just like the arm's output power which Luca couldn't fully withstand, this immense pulling force could easily cause muscle strain. Currently, all Luca could really do was pull some lighter objects directly to him using the hook. But Luca believed that as his physical fitness gradually improved and his proficiency with Sweet Surrender increased, he should eventually be able to swing between buildings like Spider-Man. Probably. Maybe I just need to synthesize a body enhancement item sometime, Luca thought, rubbing his arm which was actually fully healed. Just as Shield Mountain was about to advise Luca again not to add so many dangerous functions to his mechanical prosthetic, Wrench's excited voice came from the main gate of the front yard. Master Luca, the stuff you asked for is all here. Seeing Wrench running towards him excitedly holding a big box, Luca waved to Shield Mountain to pause the combat practice, then walked quickly towards him. Master Luca, this is... Before the chatty Wrench could explain, Luca interrupted quickly. Did the micron-level nerve stimulation units arrive? Wrench shook his head decisively. No, it's the materials you mentioned yesterday, Master. So fast. Luca was delighted. He immediately took the box from Wrench. Then, without waiting for Wrench to ask further questions, he trotted quickly towards the villa's basement. Hey, Master, wait for me. Let me see it this time. However, before Wrench could take a step, he was immediately grabbed by the scruff of his neck by Shield Mountain from behind. He could only watch helplessly as Luca walked down the stairs, ignoring Wrench's resentful gaze. After quickly arriving at the underground laboratory, the first thing Luca saw was a fully automatic turret looking around. H-28Q Apex turret. In fact, this item was much simpler than Luca had imagined. Aside from its unreasonable friend-or-foe identification mechanism based purely on Luca's subjective judgment, and the black box-like energy core that converted all attacks into magical lasers. In other aspects, including its folding form and sensing Luca's approach, the turret itself didn't seem to have many special features. After all, although it could be folded and retracted, the retracted turret was still a metal box about the size of a suitcase. So, usually, Luca would only bring it along when going out by car. At other times, he just left it randomly in the villa. This way, even when he was asleep at night, the continuously working turret would attack any intruders. However, today, Luca's attention wasn't on this turret. Setting the box in his hand aside temporarily, Luca, full of excitement, walked quickly to an orange sphere emitting a faint fluorescent glow. 61, Chapter 61, A True Inventor. The basketball-sized orange tennis ball in front of him was currently emitting a faint white glow. That's right, this was the new, core component Luca had collected over the past few days. After dealing with Kingpin and finally being able to develop peacefully, Luca had spent most of his time aside from handling the aftermath of the incident and gradually getting involved in the company's operations, shopping at malls, scratch that, searching for more synthesis items. However, initially, Luca wanted to try collecting the Conan 5-piece set to see what would happen when the 1/5 on the gold finger panel became 5/5. So, he mostly searched in watch shops and clothing stores where items like stun gun wristwatch, voice-changing bowtie, and elastic suspenders were likely to appear. Unexpectedly, he didn't find a single Conan series item. Instead, he stumbled upon this glowing orange tennis ball at a pet toy counter in a mall. Well, actually, this thing was originally intended as a dog boredom relief ball. But Luca didn't care about that. Most importantly, the item description on the panel seemed perfect to solve Luca's urgent needs. Moreover, since the 720 micron level nerve stimulation units required for the TUX-1 tactical suit, the tuxedo, were hard to get, the synthesis materials for this new item arrived first. Luca placed his hand gently on the dog boredom relief ball. The next moment, a pale blue panel popped up. Harrow. Gundam 0015. Creator, Europa Science Ship, Innovid 0026. Core component, Arantius tennis ball toy. Synthesis materials, 2 red LED beads, 1 smart chip loaded with weapon data, 1 set of small microphone and speaker equipment, 2 small multi-directional mechanical arms, 1 small battery, 1.32 square meters of carbon fiber. Item description, multifunctional intelligent pet. A small intelligent robot capable of human-machine interaction, weapon repair and manufacturing, programming, mecha piloting, and more. Due to its shell material, it is nearly indestructible by conventional attacks. Its internal chip also stores a large amount of technology far ahead of the current era. Friendly reminder, don't treat it as an ordinary electronic pet. After all, for you, it might be more like a true mechanical master. That's right, this core component that looked quite funny could synthesize the famous true protagonist of the Gundam series, the Ace Gundam pilot, Harrow Robot. Crucially, according to the panel description, this version of Harrow wasn't just an electronic pet. It integrated functions like weapon repair and manufacturing, programming, and mecha piloting. If Harrow is really as awesome as described, maybe this little thing is more like a true inventor than me, a fake. Filled with anticipation, Luca didn't hesitate. He hugged the tennis ball over and placed it down, taking out the other synthesis materials one by one from the newly arrived delivery box. Then, he drew a circle on the ground with chalk. He placed the synthesis materials into the circle one by one. LED beads, smart chip, multi-directional mechanical arms. Once all synthesis materials glowed white, Luca exhaled a long breath and slapped his hands on the edge of the circle. He chanted silently in his heart, "Synthesize." Next instant, a milky white light enveloped the entire circle. As the light dissipated, a spherical robot, very similar to the previous dog boredom relief ball, appeared in the center of the circle. Done. As the thought rose in Luca's mind, the pair of red bean-like eyes on the orange-yellow spherical robot suddenly lit up and flashed, followed by a beep electronic prompt. The next moment, "Start up, start up." The spherical robot with flashing red eyes repeated its startup voice while rolling out of the center of the circle to Luca. "Highest authority, highest authority. Luca, Luca." As expected, does it also have a restrictive program similar to Bimax's Zeroth law? It just feels a bit silly. Watching the bouncing little thing in front of him, Luca felt that it didn't seem as intelligent as the gold finger claimed. Harrow. 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 Indeed a bit silly. Luca commented. Who knew? As soon as he said this, Harrow angrily bounced up and headbutted Luca's knee. Not silly. Not silly. Luca silly. Luca silly. Luca. Little thing has quite a temper. Reaching out to stop Harrow from headbutting him again, Luca squeezed it. Surprisingly, this robot, which should theoretically be made of the special material E-carbon from the Gundam 00 world, felt quite elastic. Thrown on the ground, it bounced back up after deformation, just like a real tennis ball toy. Is this some conceptual power to adhere to the original version again? Thinking that his gold finger had always been unreasonable like this, Luca stopped dwelling on it. Instead, he looked forward even more to the functions described in the gold finger panel. He asked immediately, Harrow, tell me, what functions do you have? Hearing Luca's question, the bouncing little thing finally stopped. Flapping its ear-like mechanical arm covers, it landed slowly and stabilized itself. Then, the red light in its two bean eyes flashed continuously. However, just as Luca was eagerly waiting for Harrow to introduce itself, unexpectedly, the little thing jumped up and smashed Luca's instep again, repeating seemingly angrily, Idiot Luca! Idiot Luca! Luca was stunned for a moment, then grabbed Harrow with both hands and rubbed it aggressively, annoyed. I am the highest authority, you little thing. But before Luca could finish, the Harrow he was rubbing spat out a data cable with a connector from its body, not forgetting to mock him. Connect device. Connect device. Talking complex. Talking complex. Only then did the indignant Luca realize. With Harrow's setting of speaking only 2 words at a time, if it really had to introduce all its functions verbally, it probably wouldn't finish until next month. The little guy waiting obediently before was actually waiting for Luca to bring a computer to connect the data cable. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luca avoided Harrow's mocking gaze, obediently carried the little thing to the computer, and connected the data cable. Immediately, red light flashed in Harrow's eyes. Its various data capabilities were displayed one by one on the computer screen. 62, Chapter 62, Ups and Downs. Hiss. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Luca involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. However, Harrow, still plugged in with the data cable beside him, wasn't behaving. It continued bouncing on the desk, praising itself. Harrow, amazing. Harrow, amazing. Luca, focused on the screen, reached out and pressed the little troublemaker down to stop it from causing chaos. But as soon as he did this, he realized. Am I being too presumptuous treating this golden thigh like this? Thinking of this, Luca quickly changed his pressing hand into a petting motion, while his eyes remained glued to the screen without blinking. The reason for his 180-degree attitude shift was because the data currently displayed on the screen made Luca feel as refreshed as drinking a large icy drink on a scorching summer day, from head to toe. The database inside this unassuming orange Harrow contained not only knowledge about parts repair, equipment operation, and programming assistance. More importantly, perhaps to support development and maintenance, it contained several categories of very complete and comprehensive production data. Gundam Nucleus Furnace, Solar Furnace/GN Drive. GN0000 Gundam, GNY001 Gundam Astrea. GN Condenser, Prototype GN Sword, GN Beam Saber, GN Beam Rifle, GN Shield, Prototype GN Launcher, Experimental Avalanche Unit. Gundam Operating System, E-Carbon Armor. Harrow Maintenance Support Mecha. Luca scrolled through it all in one breath. Every piece of data stored in the orange Harrow was detailed and complete. From structural parameters to source code, from experimental unit craftsmanship to derivative development ideas. It seemed that as long as he had this development data, invested funds and time, he could mass-produce an army of super-strong Gundams. At this moment, Luca looked at Harrow with eyes practically glowing green. This was the 00 series Gundam unit. Even in the entire Gundam universe, despite being labeled real robot units, these Godstick Gundams touched the threshold of super robot in various aspects. When they went berserk, a 400 km beam saber slashing a satellite wasn't a joke. And ignoring the Zero Gundam as the first-generation unit, who knew which eras Harrow the Gold Finger synthesized, but it actually contained the complete data for Gundam Astrea. Although Gundam Astrea wasn't the third-generation unit used by the protagonists in the original anime. As a general-purpose unit developed to test more compatibility solutions, its stats and stability made it the most perfect and mature model among the second-generation Gundams. The database even contained numerous derivative models of Gundam Astrea. However, when the excited Luca suddenly remembered something, he immediately and purposefully scanned the core data of Gundam Astrea. As a result, his excited face suddenly collapsed. Wait, why does everything in 00 Gundam require the solar furnace? Unwilling to give up, Luca quickly checked other files, but the fact remained. Not only did products with the GN prefix like GN Sword and GN Beam Rifle require the solar furnace for power. Beam rifles compressed GN particles to generate beams, beam sabers constrained GN particles, and flight relied on GN particles for propulsion. Even the mecha's transmission system, communication equipment, power engine, and even enhancing the defense of E-carbon armor. The core of everything relied on the GN particles released by the solar furnace to operate. So, since the first complete set of data in Harrow's database was the manufacturing manual for the solar furnace, why did Luca look so dismayed? With a last shred of hope, Luca looked at Harrow. Harrow, does the solar furnace really have to be manufactured in Jupiter's special gravity environment? But the result was, Jupiter, Jupiter, necessary condition, necessary condition. Harrow, completely ignoring the tremor in Luca's voice, continued bouncing and repeating. Hearing this, Luca's spirit deflated instantly, as if all his energy had been drained. That's right. All the era-defining technologies of the 00 series, Gundam, those godstick-like bizarre abilities, were built upon the miraculous GN particles. To compress and generate GN particles, one needed the solar furnace, a semi-permanent energy core. And the manufacture of the solar furnace required Jupiter's unique gravity environment. In other words, after going in a big circle, for Luca who currently lacked the ability to send a scientific research ship to Jupiter, these technologies were nothing but flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. Of the massive amount of data in Harrow, perhaps only a small portion could barely be used now. Also, it's debatable whether GN particles even exist in the Marvel universe. Thinking about this, Luca felt his future was even bleaker. Glancing at Harrow rolling on the desk, Luca continued asking weakly, if no Gundam, Union flag, or Tyran would do too, right? The two mechas Luca asked about were humanoid combat mechas manufactured by the two nations opposing the protagonists in the 00 Gundam world. Their strength certainly couldn't compare to Gundam's, but they were still era-defining humanoid combat mechas. However, the result was as he expected. Harrow's eyes flashed red, giving the answer directly. Don't know, don't know. What about GN Drive Tau, pseudo-solar furnace? Luca pressed. GN Drive Tau, the imitation of the solar furnace by the villain organization in the original work. It didn't need to be manufactured on Jupiter. Instead, it used a special drive device powered by electricity to generate GN particles as a consumable energy core. Although this device generated red GN particles, harmful to the human body due to insufficient compression rate, the GN Drive Tau could indeed drive most Gundam equipment. Unfortunately, the result remained the same. Don't know, don't know. Harrow gave the answer again. Well, actually, Luca already knew the result after browsing most of the data. Asking was just his unwilling, final struggle. Fine, I don't need those low-end goods anyway. Luca said through gritted teeth. At least with this data, I have a promising future. Compared to other items, at least this data from the Gundam 00 world allowed Luca to see products he could truly potentially replicate. The only prerequisite was reaching Jupiter. Damn, if I have the ability to reach Jupiter, would I still care about a second-generation Gundam? Thinking of this, the somewhat dispirited Luca leaned back weakly in his chair, staring blankly at the basement ceiling. However, perhaps sensing Luca's disappointment, the previously lively orange Harrow quickly rolled to the edge of the desk, extended its multidirectional mechanical arm, and gently tugged at the hem of Luca's shirt. Don't be sad, don't be sad. Harrow amazing, Harrow amazing. Luca, who was looking up and pondering what level Orantius Industries needed to reach to get to Jupiter, looked at the orange Harrow in confusion upon hearing this. Then a light bulb went off in his head. Slap. He smacked his forehead hard. Idiot. Harrow is the key to this synthesis. Yes, Luca only remembered now that he originally cared so much about this synthesis because of the gold finger panel's hint. Harrow possesses repair and manufacturing capabilities and is an excellent mechanic itself. Unexpectedly, he had forgotten his original intention because he was blinded by the era-defining Gundam technology in the system data. In fact, with Harrow's manufacturing capabilities, even piecing together technologies from the Gundam 00 world might result in some era-defining new products. Moreover, with Luca's gold finger, was he worried about not getting more black tech data in the future? What he really lacked now was scientific knowledge and R&D manufacturing capabilities. If not for his lack of ability, just mastering the production process video of Baymax and creating a batch of intelligent robots would be enough for Luca to solve most crises and make a fortune. So, the data is the future, but Harrow's development and manufacturing capability is the key right now. Reignited with interest, Luca looked at the bouncing orange Harrow again and asked expectantly, Harrow, can you build something? 63, Chapter 63, A Real Carry, Handcrafted. As Luca asked his question, Harrow didn't reply verbally this time. Its beam-like eyes just flashed continuously. Immediately, data streams flowed rapidly across the computer screen in front of Luca, switching to a new display. It showed E-carbon armor, Harrow robot, Harrow maintenance support mecha, Gundam pilot space suit, and a series of other items. Seeing this, Luca felt a wave of dizziness. Aren't these the same things as before? But as soon as this thought arose, he realized he had asked a stupid question. Although Harrow possessed very advanced autonomous AI, it was fundamentally still a maintenance robot. To make something, it definitely needed relevant data. So he turned and asked Harrow beside him, "Harrow, if I give you data for a certain item, can you help me manufacture it?" Hearing Luca's question, the little guy rolled backward and looked at the ceiling. Due to its body structure, Luca couldn't tell at all if it was expressing pride or rolling its eyes in mockery. But the next moment, the orange Harrow leaped up violently, dragging the connected data cable, and head-butted Luca's arm again. Idiot Luca. Idiot Luca. Got it, it's despising me, Luca thought. However, despite the little thing's ferocity, it hit the mechanical arm on Luca's right hand. Luca didn't react much, but the orange Harrow bounced off with a thud, nearly hitting the computer screen behind it. Fortunately, since the data cable was still connected to the computer, the little thing didn't fly far. Like a tennis ball attached to the ground by a rubber band, it bounced back. This time, without Luca asking, Harrow, landing back on the desk, started chanting again. Support mecha. Support mecha. Hearing this, Luca immediately understood Harrow's meaning. Amused, he reached out and tweaked the two short mechanical arms extending from its spherical body. Haha, is it because it's inconvenient to operate by yourself? Indeed, although Harrow itself had two mechanical arms. Due to its structure, their cuteness factor far outweighed their practicality. Seeing the little thing about to get angry again, Luca decisively pressed it onto the desk, immobilizing it so they could communicate harmoniously again. Although communicating with the orange Harrow was tedious, Luca still managed to understand the general conditions required for Harrow to help him develop and manufacture items. To summarize, there were 3 points. First, Harrow needed at least one complete dedicated maintenance mecha. Although Harrow could connect to a computer, many devices still required manual operation, and Harrow's short arms obviously couldn't handle overly complex tasks. Moreover, this Harrow-dedicated maintenance mecha could not only connect remotely for Harrow-less operation, but it also came with small tools like welding torches, wrenches, and screwdrivers. With it, Harrow could completely replace a mature mechanical engineer. If they engaged in industrial production and expanded the manufacturing scale, this maintenance mecha combined with Harrow would count as a well-coordinated mechanical engineering team. One proficient in programming, no less. Second, manufacturing data and clear objectives. Although Harrow possessed certain independent manufacturing capabilities, it was essentially a small intelligent robot for assisting in R&D and maintenance. If Harrow's own database contained complete relevant data for the item to be manufactured, that went without saying. Or rather, during R&D, Harrow assisting real researchers would definitely be no problem. But if Luca wanted Harrow to be the main force, given that Luca, the fake inventor, couldn't help much. Depending on incomplete item data, or black tech items beyond Harrow's cognition, to analyze, deduce, and provide feasible manufacturing plans. Then Harrow needed to rely on existing theoretical knowledge and greater AI computing power for analysis and combination. In other words, Harrow actually possessed a certain degree of creativity. However, this so-called creativity was more like finding a reasonable path through AI calculation and analysis. Speaking of computing power, that brings us to the last condition for Harrow to manufacture items: computing power servers. As an intelligent assistant robot, Harrow's internal computing power was more than enough for tasks like maintenance, operation, and interaction. After all, due to the gold finger, the small computing module inside the orange Harrow was already considered black tech. However, when it came to R&D, creation, and deduction, Harrow's own computing power was far from enough. In the original Gundam 00 world, tasks involving this often required Harrow to connect to larger external servers for a temporary upgrade, either relying on a super-large quantum computing system like Veda or the core processor of a spaceship for support. The specific development efficiency depended on how much computing power support Luca could provide for Harrow. Otherwise, if Luca wanted Harrow to cobble together a functional humanoid mecha using technologies from the Gundam 00 world based on existing data reserves, it might cause the little thing to crash for months. However, after finally understanding all this, Luca was extremely satisfied with Harrow. It was estimated that for a considerable time in the future, Harrow's development and manufacturing capabilities would serve as the teacher and proxy for Luca, the fake inventor. And looking at it this way, maybe reaching Jupiter isn't necessary. Perhaps relying on Harrow's calculations and deductions, creating a GN drive Tau isn't impossible. Of course, this all assumed that existing technology could indeed manufacture a GN drive Tau. However, Luca didn't start testing Harrow's manufacturing capabilities immediately. Instead, he calmed down and re-examined the few items Harrow mentioned it could manufacture right now. The maintenance mecha was mentioned before, no need to repeat. The fact that Harrow could manufacture more Harrows also pleased Luca greatly. Although it was unclear how much capability these replica Harrows would have without the gold fingers bonus. Presumably, as lab assistants, they should be perfectly adequate. Additionally, the full set of Gundam pilot suits was actually quite a black tech product, including a helmet, tight-fitting space suit, zero-gravity jetpack, and individual pneumatic pistol. However, these things weren't important technologies for the current Luca or Aurantius Industries. They would probably only be truly useful when Aurantius Industries' business collaborations touched the aerospace field in the future. If I have channels to send a PPT to NASA or something, maybe I could sell the concept. As for the last item, the E-carbon armor, which Luca had previously ignored due to the lack of GN particles, caught his eye again. Indeed, complete E-carbon armor required GN particles to achieve terrifying defense nearly immune to kinetic attacks. But in reality, even without GN particles, the performance of the E-carbon material itself far exceeded most existing alloys. Density, toughness, hardness, heat resistance, corrosion resistance, energy conductivity, and even manufacturing cost. Considering everything comprehensively, this material completely crushed the current materials field. In the original Gundam 00 world, the reason the three major powers on Earth could manufacture humanoid mechas on a large scale was essentially due to the emergence of E-carbon. And because E-carbon was widely popularized in the Gundam 00 world, the data on all aspects was detailed to an outrageous degree. Essentially, this stuff was somewhat similar to carbon fiber. Except carbon fiber's excellent performance came from the arrangement and interweaving of micron-level carbon fiber tubes fixed with composite materials. E-carbon, on the other hand, relied on carbon isotopes converted through chemical deposition and electromagnetic confinement to self-arrange into carbon nanotubes with a special lattice structure, then arranged in a specific complex sequence to create an independent material. And this manufacturing process brought a benefit. Although all called E-carbon, it was actually a collective name for a large class of materials. By combining with specific composite materials or reducing the density of carbon nanotube arrangement, one could obtain a batch of E-carbon with different strengths and performances. As long as Aurantius Industries could fully digest the industrial production of E-carbon, Luca could even rely on technical castration to create E-carbon 116 or E-carbon Standard, E-carbon Youth Edition, E-carbon Pro Max, etc. Relying on performance far exceeding market materials, continuously iterating products to repeatedly harvest the market. Just this one material was enough to make Aurantius Industries a business giant. Looks like Aurantius Industries has at least one guaranteed industry for the future. No, setting up a wholly owned subsidiary would work too. Having figured this out, a huge weight was lifted from Luca's heart. However, his excitement hadn't faded yet, so he didn't plan to rest. Instead, he pulled the newly born Orange Harrow and started building a maintenance support mecha for it. Well, of course, the vision was beautiful, and the future was bright. But, the current Luca couldn't possibly use something as luxurious as E-carbon. Even the other components were cobbled together from whatever ready-made materials he could find. 3D printing, structural welding, programming. Harrow, the true mechanic, directed and handled the precision work, while Luca, the amateur who only knew how to make toy robots, acted as the hands for the carry. Next, Luca, crafting an item hands-on for the first time in a true sense, didn't leave the laboratory for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he really managed to independently produce a decent-looking, Harrow-dedicated maintenance support mecha. Looking at the work he had created from scratch, an irrepressible feeling rose inexplicably in Luca's heart. Joy and a sense of accomplishment. It seems, being a real developer and mechanic isn't bad either. Unknowingly, a smile had already curled up the corners of his mouth. 64, Chapter 64, New York. Turmoil. Logically speaking, after 3 days of high-intensity work with less than 3 hours of sleep per day, Luca should look haggard and at least feel physically exhausted. However, perhaps because this body was still young, or simply due to the excitement of crafting a finished product for the first time, Luca actually felt surprisingly energetic. But just as he was about to test the newly manufactured maintenance support mecha with Harrow, Shamila's voice came from outside the underground laboratory. "Master, breakfast is ready. You're not planning to eat in the lab, are you?" Shamila's voice got closer as she spoke. Luca paused for a moment, then immediately ran over to open the door for her. Looking back at the completed mecha, "No rush." So he said directly to Shamila, "Let's go, eat upstairs." After speaking, the yawning Luca turned back to look at Harrow, still sitting on the support mecha, and called out softly, "Let's go, Harrow. Come along." Hearing this, Harrow, originally connected to the support mecha, immediately flapped its pair of ears and extended 2 short arms, pushing slightly against the connecting parts on both sides. Then, with a pop, like pulling a carrot, the orange Harrow yanked itself out of the mecha's cockpit. Subsequently, it hopped over to Luca's side, and, head-butted his knee again. "Idiot Luca. Idiot Luca. Cockpit too small. Cockpit too small." Looking at the orange Harrow angrily ramming his knee, Luca chose to ignore it and strode towards the stairs. In fact, this wasn't the first time Luca had made such a minor error during the mecha's construction over the past few days. If Harrow hadn't been observing and reminding him constantly, whether this work could even be completed would have been questionable. So, Luca was already used to being criticized occasionally by Harrow, this strict teacher. Shamila, on the other hand, looked strangely at the spherical robot hopping after Luca, then glanced at the chaotic mess inside the laboratory. She thought curiously. When the young master invented those little gadgets before, it didn't seem this complicated, and it took so long this time. Could this pet toy ball be some kind of amazing invention? Although puzzled, Shamila wasn't overly curious by nature. Moreover, she didn't know much about inventions and creation, so she simply followed Luca upstairs silently. Arriving at the dining room, Luca saw the table was mostly empty. He turned and asked Shamila puzzledly, "Where are the others?" Shamila, still distracted, replied immediately. Shield Mountain took Green Bull and Wrench to exchange the bonds and gold bars collected from Kingpin into cash. When mentioning Kingpin, Shamila intentionally lowered her voice, but Luca didn't mind. As for the gold bars and bonds Shamila mentioned, they referred to the items she found in that room after killing Kingpin. However, Luca only had time to examine them carefully after returning. Besides the gold bars and bearer bonds, which were likely Kingpin's rainy day fund, the most important item was a USB drive containing blackmail material on the corrupt NYPD officers and officials bribed by Kingpin. It contained substantial dirt on nearly 100 people, ranging from city councilors and district judges to police detectives and prison guards. In hindsight, Luca felt the data in this USB drive might be far more important than the 10% shares he originally wanted. However, Luca hadn't figured out how to use this resource yet. After all, this was blackmail material. While useful, using it would likely offend a group of big shots involved. For now, Luca could only seal this data away as a trump card. Back to the dining table. After explaining the whereabouts of Shield Mountain and the others, Shamila hesitated for a moment and didn't continue. Luca looked at her in surprise but quickly understood. Recalling the meals together in the past few days, Thresh buried his face in his plate without looking up, terrified of anyone noticing his socially anxious eating, and Longbow laid out his meal, raising a red wine glass in self-pity. Presumably, without other teammates present, these two probably weren't willing to dine with him. So, do all capable guys have some quirks? Luca shook his head amusedly and sat down helplessly to eat with Shamila. Seeing this, Harrow rolled around on the floor boredly. Eat, eat. Ignoring the little thing having fun by itself, Luca picked up the remote control on the table and turned on the morning news. As the TV screen lit up, the sweet voice of the news anchor rushed out, laden with tension. In recent days, the riots in Midtown and the west side of New York City have continued, and the spiraling situation is spreading to all of Manhattan at a speed visible to the naked eye. Terror was written on the anchor's exquisitely made-up face as the camera cut to a street scene filled with thick smoke. Following the attack with alien weapons on the Fifth Avenue bank yesterday, the dome of the Chase branch on Wall Street was blasted open by heavy firepower this morning. In just 5 days, 3 major bank robberies have occurred consecutively. Thugs wielding alien weapons are threatening the safety of New Yorkers at every moment. In the 3 armed robberies so far, 7 innocent citizens have left us forever. Yet in this situation, a vicious incident of a white police officer shooting a black citizen occurred in Midtown. The image froze on a black man lying on the ground after being shot. The news anchor leaned forward, her tone full of accusation. I ask City Hall. While thugs are armed to the teeth with alien technology, what are our police doing? Now, I can't help but ask on behalf of those innocent citizens. NYPD, are you protectors or creators of chaos? The voice on the TV paused slightly. The anchor panted angrily a few times before continuing. Next, let's connect with a survivor of the Chase branch robbery. From this. The voice continued, and the image switched to an outdoor interview. However, Luca and Shamila, who were eating, looked at each other in confusion. 65, Chapter 65, Oscorp. The O Brothers. The Midtown West mentioned on TV was, in fact, the official name for Hell's Kitchen. However, Luca hadn't expected the turmoil following Kingpin's death to spread so widely. These guys from Hell's Kitchen are starting to use Chitauri weapons. He looked at Shamila, who was equally puzzled. Neither of them had anticipated that the Hell's Kitchen unrest would become entangled with the aftermath of the Battle of New York. I wonder which faction will rise after this turmoil, and how it will all end. However, neither Luca nor Shamila were bleeding heart saints. Shamila and her Sokovian squad members couldn't care less if the American public lost their peace because of their actions. And Luca, a soul from another dimension, certainly wouldn't beat himself up over the sins committed by gang thugs. The two chatted casually for a bit, then continued to eat their meal in peace. After breakfast, Shamila originally wanted to tell Luca to get some rest. But Luca, having just finished the Harrow maintenance mecca, was still buzzing with excitement. He just smiled, said, I'll sleep enough when I'm dead, and prepared to head back to the laboratory with the bouncing orange Harrow. However, Shamila suddenly remembered something and called out to stop him. Master, regarding the behind-the-scenes funder who sponsored the experimental treatment expert group at Wellhaven Hospital you asked me to investigate, we have a lead. Luca, who was about to leave, paused and turned back in confusion. Wasn't that expert group just a smokescreen set up by the Dr. Kingpin bribed? Indeed, the day before eliminating Kingpin, Luca had heard his mother Gina's attending physician at the hospital mention that Wellhaven Hospital was preparing to form an expert group to research and treat synaptic cocooning syndrome. He had asked Shamila to investigate the funder back then, but during the interrogation of his cheap uncle that night, Dragan had said, Kingpin had specifically bribed Gina's attending physician to create a false impression that there was hope for Gina's recovery, intending to delay Luca's inheritance process. So, Luca naturally assumed this so-called expert treatment group was just an excuse fabricated by the corrupt doctor to stall for time. After killing Kingpin, Luca had completely put the matter out of his mind. Unexpectedly, Shamila not only remembered it but actually found something. Hearing this, Shamila's expression turned indescribably strange. She organized her thoughts slightly and explained, actually, this is what Green Bull got out of that corrupt doctor when you sent him to threaten and roughen him up later. Kingpin did bribe him, but the expert treatment group is also real. He just... Shamila paused, not sure how to phrase it. Luca followed up, took advantage of the situation, scammed Kingpin on the side. Shamila, yes, exactly. Luca was speechless. Seems even insignificant guys have their own little schemes. Seeing Luca understood, Shamila continued. According to that Drive West, this expert group is actually sponsored by a company called Oscorp Biotechnologies. This is an emerging biopharmaceutical company established just last year. You might not have heard of it, Master. However, this company has very substantial registered capital, and its predecessor, Osborne Biological Labs, was very famous in New York's biomedical field. The two founders, Norman Osborne and Dr. Otto Gunther Octaviason, an expert in genetics, the other specializing in neurology and mechanical engineering, are very influential in the medical community, known as the O Brothers. Huh. In fact, halfway through Shamila's explanation, Luca was already stunned. How could he not have heard of the famous Oscorp? It's just, does the MCU have Green Goblin too? But Luca immediately realized that the world he was in wasn't exactly the MCU to begin with. It just had so many similarities that he often had that illusion. Even so, the rest of the information was enough to shatter his previous knowledge. Fine, Oscorp just being established is one thing. But why was it founded by Green Goblin and Doc Ock together? And, oh brothers. Is Doc Ock that impressive? Leaving aside the shock-stunned Luca, Shamila continued recounting the information Green Bull got from Drive West. Previously, the experimental treatment group could be established because Norman Osborne, the founder of Oscorp Biotechnologies, used his own funds and connections to pave the way. However, even Drive West wasn't clear on Norman Osborne's specific reasons for doing this. He only learned through hearsay that Norman Osborne's wife seems to be suffering from a rare genetic disease. Originally, because cases of this disease were extremely rare, Osborne could only rely on his own laboratory to research a cure. But after the Battle of New York, a large number of patients appeared with symptoms similar to his wife's. Although the two aren't the same disease, the manifested symptoms are very similar. So, that Oscorp company thought of forming an expert group to conduct trials on those patients who couldn't afford treatment or had given up, hoping to find a potential treatment plan. Well, now Luca was even more confused. He hadn't expected that in this world, the one with the genetic disease wasn't the Osborne family line, but Norman Osborne's wife. And her genetic disease had similar symptoms to his mother Gina's synaptic cocooning syndrome. But this shock only flashed through Luca's mind. Regardless of what this world was like, existence was reasonable. Instead, he quickly started thinking, maybe, this is actually good news for me. Before, because I lacked connections in biopharmaceuticals at home, I couldn't find a partner pharmaceutical lab to develop the special targeted drug for Gina. Perhaps Norman Osborne would be a good partner. Moreover, Luca thought, the current Oscorp seemed to have just been established. Although reputable in the biomedical field, it was ultimately just a startup. But Luca knew it was very likely to grow into an industry giant like the Oscorp in other universes. If he cooperated with them now, could he also get a piece of the pie? Thinking of this, a gleam of white light flashed across Luca's glasses. He looked up at Shamila and said calmly, Auntie Shamila, find a way to contact Mr. Norman, the founder of Oscorp Biotechnologies, for me. Tell him I have a drug that can cure synaptic cocooning syndrome. 66, Chapter 66, Combination Technique. The unrest in New York was just an interlude for Luca. Establishing a partnership with Oscorp was also a matter for later. For now, Luca planned to return to the laboratory, intending to develop a new product for his own company to showcase at the upcoming board meeting. After all, although Luca had started legal proceedings to hold Gina's shares by proxy and had transferred the 10% shares originally extorted by Kingpin to his own name, absolute controlling shares didn't mean absolute control of the company. If there wasn't an effective plan for the future to turn Aurantius Industries around from losses to profits, Aurantius Industries would face shareholder divestment, partners terminating cooperation, retailers stopping orders, and even a mass exodus of capable employees. Therefore, if Luca wanted to continue having Aurantius Industries as a useful asset in the future, getting the company back on track as soon as possible was the primary task. Regarding this, Luca actually already had a pretty good idea. But before that, he needed a little help from Baymax. Start work. Start work. Kicking Harrow, who was rolling around beside him and angrily bumping his knee, Luca smiled and walked upstairs in the villa. On the second floor of the villa, in a large, sunny bedroom, Baymax was obediently standing on its red charging station by the wall, charging itself. Greeting it casually, Luca asked directly, "Baymax, how is Gina's condition?" Yes, with the Kingpin incident over, Luca had brought his mother Gina back home. Since there was an effective treatment plan and the best healthcare available, there was no need to keep Gina in the hospital. And our agent Baymax finally returned to its original job. Hearing Luca's question, Baymax, now sporting a new skin, immediately woke from charging. First, it looked puzzled at the little orange thing rolling at Luca's feet, but still answered Luca's question immediately. The patient finished morning care at 6 a.m. sharp. Fluids have been changed. Current condition is stable, very stable. I recommend providing medication to the patient as soon as possible to effectively speed up her recovery. Luca wasn't surprised by this. He just looked quietly at Gina lying on the bed, seemingly just asleep, then turned to business. Baymax, let me introduce you. This is our new partner, Harrow. Saying this, Luca tapped the mischievous Harrow with his toe. Come on, Harrow, this is Baymax. Say hello. Perhaps curious about the intelligent robot Baymax, which it had never seen before. The little thing ignored Luca kicking it again. Instead, it rolled rumble to Baymax and emitted a happy-sounding electronic tone. Marshmallow. Marshmallow. Saying this, Harrow leaped up under Baymax's puzzled gaze and head-butted Baymax's soft, white belly. However, Baymax's inflated body was inherently bouncy. Harrow's headbutt caused it to bounce off rapidly like a rubber ball. But Baymax was quick. Before the little thing flew far, it reached out and grabbed it. Then, the two intelligent robots stared quietly at each other. Stare. Finally, Baymax spoke first. Hello, I am Baymax, your Luca's personal healthcare companion. Is Harrow? Well, Harrow's way of greeting seemed to confuse Baymax even more. But since the two had greeted each other, Luca ordered directly. Baymax, attempt to network with Harrow. Harrow, do not resist. With the order from Luca, the highest authority, Baymax, holding Harrow, activated its unreasonable ability to connect to networks just by touch. Connection established successfully. Hearing Baymax's reply, Luca continued. Harrow, attempt to utilize computing power. Report available computing power for establishing data models. Next moment, the eyes of both intelligent robots began to flash simultaneously, as if processing information. Then, the orange Harrow gave the answer. Utilizing computing power. Utilizing computing power. Acquired entry-level server authority. Acquired entry-level server authority. Luca was delighted. I knew it. Luca had guessed before not to underestimate Baymax just because it usually acted goofy. As a black tech intelligent robot, with a super scanner capable of scanning an entire city to filter out target individuals, down to analyzing various indicators at the human cellular level. Its scanner and internal server computing chip were undoubtedly blacker than black tech. Although Harrow only evaluated it as entry-level scale. That was in comparison to super quantum computers like Veda in the Gundam 00 world. In reality, an entry-level scale server was already enterprise-grade computing power, possibly even surpassing the large experimental servers deployed by Arantius Industries. As for national-level computing centers above that, even the current Luca couldn't possibly obtain them, let alone quantum computers. Now, seeing Harrow could really utilize entry-level computing power from Baymax, Luca decisively called the two guys to head back into the laboratory. Let's go, Baymax, follow me. We're going to make something new. However, before stepping out of the bedroom, Luca paused slightly and turned to Baymax. Is it okay for Gina if you leave here? Baymax, following closely behind and almost bumping into him, tilted its head and replied matter-of-factly. Morning care for today is complete. It is not yet time for evening body cleaning and muscle massage. Does Luca wish for me to continue accompanying her here? Hearing this, Luca breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then let's go. Inside the underground laboratory. After Baymax and Harrow established a connection again, Luca took the Dominator pistol from his waist and placed it on the lab bench. He ordered the combined artificial intelligences. Baymax, scan and analyze this pistol, share the data with Harrow. Harrow, utilize Baymax's server computing power, establish a structural model of the pistol, deduce the manufacturing process, and replan a feasible production scheme. Watching the red scanning light shoot from Baymax's eyes and Harrow's bean eyes flashing simultaneously, the corners of Luca's mouth curled up visibly. Haha, this is our combination technique. 67, Chapter 67, Dominator Beta 1.1. Another few days of relentless busyness. In reality, even though Luca was young, his body was starting to feel the strain. It wasn't just intense mental activity, the experimental process also required physical effort and precise operations. If not for Luca frequently using Sweet Surrender's healing ability to relieve the soreness in his muscles and eyes, he probably would have needed a full day's sleep long ago. During this time, not only Shamila but even Baymax reminded Luca several times to take care of his health. However, he pushed through on sheer excitement. Finally, looking at this energy pistol, identical in appearance to the original Dominator but completely different inside, Luca smiled with satisfaction. Next, I need to find a place to test this brand new Dominator. Given the Dominator's power, Luca naturally couldn't test it in his small private laboratory at home. But even without testing, he already had a general understanding of the data for this new weapon. Actually, although this Dominator Beta 1.1 was a knockoff pieced together by Harrow analyzing the original Dominator and combining existing technical information from the database. Because Aurantius Industries already had experience developing ion energy guns, plus some peripheral technologies from the Gundam 00 world, the final product was very close to the original Dominator. It not only possessed 3 mode changes similar to the original Dominator and about 70 to 80% of its power, but even extra functions like network connection, voice recognition, and facial data retrieval were perfectly replicated. The only 2 pitying points. First, the original's assisted aiming projected directly onto the eye, as well as the information prompts, couldn't be integrated into Dominator Beta 1.1 even with Harrow's ability. Ultimately, it could only be achieved through an external device similar to a Dragon Ball Scouter. Well, this external eyewear was actually partially reverse-engineered by Baymax scanning the tracking glasses later. However, the Conantech content of the tracking glasses was actually much blacker than it looked. Let alone replicating it, after much effort, they only managed to reverse-engineer a few scattered useful technologies. The other aspect that couldn't match the original level was the ultra-small energy battery on the Dominator. According to Harrow's simulation calculations, the battery consumption for electromagnetic stun in non-lethal mode and ion beam in lethal mode was still within an acceptable range. But the high-energy melting sphere condensed by the melting mode, which corresponded to the decomposer mode, would essentially deplete the battery in one shot and ruin it in 2 with current battery technology. It was impossible to achieve the original's performance, where Luca could fire over a dozen shots consecutively before running out of power, and then recharge for continued use. Even this castrated version battery was the result of reverse engineering the lithium batteries inside the 2 intelligent robots, Baymax and Harrow. As they say, the blackest part of these black tech items is often the energy technology. Most of the data stored in Harrow's chip relied on the solar furnace to be realized, so achievements in batteries were pitifully few. But, in Luca's view, this accidental second defect actually suited his intentions even better. Perhaps corrupted by evil capitalism, Luca's first thought wasn't to improve and upgrade, but to have Harrow change the battery of Dominator Beta 1.1 to a detachable and replaceable mode. Moreover, he even intentionally compressed some of the battery's performance, making Dominator Beta 1.1 cause a certain degree of permanent damage to the energy battery even when using the ion beam in lethal mode. And Luca thoughtfully had Harrow add a line of code indicating battery damage level to the program of the accompanying eyewear. This was to ensure that future buyers wouldn't lose user experience due to severe battery damage. How much money can you make selling pistols? Once the pistol is sold, should the power company earn the money for ammunition? Furthermore, Luca planned to launch a long-term battery recycling rebate program later, recalling those permanently damaged batteries to the factory, refurbishing them, and selling them again. Yes, a rebate, not a discount for trade-ins. After all, if damaged batteries only offered a discount when buying new batteries, it only saved money for the purchasing party. But with a rebate, those procurement officers like Smith would find it more convenient to scrap old batteries for profit, and then purchase new batteries more actively. We have the flagship product now. Next, we need to handle sales. It's time to go back to the company and meet those people. It's time for those shareholders and the sales department to pull their weight. However, Luca already had a good buyer in mind. The military was difficult to deal with for now. Their procurement process for new weapons was often very tedious. Even conceptual technology demonstrations required approval from the Department of Defense and budget review by Congress. And Aurantius Industries, having focused too much on OEM manufacturing previously, had pitifully few connections in the military. So this time, Luca set his sights on another armed group. As a local agency, the NYPD's procurement plans and budget allocations are much faster. Ultimately, the reason Luca prioritized replicating the Dominator and even thoughtfully retained the non-lethal mode was to target the recently infamous NYPD. Gang thugs are wielding alien energy weapons. How can those officials bear to let these brave officers fight them with ordinary firearms? Moreover, once the NYPD procurement order was secured, could police in other states watch their colleagues in New York State use superior equipment several times more advanced than theirs? But before that, let's get a good sleep first. Saying this, Luca, finally relaxing mentally, fell asleep directly on the carpet of the underground laboratory without even moving his feet. Harrow, who was operating equipment on the support mecha nearby, seeing Luca fast asleep, immediately moved gently, slowly pulled itself out of the mecha, and leaned softly against Luca. On the other side, Baymax walked silently to Luca, gently picked him up, and carefully carried him to the large bed in the upstairs bedroom. 68 Chapter 68 The Current State of Aurantius Industries. Aurantius Industries, Suburban Weapons Proving Ground. In fact, this place looked less like a weapons testing site and more like a venue for a banquet gathering. Apart from the empty test area that occupied most of the proving ground and various devices that left outsiders completely confused, nearly a third of the venue was filled with gorgeously set long buffet tables. Waiters in tuxedos busied themselves weaving through the crowd, while guests dressed in various expensive attire stood in small groups around the long tables, holding wine glasses and chatting among themselves. The contrast between this scene and the somewhat empty weapons testing ground nearby created an indescribable sense of dissonance. These people included investor representatives, small individual shareholders, and senior executives within the company. Fundamentally speaking, they were all insiders of Aurantius Industries. However, these insiders were currently standing on Aurantius Industries' turf, discussing Luca, the company's successor, without any reservation. TSK, I thought the Aurantius boy would be more like Ms. Gina. Who knew he'd insist on copying Herman and messing with energy guns? With that effort, he'd be better off networking with Stark Industries. Maybe the company could start turning a profit tomorrow. The speaker was a minor shareholder of Aurantius Industries, with no deep background, but that didn't stop him from looking down on Luca. In fact, he wasn't the only shareholder like this. Although these small shareholders didn't hold many shares, perhaps less than 20% combined if they united to cause trouble, they had plenty of ways to ruin things. Of course, no one would turn down money. If the leader of Aurantius Industries could expand the company and increase the value of their shares, they would absolutely be the first to rally around him. However, even among small shareholders, views differed. A middle-aged gentleman with graying temples glanced at the speaker and said softly, "Don't underestimate this young master of the Aurantius family. From what I know, the shares he holds now aren't all inherited. He killed his own uncle just like that, TSK. As soon as these words were spoken, several people around them looked over. Clearly, many hadn't heard this news. Councilman Connor came specially this time. Could it be that you received some news? The middle-aged gentleman, Councilman Connor, put on a mysterious expression and adjusted his tone before sharing the news he heard from a friend with everyone. Councilman Connor hailed from Tennessee and was currently a state senator there. Although Aurantius Industries was headquartered in New York, due to cost considerations, its large factories were located in central states like Tennessee, which offered convenient transportation and low labor costs. Councilman Connor received some company shares as a consultant for Aurantius Industries. Similarly, there was a retired Army procurement director and a retired Special Forces consultant. These retired veteran cadres receiving share dividends or consultant salaries were actually quite common in various American arms companies. They usually only appeared occasionally to provide policy guidance or introduce connections. However, those two didn't belong to the small circle currently gathered. After hearing the news shared by Councilman Connor, the people around him either looked thoughtful or lowered their heads in contemplation. Someone sighed first. Sigh, if Ms. Gina hadn't fallen into a coma, the situation wouldn't be like this. The man paused slightly, then shook his head helplessly. For some reason, others also sighed softly in tacit agreement. Their sighs were naturally not out of concern for Luca's current situation. Compared to pitying a young man who inherited a huge fortune, they cared more about the company's future. And in this regard, Luca's mother, Gina, enjoyed a very high level of trust among these shareholders and even the entire staff of Aurantius Industries. This was why the first shareholder hoped Luca would be more like Gina, not Herman. The reason most of these people hadn't sold their shares yet, and why Aurantius Industries hadn't fallen apart. Besides Luca's suspected unclear relationship with Stark Industries, the hope that Gina might wake up and regain control of Aurantius Industries was probably the more important reason. In fact, Aurantius Industries didn't have many products that could truly stand out right now. Apart from some civilian home defense weapons made to enrich the product line, which survived on scraps from major established military industries. Aurantius Industries' core business could be roughly divided into three parts. First, and formerly the main business of Aurantius Industries, was the Smart Chip Combination Suite, previously outsourced and manufactured for Stark Industries and Hammer Industries. The Smart here naturally didn't refer to an artificial intelligence butler like Tony Stark's Jarvis. Instead, it was a modular chip integrating various intelligent components such as Smart Ballistic Aiming Module, Smart Voice Recognition Module, and Lightweight Smart Weapon Control Module. Compared to similar smart systems from other large companies, the advantage of Aurantius Industries' smart system combination lay in modularity and low cost. The former was once a core requirement of Stark Industries for secondary weapon accessory suppliers, while the latter was a corporate philosophy Hammer Industries had always pursued. However, now that orders from both companies had fallen through one after another, Aurantius Industries had a severe overcapacity in this area, leaving a large number of customized production lines in factories idle. This was one of the main reasons why Aurantius Industries was on the verge of bankruptcy. The second featured product of Aurantius Industries was the combat drone, which the company began independently developing several years ago. In fact, the combat drone project had always been championed by Luca's mother, Gina. Initially, due to Gina's own battlefield experience and her judgment of the development of the military industry. She wanted to make combat drones the future flagship product of Aurantius Industries, thereby breaking away from the situation of relying on large military enterprises for parts manufacturing. It was also to avoid a crisis for Aurantius Industries if Hammer Industries decided to abandon its weapons division one day. Moreover, Aurantius Industries' existing Smart Combat System module had excellent compatibility with drone combat itself. Coupled with the company's ample funds at the time, the prospects for all this should have been very bright. 69, Chapter 69, Hammer Industries, Regeneration Capital. Unfortunately, the development of the combat drone was only halfway done when Tony Stark struck again. As the largest source of funding for Aurantius Industries, Hammer Industries founder Justin Hammer was imprisoned on the spot. Even Hammer Industries itself was liquidated and divided, nearly causing Aurantius Industries to go bankrupt before it even had a chance. This directly led to the drone project almost dying in the womb. Although the development stumbled along for a year and the combat drone eventually went online, this flagship product, which Gina had pinned high hopes on, could barely serve as the last lifeline for Aurantius Industries, keeping the company from bankruptcy but leaving it powerless to expand further. As for the last one, naturally, it was the ion containment pistol, the core component of Luca's Dominator pistol, perhaps out of the romance of a scientific researcher. Unlike Gina, who chose the combat drone based on her judgment of the company's existing resources and the market. As the core person in charge of Aurantius Industries' R&D department, Luca's father, Hermann, hoped to create a truly epic-making, sci-fi weapon. It had to possess both the exquisite aesthetics of traditional weapons and the futuristic core essence found in sci-fi works. A powerful energy weapon like the ion containment pistol obviously fit Hermann's vision perfectly. Of course, Hermann wasn't blindly pursuing romance otherwise, Gina wouldn't have agreed to allocate R&D funds. Compared to combat drones, if an ion containment pistol with practical combat capabilities could be successfully developed, then a series of products like rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles could also bring a larger industrial market to Aurantius Industries. Moreover, this kind of high-end-looking weapon, whether in negotiating orders or discussing investments, was an extremely eye-catching selling point, making it easier to save Aurantius Industries from the awkward situation of potential bankruptcy at any time. It could even be retrofitted onto drones, potentially boosting drone sales significantly. Unfortunately, facts prove that Hermann's achievements in high-energy physics were clearly inferior to his expertise in electrical engineering and algorithmic programming. Since Aurantius Industries couldn't recruit researchers of his caliber to cooperate with him in R&D, the ion containment pistol always remained an excellent toy stuck in the laboratory. Extremely high manufacturing costs, short ion containment distance, pathetic energy conversion rate, various problems remained unsolved until Hermann's death. This was why, although these people came to visit this weapon test, most of them weren't optimistic about the brand new firearm Luca mentioned. While these people were chatting about gossip and anecdotes, several people walked over from the corridor connecting to this weapons testing ground. Among them, the two walking in front were clearly the leaders. However, one of them was a young woman who looked no more than 20 years old. She wore a bright red gown, had dark brown curly hair, exquisite and beautiful features, and a temperament as sharp as a knife. She walked with her chin slightly raised, giving people an impression of unapproachable arrogance from afar. Her every move suggested she was the owner of this place, and coming here was merely attending a banquet for guests. Such a temperament naturally attracted most people's attention. However, many weren't admiring her beauty but frowned slightly. Why is she here too? Who is this? A few who didn't recognize the woman in red immediately asked those around them in low voices. Who else could it be? The current head of Hammer Industries. She hasn't even cleaned up her own company's mess, yet she's in the mood to attend Aurantius Industries' internal testing meeting. Oh, she's that Hammer Industries heir, Justine Hammer. Yes, the newcomer was Justine Hammer, daughter of the former Hammer Industries founder Justin Hammer. In the past, during Hammer Industries' heyday, although far behind Stark Industries, ordinary people wouldn't dare discuss Justin Hammer's daughter so casually, let alone the helm of Hammer Industries. However, since old Justin was arrested and imprisoned 2 years ago, Hammer Industries was immediately carved up by major competitors, the government, and the military, losing its former prestige. Although this young Justine, whose name differed from her father's by only one letter, returned from overseas to take over the company. Because of her considerable ability and tactics, coupled with her beautiful appearance, she made a name for herself for a while. But ultimately, when surrounded by wolves, ability alone couldn't play a decisive role in the situation Hammer Industries faced. Over the next 2 years, Hammer Industries remained in a stage of rapid decline. Avoiding direct bankruptcy was already due to young Justine's desperate efforts to maintain it. Subsequently, few people paid attention to Hammer Industries' movements. Of course, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. After all, it used to be a large military-industrial group worth tens of billions. Even in its decline, it was still not something Aurantius Industries could mess with. The reason people from Hammer Industries appeared here was because when Aurantius Industries became a secondary OEM for Hammer Industries, it ceded some company shares to be acquired by Hammer Industries, facilitating Hammer Industries' management of downstream industries. Stark Industries looked down on this, but in fact, this was a very common operation among other large companies. However, later both companies fell on hard times together, each unable to fend for themselves. Although Hammer Industries remained the third largest shareholder of Aurantius Industries, after Gina and Hermann, it hadn't participated in any of Aurantius Industries' decisions for more than 2 years. As for today, why Justine Hammer, who once stirred up trouble in the industry and fought for the last breath of life for Hammer Industries, would personally come here, the others present truly had no idea. As for the middle-aged man following half a step behind Justine, although he looked very ordinary, with a gentle smile and humble demeanor, like a butler or waiter, the others present were actually more familiar with him. Heinrich von Stein, the fourth shareholder of Aurantius Industries, representing Regeneration Capital, a venture capital firm that invested not long after Aurantius Industries landed in the United States. During this period, despite Aurantius Industries' ups and downs, this VC firm's shareholding fluctuated but always maintained a significant shareholder seat. Although Regeneration Capital wasn't famous in the United States, it was actually very influential in Europe, more precisely in Eastern Europe. The bulk of Aurantius Industries' current military drone sales were basically orders secured with the help of this investor representative's connections. It could be said that he was one of the important pillars allowing Aurantius Industries to survive until now. 70, Chapter 70, a peculiar core component. As everyone's attention focused on the newly arrived Justine Hammer and Heinrich, a clear, refreshing voice characteristic of a young man came from the other side. Apologies, I should have come out to welcome you two personally upon your arrival. I was adjusting the equipment and was just about to head out when you two arrived. Luca, dressed in a sharp suit, strode towards them, his face brimming with a bright and friendly smile. However, seeing Luca approach, Justine's expression remained unchanged. She merely scrutinized Luca with an unreadable gaze, then nodded coolly. Without a word, she assumed an air of aloofness. This attitude puzzled Luca. He didn't know what she was thinking, coming all this way personally to attend this internal test only to act like this. On the other hand, Heinrich beside Justine was quite enthusiastic towards Luca. He stepped forward with a warm smile, patted Luca's shoulder gently, and said with some emotion, "No need to be so polite. I've always had a good personal relationship with your parents. I couldn't make it to Hermann's funeral earlier. I really should be the one apologizing to you." Heinrich spoke very gently, adopting the posture of an elder who felt guilty and cared about Luca. It matched Luca's enthusiastic demeanor perfectly. However, at this moment, Luca looked at Heinrich's eyes with a peculiar expression, causing him to stumble slightly over his next words. Although he quickly covered it up smoothly, Heinrich, standing close to him, naturally noticed. He touched his slightly wrinkled cheek with a strange expression and asked Luca somewhat awkwardly, "Is there something on my face?" Saying this, he deliberately glanced at Justine Hammer beside him and joked, "Ms. Hammer, you didn't remind me all the way here." Justine's attitude towards Heinrich was noticeably better. Knowing he was just teasing, she responded cooperatively, "Nothing on your face. I think Mr. Aurantius was just a bit distracted seeing an elder he hasn't seen in a long time." Luca, having recovered quickly, decisively took the out offered by Justine Hammer. "Haha, indeed, it's been a while since I saw Uncle Heinrich. I remember the last time was at the Aurantius family dinner a year ago." Hearing Luca call him uncle, the smile on Heinrich's face deepened, and he even joked about himself. "Ha, I didn't expect an old man like me to be more eye-catching than a beauty like Ms. Hammer. The last time this happened was probably at my college graduation prom. Getting old. Back in the day, I was quite the figure in my fraternity." Hearing this, the people nearby smiled and offered compliments cooperatively. Justine Hammer just covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Luca then timely ushered these people to their seats. "Uncle Heinrich and Ms. Hammer, you can take a rest here first. Let me go make some preparations. The setup over there is almost done. The demonstration session should start very soon." Saying this, Luca left first with an apologetic look. Naturally, the others didn't say anything about it. However, after Luca left, Justine Hammer took 2 steps back, creating a little distance from the others, and whispered to Heinrich beside her, "What do you think? Didn't you guys have high hopes for him? Why not communicate more?" At this moment, Heinrich still wore his gentle smile, even taking a wine glass and waving to other acquaintances in the distance. Yet the tone of his voice was far from enthusiastic, surprisingly calm to the point of being eerie. "Can't tell much from a few words. Ultimately, it depends on the product test later. Besides, it's not that I have high hopes for him. It's just that the people who do need me to observe and judge his qualifications." As they spoke, several acquaintances approached from afar with wine glasses to greet them. The two decisively shut up, as if the previous conversation never happened. In fact, Luca, who had walked away, also dropped the polite facade from his face. Not that Luca noticed their pretense. Well, okay, he did notice. But in business, wearing a mask during interactions was all too normal. So Luca wasn't concerned about that. Instead, it was what happened just now. Only after getting close to the two did Luca notice that Heinrich, the investor representative and old acquaintance of his parents, his left eye was emitting a faint white fluorescent glow. Yes, Luca wasn't looking at his face just now, his gaze was completely drawn to that glowing left eye. And judging by others' reactions, this white light clearly didn't exist in their eyes. Luca was all too familiar with this situation. What's going on? Can a human eyeball be judged as a core component? What can be synthesized from this? Surely not some flesh and blood item like the Eye of Vecna. Walking towards the equipment room at the edge of the venue, various wild thoughts flashed through Luca's mind, but he quickly realized. Could that guy's left eye be a prosthetic? Luca recalled the scene carefully. It seemed indeed that only the eyeball of the left eye emitted white light, and even the parts covered by the eyelids appeared normal. This was why Luca only noticed the white light in his eye after getting close. Just like when he discovered the core component of the tracking glasses, as long as the glasses were in the case, Luca couldn't detect them at all. When the man smiled and squinted, the white light from the eyeball naturally became even less noticeable. But I haven't heard of Heinrich injuring his left eye. Heinrich wasn't lying about knowing Luca's parents well. As old friends for over a decade, if such a thing had happened, Gina and Hermann would have known something about it. And that level of realism? Is it really a fake eye? Unfortunately, Baymax was still at the villa accompanying Gina and wasn't brought along by Luca today. He couldn't exactly go up and ask, "Can I touch your eye?" to trigger the gold finger panel. Figuring out why the gold finger judged his left eye as a core component would be impossible for now. Luca could only make a mental note of it. After all, the most important thing today was demonstrating the weapon. 71, Chapter 71, The Arbiter. Cough, cough, cough. Through the very ordinary microphone, Luca's clear voice resonated. "I think everyone here is clear about the purpose of inviting you all today." Luca stood in front of a pile of strange data collection equipment in the middle of the weapons testing ground, looking at everyone with ease. Thanks to the waiter's reminders, everyone who had been chatting at the open-air cocktail party had quieted down, waiting for Luca's performance. Although many of them not just shareholders but even the company's backbone veterans aren't very optimistic about the project Luca mentioned. But after all, they were all insiders. At such a moment, no one would jump out to cause trouble just to assert their presence. Everyone indeed wanted to see what tricks this heir of the Orantius family could pull off. I presume everyone here might understand Orantius Industries' current situation better than I, the newcomer. Since this is an internal demonstration, I won't bother with cliché opening remarks. We will proceed directly to the formal testing and introduction session. Hearing this, everyone nodded in satisfaction. Many even showed encouraging smiles and applauded politely. Ultimately, the current Luca was just a successor, excessively young, and hadn't truly established his prestige yet. If Luca tried to feed these old folks some grand vision or philosophy in this situation, he would only make himself a laughingstock. Instead, this pragmatic style inherited from Gina won some people's favor. Justine Hammer, dressed in red, also applauded with a smile, but said with a hint of pride to Heinrich beside her, "Now is the real test. Let's see if this guy is as outstanding as the person behind you claims." Hearing this, Heinrich's expression remained unchanged, but a faint, imperceptible red light flashed in his left eye. Many people present were whispering like Justine, but this didn't affect Luca on stage at all. Putting down the microphone, Luca beckoned to Wrench beside him. The impatient Wrench ran over excitedly carrying a square black briefcase, opened it, and placed it on the table. Inside lay the Dominator Beta 1.2 pistol developed by Luca himself. Yes, Dominator Beta 1.2. In fact, over the past few days, Luca hadn't just been waiting for his subordinates to prepare for this internal exhibition. During this period, he spent a lot of time researching with Harrow which parts of the technology on this knockoff Dominator could be black box encrypted to prevent cracking, and which parts were suitable for patent registration and selective disclosure. Actually, Luca only learned a few days ago that patent registration itself required detailed disclosure of technical solutions, including core principles and implementation steps, to be truly protected. However, this act was often the root of core technology exposure. So, some large enterprises, especially in the military technology field, would rather risk having their technology cracked and reverse patented than register patents, choosing instead to rely on physical means to keep their product's core technology confidential. Well, of course. In this Marvel universe, if certain geniuses really wanted to crack your technology, reason didn't apply. But these true geniuses usually wouldn't apply such epic-making technologies to the commercial field, so there was no need to worry too much. And even if everything went smoothly next, it would still take a lot of time from getting orders to improving factory assembly lines, and finally to actual production and sales. So Luca could continue to balance and improve encryption and manufacturing costs. Aside over. At this moment, Luca calmly took the Dominator Beta 1.2 out of the black briefcase and displayed it flat on his palm. Of course, such an action clearly couldn't let everyone present see the weapon clearly. Luca made a grabbing motion in the air above the Dominator Beta 1.2 pistol, then tossed it forward. The next moment, blue lights flashed on several machines beside him. Then, a holographic projection, identical to the firearm in Luca's hand but magnified several times, quickly formed out of thin air in front of everyone. Holographic projection technology, even with latency-free tactile operation. In the real world, such things haven't been truly realized even after more than a decade. However, in the Marvel Universe, this was already standard equipment for top scientists. Even in the SHIELD Academy, established by SHIELD to train talents for Hydra, unintentionally, there were exclusive courses named Holographic Engineering to help research-oriented agent trainees master the use of such equipment. Fortunately, thanks to the technical support from Daddy Harrow, Luca finally experienced this set of equipment ahead of time. And sure enough, many who hadn't seen much of the world were slightly shocked by Luca's sudden move. But Luca didn't stop because of their astonishment. He just held his Dominator Beta 1.2 and began his introduction. I presume many of you know that my late father was dedicated to creating an epic-making energy weapon. And this is the ion energy pistol forged based on his philosophy. I name it the Arbiter. Yes, considering that the main target audience for this weapon was state police forces, Luca chose to abandon the original name Dominator after some deliberation. Perhaps in the original work, such a name carried various metaphors for a dystopian world, but as a product, Luca obviously had to consider maintaining his client's reputation and avoiding unnecessary negative impact. As Luca gave a simple explanation, the huge blue projection changed continuously. By this time, many people had realized something. Isn't this the weapon that was circulating on the internet a while ago? No wonder he looked familiar back then. So the person in the video was the Orantius boy. What video? The online video these people referred to was naturally the time Luca blew up a dump truck with the Dominator in one shot. However, the Battle of New York had just ended not long ago, and public attention was more focused on the Avengers and aliens. Plus, Luca had asked public relations to suppress the news, so the actual spread wasn't wide, and most videos appearing online were blurred. But now, with the real object for comparison, some people who paid attention to such news recalled it. However, Justine Hammer in the corner wasn't focused on Luca's subsequent introduction. Instead, she looked at Heinrich beside her with a hint of mockery in her eyes. He the Arbiter. Coincides with your philosophy, doesn't it? 72 Chapter 72, I guess you don't have bullets. Of course, weapon demonstrations and explanations were just supplementary. Ultimately, it all came down to the live-fire test. Just as Luca was introducing the Arbiter pistol, staff at the edge of the testing ground brought out 2 pigs and a sheep. Seeing this, Luca smiled, sped up his explanation, and concluded, "Come, let's see the actual firing effect of this weapon." Saying this, Luca was about to signal Wrench, who had been waiting for a long time, to demonstrate the live fire. However, at this moment, a cool female voice came from the crowd. I remember Mr. Orantius mentioning just now that this Arbiter pistol is equipped with the company's most advanced assisted aiming system and achieves near-zero recoil. Then, how about letting a weak woman like me, who hasn't used firearms much, test it for you? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze focused on Justine Hammer, who had spoken up. However, oblivious to the attention, she simply looked at Luca with a sweet smile. This might better demonstrate the weapon's outstanding performance, don't you think? This sudden interlude stunned everyone present, including Luca. Of course, he quickly recovered and flashed an inexplicable smile at Justine. If Ms. Hammer wants to test it personally, of course, there's no problem. I think this is also an honor for the Arbiter. Saying this, Luca waved Wrench away and stood there smiling, watching Justine slowly walk towards him. Luca certainly didn't believe for a second that Justine Hammer, the current helm of Hammer Industries who grew up in a military-industrial group, was a weak woman who hadn't used firearms much. However, since she was interested in playing, whatever her intentions, Luca was happy to oblige. Coincidentally, he also wanted to probe what this young lady of a fallen giant intended by coming here this time, handing the test Arbiter to Justine. Before Luca could speak first, she directly picked up the tactical support glasses nearby and flashed a charming smile at Luca, completely changing her previous style. I listened carefully just now. Saying this, she put the tactical glasses on her right eye and gently tapped the activation button on the top. The screen of the monocle tactical glasses lit up immediately. However, the text displayed on the screen was "Usage authorization not obtained." Seeing this, the corners of Justine Hammer's mouth curled up slightly. Nice design, usage authority, handsome. At this moment, Justine's voice was charming with a hint of playfulness, as if she were a different person from the arrogant and cool woman before. Seeing her drastic change in demeanor, Luca just shrugged slightly and turned nonchalantly to pat the orange Harrow connected to the equipment beside him. "Harrow, grant Ms. Hammer test authorization." "Grant authorization, grant authorization." The next moment, the unauthorized text in front of Justine's eyes quickly disappeared, and various startup data flowed past consecutively. However, her attention wasn't on the flowing characters but rather on the eye-catching orange Harrow on the table with interest. But although she was slightly curious about this toy-like Harrow, being willful by nature, she didn't change her mind because of it. Instead, she followed her original plan. She directly raised the Arbiter pistol in her hand. "Master, look out." Beside them, Wrench, who had been intrigued by the beautiful Justine actively approaching Luca. Now seeing her aim the gun directly at Luca, his face changed drastically, and he was about to rush forward to subdue her. Similarly, the guests, whether watching for fun or curious about the upcoming test, all changed their expressions suddenly. Only Luca, the person involved, turned back to find the gun pointed at him, yet his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he calmly stopped Wrench, who was about to rush up, and looked calmly into Justine Hammer's eyes. "It seems Ms. Hammer didn't listen as carefully as you claimed. I remember explaining just now that the biggest feature of the Arbiter pistol is that they all connect to the terminal server to ensure this weapon won't be used in dangerous incidents threatening public safety. So, does Ms. Hammer think that at this weapon demonstration, I would enable the authority to attack others on a test firearm?" Sure enough, although the usage authority for the Arbiter pistol in Justine's hand hadn't been revoked. When the muzzle was aimed at Luca, the monocle tactical glasses displayed "Non-target, trigger locked." However, Justine Hammer didn't seem surprised at all. She hadn't even attempted to pull the trigger from start to finish. With the smile still on her face, she said frivolously, "Of course, I trust your thoroughness, Luca. But since it's a test, naturally, we should demonstrate all aspects of this artwork." Saying this, she cleanly retracted the Arbiter and even twirled it beautifully in her hand, as if she had completely forgotten who said just now that she was a weak woman with little exposure to firearms. However, just as she retracted the Arbiter, a dark green pistol very similar in shape to the Arbiter suddenly appeared in Luca's hand. And before anyone else could react, this dark green pistol unfolded rapidly, its flashy body emitting an eerie cyan green light. Holding up the Dominator, which had entered lethal mode, Luca tilted his head, looked past the ion glow of the muzzle at Justine Hammer, who was putting away her gun, and revealed a playful smile identical to hers earlier, asking frivolously, "So, would Ms. Hammer like to guess, does this gun in my hand have restricted attack authority?" Beside them, Wrench, who had wanted to subdue Justine Hammer earlier, now watching the pulsing green light on the Dominator, a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. "Master, it's glowing. What the hell is there to guess?" On the other hand, Justine, being pointed at by the gun, had a surprisingly calm expression. As if she didn't see the unfolded form and green light, she answered with a smile, "I guess, no." Luca smiled and shrugged upon seeing this, and the Dominator, in his hand, returned to standby mode. Twirling it beautifully just like her, he holstered it at his waist. "Justine, you really are good at guessing riddles." For some reason, the two smiled at each other, and then Luca continued, "Next, let's continue with the weapon demonstration, shall we?" 73, Chapter 73, Want to merge? ZZT. After an extremely faint gunshot, the sheep in the distance fell instantly. However, the spectators didn't feel much surprise. After all, taser stun guns were gradually becoming popular among American police. Although the taser's effective range was only 5 meters, while the Arbiter's electromagnetic stun range was 50 meters. Although the taser's power was extremely unstable, only working effectively 7 or 8 times out of 10 shots, with one shot potentially electrocuting the target to death, leading to collective complaints from police across America. Whereas the Arbiter was stable, could even penetrate sheep's wool to take effect, had excellent anesthetic effects, and left no sequelae. Although the taser became useless after firing its single cartridge, the Arbiter's non-lethal mode could fire hundreds of bullets consecutively. However, ultimately, whether it was a stun gun or a tranquilizer gun, the audience was limited, and the special effects weren't flashy enough. Those more professional company veterans might see the amazing commercial potential of this excellent tranquilizer gun, but in the eyes of ordinary shareholders that it. Fortunately, the non-lethal mode was just for show to those in the know. Immediately after, 3 pure metal targets were pushed to the center of the testing ground. Accompanying them was a brand new black sedan. Seeing this, Justine Hammer, who was casually fiddling with the Arbiter pistol, narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to look at the composed Luca beside her. Audi Q5 Security, VR4 level bulletproof vehicle. Luca raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Ms. Justin has a good eye. Due to limited funds, we could only use this cheap stuff for testing. Seeing this, Justine smiled and whispered lightly, "Activate lethal mode." The next moment, the light gun in her hand unfolded. To everyone else's astonishment, she didn't even look at the 3 metal targets. She fired 3 shots in succession. 3 rapidly fired cyan green ion beams all hit the bulletproof vehicle in the distance. Energy beams collided with the vehicle body. With ZZZT crackle sounds, the high-energy beams completely penetrated the vehicle. The hood, door, and window all had glowing red holes punched straight through both sides. Is this really the bulletproof model? Listening to the slightly astonished discussions around him, Luca smiled and introduced, "Exactly. In front of the Arbiter, traditional bulletproof equipment will no longer have any effect. In fact, the 3 targets next to it are 5mm, 10mm, and 15mm pure steel metal plates respectively. But it seems there's no need to test them anymore." Just as Luca spoke, a huge cyan green light sphere shot out rapidly. Justine had unknowingly activated melting mode. As the giant light sphere bombarded the bulletproof vehicle, the entire car instantly began to melt. Unlike the decomposition mode of the original Dominator, the castrated Arbiter could only rely on the compressed and condensed high-temperature energy ion sphere to destroy the target. Even so, watching the huge energy sphere slowly melt the entire bulletproof sedan into a puddle of molten iron, leaving a glowing red lava pit on the ground, the shock to the bystanders seemed even greater than the instant decomposition of the Dominator. At this moment, everyone watching had only one thought in their minds. Is this weapon really for the police? Luca, ignoring Justine Hammer who was ejecting the smoking battery from the chamber, turned to these insiders who were dumbstruck. This is the power of the Arbiter. Moreover, it is currently a very mature product, ready to improve the production line for mass manufacturing at any time. Furthermore, the future of Aurantius Industries is far more than this. Then, without waiting for others to react, Luca clapped his hands again. The Apex turret, disguised as an energy weapon. The pencil missile, handheld missile launcher, which Luca replaced with explosive missiles because he hadn't figured out the formula for the high polymer adhesive. The tuxedo combat suit, just synthesized 2 days ago, demonstrated by the physically weak head of the company's research team. Product after product, looking somewhat sci-fi in the eyes of others, were all displayed by Luca one by one, facing the shareholders and department veterans who were completely stunned and speechless. Luca's expression remained calm, and he even offered some comfort to these people. Everyone, don't be surprised. These are just laboratory products for now. Until the technology matures and costs are controllable, we won't mass-produce them for the time being. Moreover, the company's current funds are insufficient to support me pushing them all onto the stage. So, the company's sales focus will still be on the Arbiter pistol. So, the issue of sales channels will depend on you all. Of course, in fact, the things Luca displayed were basically the synthesized original items, let alone mass production. Baymax hadn't even fully analyzed some of them yet. However, bringing these things out to bluff these shareholders and establish prestige within the company was more than enough. Actually, things having developed to this point, those shareholders no longer cared what Luca was saying. At this moment, they looked at Luca as if looking at an inexhaustible gold mine. Some close shareholders even whispered to their friends nearby, "Didn't you say you wanted to sell your shares earlier? I'll offer double, triple." However, all they got in return was a look reserved for idiots from their decades-old friends. Seeing this scene, the smile on Luca's face became increasingly sincere. But just then, Justine Hammer, who had returned the Arbiter pistol to Wrench, walked slowly up to Luca and said in a tone full of charm, "Have you considered merging Aurantius Industries with Hammer Industries?" Luca, who had been enjoying the expressions of the others with interest, paused slightly upon hearing this. He looked strangely at Justine Hammer, who was intentionally or unintentionally pressing close to him. Seeing Luca didn't speak, Justine continued. Aurantius Industries' platform is too small. Although Hammer Industries isn't what it used to be, it still retains many of its former connections. Merge Aurantius Industries into the Hammer Group. I can keep the Aurantius Industries name, and you will still control it personally. In the future Hammer Group, I can also split half of my shares with you. 74, Chapter 74, Faking Being a Genius. After watching the others leave, Luca leaned against a pile of equipment alone, reflecting on his conversation with Justine Hammer. According to her, since Hammer Industries started going downhill, she had reclaimed most of the shares. Justine's willingness to use half of them to buy the former Aurantius Industries was indeed a sign of sincerity. Presumably, starting from old Justin, Hammer Industries had always hoped to have their own Tony Stark. But to put it bluntly, no matter how nice Justine Hammer sounded, an acquisition was an acquisition. Luca had absolute confidence in his future. Not to say he would truly become a bona fide scientific genius like Tony Stark, but he felt it shouldn't take long to at least superficially fake being a character of that level. Rather than getting involved in the muddy waters of Hammer Industries, it was better to honestly develop his own little business. As for Heinrich, the investor, Luca originally thought the man would chat with him for a bit before leaving, talking about additional funding or business expansion. He could have used that opportunity to investigate the man's peculiar left eye. Unfortunately, Heinrich seemed to have no such intention. He just left a meaningful look before departing briskly. Forget it, thinking too much is useless. Collecting items to improve my strength is the priority. Thinking of this, Luca stopped letting his mind wander. Ignoring his subordinates who were packing up, he walked over to the orange harrow. Patting its round body, he whispered, "You little guy, scroll the teleprompter slower next time. I almost misread lines just now." Indeed, the reason Luca could talk non-stop at today's exhibition without exposing himself as a fake was naturally because he had arranged it with Harrow beforehand, connecting it to the tracking glasses to act as a teleprompter, displaying dialogue in real time. After all, although Luca had prepared beforehand, his theoretical foundation was still lacking. If he stumbled when questioned, it would likely be a huge embarrassment. However, perhaps Harrow overestimated Luca. The prompter content on the glasses scrolled ridiculously fast. If Luca wasn't careful, he might have missed something. However, in response to Luca's complaining tone, Harrow made a pop sound, pulling itself out of the slot. Without even glancing at Luca, it bounced away into the distance. not forgetting to mock him continuously. Idiot Luca, idiot Luca. Embarrassed, Luca looked around. Finding that everyone, including Wrench, tactfully turned their heads away to work seriously, he trotted after Harrow. But before Luca could catch the nimble little guy, Shamila approached from the other side and whispered to him, "Master, Oscorp still hasn't given us a definite answer." Luca, who was in a good mood, frowned slightly upon hearing this. That shouldn't be. Since Norman Osborn was willing to conduct human experiments for his wife's illness, now that I've offered a potentially effective drug, he shouldn't refuse to even take a look. What did they say? Oscorp's reply was that Mr. Norman is currently in the middle of a very important experiment and cannot spare time to meet you for now, Shamila said. Important experiment? Can we find out? Never mind. Luca wanted to ask Shamila to send someone to investigate what Oscorp was up to, but thinking about it, either it was just an excuse and there was no important experiment, or it was true, in which case Shamila's channels might not be able to find out anything, and he risked offending them for nothing. So Luca changed his tune. Contact other biopharmaceutical labs first. Just keep a slight eye on Oscorp. Shamila, yes, Master. After speaking, Shamila hesitated slightly, then continued. Master, the CFO approached me just now, wanting to remind you that with the company's current funds, even maintaining the status quo might last less than half a year. If we want to develop new production lines, the funding gap might be significant. Luca, who was pondering which other famous biological scientists existed in the Marvel Universe, looked up at Shamila with a strange expression. Why did she think to ask you to relay this? Shamila looked slightly embarrassed hearing this. Master, there were too many people around you just now. She just asked me to remind you. She'll probably report to you separately later. Seeing Shamila's awkwardness, Luca found it amusing. It seemed that at some point, Shamila, the bodyguard/driver, was becoming more like a secretary/butler. Of course, not in appearance. While Shamila wasn't ugly, among women, she could be considered burly. But precisely because of this contrast, even Shamila felt a bit awkward now, as she truly hadn't handled much of this work before. Naturally, Luca wouldn't watch this elder who was devoted to him remain embarrassed. He spoke up immediately. Auntie Shamila, hire a secretary for me later. Internal promotion or external recruitment doesn't matter. You decide, just let me review the final candidate. Shamila breathed a huge sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. However, Luca added, as for finance, tell them to wait. Once the intent to order comes through, I'll apply for a special loan from the bank. Shamila quickly noted this down, then continued to ask. Then Master, are we going home, or returning to the company with these equipments? Since Luca had previously handed over the completed arbiter sample and some data to the company's R&D department, planning to let them develop some supporting equipment or derivative models based on it. Shamila thought Luca might need to visit the company headquarters first, but Luca shook his head slightly. Let the R&D guys handle those things themselves. Mass production isn't possible for now anyway, so development isn't urgent. As for us, let's go shopping at the mall. With that, Luca scooped up Harrow, who had come close again, and strode out of the testing ground. At the same time, he thought amusingly to himself, even if I'm faking being a genius like Iron Man, I have too few items right now. 100 flowers blooming is the hard truth. 75, Chapter 75, Busy Tony. Actually, what Luca didn't know was, while he was thinking about being a knockoff Tony Stark, Tony, who had been busy for days, also happened to remember this insignificant kid. Logically speaking, Tony, who had been busy organizing the post-disaster committee and establishing a charitable foundation to actively participate in the reconstruction of New York. Having finally found a moment of free time, he should have rested properly to recover. However, for Tony, who had been in a state of anxiety since the end of the Battle of New York, even though his body was extremely fatigued, his brain still refused to let him sleep peacefully. Helplessly, the restless and anxious Tony could only drape a coat over his shoulders and go to his laboratory alone, intending to relieve his anxiety about the future by developing a new Mark suit. However, just as he turned on the holographic operation equipment, intending to optimize the design blueprint, the mechanical voice of his intelligent butler, Jarvis, sounded in the laboratory. Sir, you asked me to remind you earlier that the new suit needs an external obstacle clearing function added to the self-cleaning system. External obstacle clearing function. Actually, Tony, who was in a very poor state at the moment, was slightly stunned upon hearing this. But immediately, the image of those Chitauri soldiers falling off the building covered in glue and the awkward scene of him lying on the ground being pointed at by that boy with a pencil case floated into his somewhat chaotic mind. Cough cough, right, exactly. I was planning to design this obstacle clearing system. I think adding micro-laser cutting emitters at the joints would be nice. What do you say, Jarvis? Although he phrased it as a question, Tony Stark clicked a few times on the virtual screen directly, preparing to structure it according to his envisioned plan. However, Jarvis didn't care whether his owner was asking sincerely or not. He gave an answer based on his logic directly. Sir, I think this might not be a perfect solution. Adding micro-laser cutters to multiple joints will cause your suit's energy consumption to increase drastically. Yet, hearing this, Tony didn't stop his hands. Instead, he smiled and teased Jarvis. Jarvis, do I need to remind you? The Mark suit is powered by the arc reactor. This little energy consumption is nothing. Who knew? As soon as he said this, Jarvis retorted immediately. Sir, I need to remind you that the Mark suit's energy reserve is driven by electricity converted from the arc reactor. The energy conversion and storage itself takes some time. In fact, according to the combat records in my database, in the past 10 battles, you fell into crisis 6 times due to insufficient energy. This time, Tony Stark finally stopped his movements. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, just awkwardly swiping randomly at the design plan in front of him. A moment later, perhaps because his brain, stiffened by anxiety, finally recovered a bit. He simply clenched both hands, crumpling the laser obstacle clearing system plan in front of him into a ball and throwing it into the recycle bin. Only then did he stand up again. Alright, but I think improving energy supply efficiency would be a better solution. Tony, totally unwilling to admit his mistake, prepared to increase the difficulty for himself slightly, using a more complex method to make his laser obstacle clearing look less stupid. However, before starting again, he paused briefly. Whether to change the subject or simply on a whim, he asked Jarvis again. By the way, Jarvis, that glue boy. I remember asking Pepper to send him a mechanical prosthetic. He should have received it by now, right? Actually, a full dozen days had passed since then. It was just that the constantly busy Tony Stark completely forgot when he had asked Pepper to do it. Yes, sir. Miss Pepper has delivered the prosthetic you made to Mr. Luca Arantius and left him your business card, Jarvis's mechanical voice continued. Sir, do you need me to pull up the report on Mr. Arantius's recent activities? Hearing this, Tony was slightly stunned. He knew that usually Jarvis wouldn't speak without purpose. Proposing to pull up Luca's recent status actively meant there must be a reason. However, before Tony could ask, a doorbell rang suddenly from outside. Jarvis also timely changed the topic to give a reminder. Sir, Dr. Banner and Mr. Thor are outside. Hearing this, Tony helplessly extinguished all the virtual screens in front of him and walked upstairs quickly to meet the two. However, as soon as they met, Thor in casual clothes said loudly with a serious face, Stark, we need your help. Dr. Banner beside him spread his hands helplessly at Tony Stark. Here's the thing. After Bruce Banner's explanation, Tony learned. During this time, Dr. Banner had actually been cooperating with SHIELD, trying to capture Loki, who had teleported away with the Tesseract on the day of the Battle of New York. As for Thor, without the Tesseract to repair the Bifrost of Asgard, traveling to and from Earth became very troublesome. So he simply didn't return to Asgard and stayed on Earth to cooperate with SHIELD to capture Loki, who fled with the Tesseract. As for Tony Stark, because he was recently busy cooperating with the official post-disaster reconstruction work, Nick Fury simply didn't notify him of this operation. However, SHIELD subsequently locked onto the gamma radiation signal generated when the Tesseract was active twice consecutively, but ultimately failed to find Loki's trace. Helplessly, now they could only ask Dr. Banner to come forward and seek Tony Stark's help again. However, the Tony in front of them first rubbed his brow with a headache, but then seemingly thought of something. He immediately leaned back, half sitting on the sofa armrest, looking at the two with mocking eyes, and complained mercilessly. So, why are you two coming to find me? Where are the others? Why didn't Nick Fury call me? Oh, I get it. Thinking you could handle everything without Daddy Tony, that must be the idea that One-Eyed Dragon came up with, right? Tony, actually. Dr. Banner wanted to say something, but was interrupted directly by Tony raising his hand. Facts prove that if you had told me about this earlier, maybe we could have caught Bambi in the first 2 deployments. Seeing Tony still being sharp-tongued here, Thor also spoke up. Stark, we need your help now. Loki has the Tesseract. If we don't find him in time, he might summon a brand new army somewhere else. However, Tony Stark didn't buy it at all. Instead, he rolled his eyes at Thor, leaned back slightly, and even made a cat's cradle gesture with his hands. I remember you Norse people know magic or something, and that what's his name, clairvoyant? Why not let him help you? Loki has been proficient in illusions since childhood. Heimdall didn't give me any hints this time either. Thor had a sour face, but after gritting his teeth, he chose to answer Tony's question. Dr. Banner beside them, seeing Thor didn't bicker with Tony Stark, decisively interjected again. Tony, we need your help. Having gained the upper hand verbally, Tony didn't plan to continue making things difficult for the two. He planned to use the remaining 90% of his power on that black marinated egg Nick Fury later. Fine, then let Daddy Tony help you find the runaway princess. Preparing to leave with the two, Tony Stark obviously put Luca, this outsider, completely out of his mind. 76, Chapter 76, Luck, Chance Encounter. Tony Stark and his busy team didn't know that due to SHIELD's relentless pressure, Loki's use of the Tesseract was becoming increasingly frequent, and he was even considering tentative cooperation with certain Earthlings he once despised. Luca, on the other side, naturally knew even less about this. At this moment, he was wandering around the mall with joy in his heart. The reason for his happiness was naturally that after searching for many days, he finally found a brand new item again today. And it happened to be the Conan World item he had been looking forward to. Bowtie voice-changing device. Conan World 3/5. Creator, Professor Agaza. Core component, red bowtie. Synthesis materials, 1 micro battery, 1 small microphone, 1 small sound player. Item description, an ordinary-looking voice-changing bowtie. By turning the dial hidden within the bowtie, one can mimic various voices. Whether male or female, old or young, as long as someone has spoken any words in front of you while you were wearing the voice-changing bowtie, their voice can be recorded and perfectly imitated. Friendly reminder, using this item can effectively reduce your presence and obscure the direction of the sound source, making it difficult for others to notice your existence even at close range. That's right, this was arguably the most frequently used item by the elementary school Reaper in the Conan world. Although to get this bowtie, Luca had to bundle purchase several completely ill-fitting children's dresses from that children's clothing store, attracting quite a few strange looks from bystanders. But he didn't care much about such trivial details anymore. Moreover, obtaining this item made Luca notice another characteristic of the gold finger. The core component of this bowtie voice-changing device, the red bowtie, according to the store clerk, seemed to have 2 knobs on the back for adjusting tightness. Does it mean the more similar it is to the original item, the higher the probability of becoming a core component? No, obviously, it should mean the more similar, the fewer synthesis materials required. Yes, perhaps because the bowtie itself came with knobs, although the item description mentioned needing to turn the dial, the synthesis materials didn't mention requiring similar materials. If that's the case, if I want a specific item, and I manufacture something 70 to 80% similar, could it directly become a core component and gain BlackTech conceptual properties through synthesis? The more Luca thought about it, the more possible it seemed. He immediately wanted to go back and test it. If one didn't work, he could find a simpler item and try mass-producing it. If he could truly rely on himself to manufacture core components in a targeted manner, Luca felt he was about to take off. However, fortunately, Luca was composed enough. Mass-producing and manufacturing items, or even screening suitable things to make, wasn't something that could be done in a short time. It was still early. After a brief hesitation, Luca decided to take advantage of his good luck today and continue browsing other shops. And sure enough, what happened next seemed to prove that Luca's choice was not wrong. Not long after, in a relatively simply decorated watch shop, Luca spotted that familiar white light again. However, the carrier of this white light seemed to have been picked by a father and daughter, who were currently holding and examining it, preparing to pay. Luca couldn't wait for Shamila and Longbow following behind. He took 2 quick steps to the counter. However, upon getting closer, Luca realized he actually knew this father and daughter pair buying the watch. "Chief George, didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence." That's right, the father and daughter standing in front of the watch shop counter, hesitating whether to pay, were New York Police Department Chief George Stacy and his daughter, the famous Gwen Stacy. Although Luca hadn't met Gwen of this world, he recognized her at a glance. Gwen looked about the same age as Luca, with bright short blonde hair, radiating a youthful aura. However, Chief George beside her seemed to be in a completely opposite state from his daughter. Although one could tell that Chief George had tidied up his appearance properly to accompany his daughter shopping, and tried his best to keep a smile on his face. From his somewhat sunken eyes and slightly messy stubble, one could still see the fatigue and haggardness that was hard to conceal. Seems like recent events in New York are really giving the chief a headache. While Luca was thinking this, Chief George, who heard his greeting, was still somewhat dazed and didn't react much. Instead, Gwen Stacy beside him turned around first to look over. But as soon as she saw Luca, she immediately showed a peculiar expression, her eyes indescribably strange. Seeing this, Luca was slightly puzzled and asked first, "This lady must be Chief George's daughter. Have we met before?" Hearing Luca's question, the already nervous Gwen immediately started shaking her head vigorously, while hurriedly taking a step back to hide half her body behind her father. And from her strange gaze, Luca actually discerned some fear and joy. Did I see it wrong? Maybe George Stacy told Gwen about my previous deeds? Just as Luca was thinking this, George Stacy, who had recovered, took over the conversation, forcing himself to muster some spirit and returning Luca's greeting politely. "Ah, it's Mr. Arantius. Indeed quite a coincidence. What brings you here?" While speaking, George Stacy subconsciously glanced at his daughter beside him out of the corner of his eye. He actually didn't want his daughter to have too much contact with someone like Luca. Leaving aside the incident where this young master of the Arantius family blew up a dump truck with one shot. In fact, George Stacy was also aware of the attack on the Arantius family villa a few days ago, and how Mr. Arantius, along with his bodyguard, killed his own kidnapping uncle. However, since the statements from the Arantius family, their lawyers, and even the Connecticut police were all consistent regarding that incident, and the entire process of the case was reasonable and legal, as the chief of New York Police, which was only one of the crime scenes, he naturally wouldn't look for trouble and offend everyone completely. At this moment, he just didn't want his daughter to get involved with such a troublesome character. But that previous incident. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told Gwen. Hi guys, it's Fanfic Novel here. If you want to listen to all parts of this audiobooks, join our paid service. For $5 per month you get access to all parts and to plus 100 novels with audiobooks. Also you can request weekly your favorite novels. What are you waiting for? Contact me now at Telegram or Discord. 77, Chapter 77, A Chance Encounter, The Watch. I shouldn't have told Gwen about that. Chief George thought to himself, his tone naturally becoming a bit distant. However, Luca didn't pay much attention to this. His gaze fell back on the watch in Gwen's hand. Mechanical watch, black strap, the dial cover can be flipped open. It must be the stun gun wristwatch. Luca was very confident in his hunch, so he put on an apologetic look and said, I am indeed out shopping. In fact, I happen to be short of a suitable watch recently. Would you mind letting me take a look at the one in Miss Stacy's hand? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Chief George looked at the obviously expensive handmade A. Lang & Schnee on Luca's wrist with astonishment. Following George Stacy's gaze, Luca felt a bit awkward himself, but remained composed on the surface. Collecting watches is a small hobby of mine. Would you be willing to part with it? Just then, the shop assistant, seeing the awkward atmosphere, spoke up very sensibly. Sir, we happen to have another one of this model in stock, if you need it. Saying this, the assistant with excellent emotional intelligence immediately took out an identical mechanical watch from under the counter. But obviously, this watch wasn't emitting any white light. Ahem, now the atmosphere was even more awkward. Just as Luca hesitated about what excuse to use to ask for the authentic one in Gwen Stacy's hand. She hesitated slightly, then proactively handed the watch to Luca. If you like this one, Luca. Yes, I like it. Before she could finish, Luca took the watch she offered directly. Well, although it was a bit embarrassing, compared to gaining an item, this little awkwardness was completely acceptable. But after thinking about it, Luca added, thank you. At this moment, Shamila and Longbow, who had followed Luca into the store, both had strange expressions on their faces. With my eyes, I witnessed the Seventh Covenant. The fireworks of the Age of Gods bloom for the first encounter. The Monarch Star Trail and the Summer Spirit cross 7 parallel universes to converge here. Okay, leaving aside Longbow's inner monologue filled with special effects. Seeing things developing in a direction he didn't want, George Stacy immediately interrupted his daughter who wanted to say something more. Since Mr. Arantius has acquired the collection he wanted, I won't disturb you any longer. After speaking, without waiting for Luca to speak, he immediately pulled Gwen, preparing to leave. However, before George Stacy could take the first step, Luca, having obtained his target, didn't check the popped-up gold finger panel immediately. Instead, he spoke again. Wait a moment. The father and daughter, ready to leave, turned back in confusion. Luca took 2 steps forward, leaned close to Chief George, and whispered, I wonder if I could trouble Chief George for a few minutes. Just a small matter, I think it might be better to communicate with you first. It's about work. George Stacy, who originally wanted to find an excuse to leave, finally gave up the idea. As a conscientious police officer, he couldn't convince himself to ignore a New York citizen wanting to discuss case-related issues with him. However, contrary to George Stacy's expectation, Luca didn't approach him about the previous 2 cases, but rather, so, the police weapon you mentioned is the kind of energy gun you used in that car crash attack. In a corner of the watch shop, after listening to Luca's brief explanation, Chief George's expression was indescribably complex. He didn't know how a simple shopping trip with his daughter had turned into a discussion about NYPD equipment procurement. However, Luca in front of him didn't feel embarrassed at all by Chief George's strange look. Instead, he continued to add, exactly. Although the company's sales department will proactively communicate with the NYPD about this later, since I met you today, I thought it wouldn't hurt to say hello in advance. As the current New York chief, although he couldn't decide on such a large order alone, having risen step by step from a frontline sergeant to this position as a pragmatist, George Stacy still had considerable say in the subsequent procurement process. Chief George must know better than me about the turmoil caused by the outflow of alien weapons in New York recently. Moreover, the Arbiter weapon itself isn't just about letting brave NYPD officers better confront danger. The weapon's excellent graded settings, completely side-effect-free non-lethal mode, and the new built-in intelligence system will also make frontline officers more acceptable to the public in future law enforcement processes. Hearing this, George Stacy finally became serious. In fact, solely from the perspective of increasing equipment power, the police might not be that desperate. After all, although existing police equipment might not look like cool high-tech, there was no shortage of high-power weapons. However, the incident where a white officer shot a black citizen while apprehending a criminal was what truly gave him a headache. The impact of that incident hadn't completely subsided even today. Just yesterday, black community groups from Hell's Kitchen marched on the streets, forcing the police to shrink their deployment. After pondering for a moment, Chief George spoke again, his tone more solemn than before. This matter is of great importance. I can't agree hastily just because of your few words. Although he said so, the smile on Luca's face deepened. He shrugged seemingly indifferently and said in a relaxed tone, "Naturally. Today was just a chance meeting. Later, staff from Aurantius Industries will submit detailed weapon reports and bidding proposals to your office. I also welcome Chief George to personally bring a police team to Aurantius Industries to observe weapon testing." For some reason, hearing this, George Stacy breathed a sigh of relief. Asking an old-school cop like him to proactively discuss business was indeed a bit too difficult. Looking at the right, mechanical arm Luca extended, Chief George shook it somewhat awkwardly, then bid farewell again with his daughter and left. Watching the two leave, Luca first called the shop assistant over and paid for both watches. Only then did he look helplessly at the core component in his hand and sigh with disappointment. What the hell is this? 78 Chapter 78 Go. Harrow. Transformation Watch. Megamind 1/5. Creator, Megamind. Core component, handmade mechanical watch. Synthesis materials, 1 micro battery, 1 micro scanner, 1 micro projector, 1 micro intelligent chip. Item description, a magical transformation watch. It can scan others' physical characteristics or proactively upload character appearance data to perform holographic projection disguise coverage. It can store multiple scanned projections internally. Although it relies on projection coverage for disguise, it possesses complete voice disguise functionality and has real physical collision, so it won't expose flaws due to body size differences. Friendly reminder, ahem, although the watch's function is already quite good, there will be surprises after synthesis. That's right. Regardless of how confident Luca was in his intuition earlier, the final result was that the core component harvested this time was not the stun gun wristwatch from the Conan world as he had anticipated. Although this transformation watch seems to have slightly more powerful functions than the stun gun wristwatch, I wanted to unlock the set effect. Luca flipped the mechanical watch in his hand back and forth helplessly, unsure whether to be happy for a moment. So, today isn't a detective special, but a spy special? This transformation watch's function seemed to completely cover the bowtie voice-changing device I just got. Judging solely from the item description, this watch was already a pinnacle work of spy disguise items. Before the voice-changing bowtie could even be synthesized, a superior replacement had already appeared. Fortunately, Luca didn't value the Conan world items solely for their utility, so he stopped dwelling on it. However, this friendly reminder seems a bit special. Surprises after synthesis? Could this item have hidden functions that only become visible after synthesis? Although puzzled, since the synthesis materials required for this item were relatively ordinary, Luca simply put it away, planning to synthesize it after returning home tonight. After another round of wandering, his good luck seemed to have run out for the day, and Luca didn't encounter any more core components. Seeing it was getting late, Luca found a sports store, ordered a large batch of blank skateboards of various models, and prepared to head home. By this time, night had slowly descended, and pedestrians on the streets had thinned out considerably. The homeless people who had been huddled in dark corners during the day began to emerge onto the streets one after another, seemingly looking for supplies to get through the night. Luca, waiting with Longbow for Shamila to drive over, glanced at the guy beside him still maintaining his aloof persona, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. But just then, a figure wearing a worn-out white hoodie with the hood up, was sprinting from the distance towards Luca at a speed faintly exceeding that of a normal human. Longbow, always on alert, immediately reached for the pistol at his waist. Even Luca clenched his fist secretly, raising his guard slightly. However, at this moment, a somewhat wretched cry came from behind that figure. "Robbery! That person robbed me! Catch him!" The person shouting was dressed in rags, likely just an ordinary homeless person. Naturally, he couldn't catch up with the hooded figure ahead, who was faster than Bolt. He could only slump to the ground panting, crying helplessly. The scene before them seemed to be just an ordinary script of a homeless person robbing another homeless person of their spoils. The few passers-by on the street just glanced over and ignored it. Luca himself was too lazy to meddle in such matters. He took 2 guarded steps back, letting the hooded figure zip past him. However, just as the hooded figure flashed past Luca, sharp-eyed Luca noticed a faint white light flashing on the wrist exposed during the other person's running. Well, it wasn't really that Luca was sharp-eyed. After all, as the person rushed past Luca at high speed, the white light almost dragged a light trail in the air. Another watch core component. How the FCK can I let you get away? No, I'm acting bravely for a just cause, punishing evil. Thinking of this, Luca decisively reached for his waist and drew his Dominator pistol. Fortunately, Luca had a sense of propriety and didn't activate lethal mode. Instead, in the normal non-lethal mode, he pulled the trigger directly at the rapidly running figure. ZZT 2 sounds. 2 electromagnetic stun rounds mixed with cyan green light shot rapidly at the person. However, Luca's 2 consecutive shots, with assisted aiming enabled, were both easily dodged by the other party. The fleeing robber seemed to have eyes in the back of their head. Although running away with their back to Luca, with just a slight change in direction, both stun rounds missed. Luca, unwilling to believe it, pulled the trigger several times again. However, the subsequent electromagnetic stun rounds seemed even easier for the other party to dodge. Even though Luca consciously scattered his shots to block the person's path, they still managed to avoid all trajectories with agile dodging and weaving. During this entire process, the person didn't even look back once, as if possessing some kind of precognition ability. A superpowered individual? At this moment, Longbow beside him didn't understand why Luca suddenly wanted to help a homeless person catch a robber. But he still pulled out his pistol. However, before he could raise the muzzle, Luca stopped him with a hand. Real guns are too much trouble. Although he said that, Luca didn't hand the Dominator to Longbow. Watching the figure running further and further away, Luca squatted down directly and twisted the knob on the side of his shoe. Distance is getting a bit far, second gear it is. Thinking this. Next, a colorful stream of light flowed on Luca's right foot, and faint blue electric arcs crackled snap pop. His gaze locked firmly on the person in the distance who had reached the end of the street and was about to turn into an alley. Luca decisively hooked his right foot lightly, directly hooking Harrow, who was rolling around board nearby, to a position 1 meter off the ground in front of him. Next moment, before Harrow could realize what was happening, Luca, having raised his right leg high, delivered a fierce volley kick. Go, Harrow. 79, Chapter 79, Visitor from a Parallel World? At this moment, Harrow, still a bit confused, was directly kicked by Luca on its round body. Possessing the peculiar characteristic of being both hard and soft, Harrow's body immediately underwent a huge deformation in midair. Then, bang! A white shockwave exploded outward with Luca's right foot as the center. The round orange Harrow shot towards the person in the distance like a cannonball fired from a chamber. An orange streak of light flashed across, seemingly tearing the air apart. The huge sonic boom couldn't even catch up with the speed of Harrow Cannonball. However, the fleeing person's suspected precognitive ability seemed to activate again. The moment Harrow flew out, the other person bent down and changed direction again, making an evasive maneuver. However, whether it was because Harrow's shape caused an unpredictable flight trajectory, or the conceptual power of the gold finger was at work again, the orange Harrow changed direction strangely in the air several times, finally locking firmly onto the fleeing person's head. The next moment, thud. The fleeing person's precognitive ability ultimately failed to help them dodge this Harrow strike. The Harrow Cannonball smashed directly onto the back of their head without holding back. The immense impact knocked the person to the ground instantly. After rolling several times, they lay face down on the ground without making a sound, motionless. And the orange Harrow itself, after rapid deformation upon impact, bounced back. Luca ran a few steps, intending to catch the falling Harrow. Who knew? Seeing Luca coming, the little guy immediately spread its pair of big ears in midair and flapped them desperately, forcibly changing its falling direction. It bypassed Luca's outstretched hands and head-butted Luca's forehead. Idiot Luca! Idiot Luca! Knocking Luca into a stumble, the orange Harrow didn't seem satisfied after landing. It continued hopping and attacking Luca's knee. Its pair of bean eyes flashed desperately, cursing continuously. Idiot Luca! Idiot Luca! Luca wasn't angry seeing this. He scooped up the little thing with a smile, applying slight pressure with his right mechanical arm so it couldn't escape. He laughed and excused himself. Alright, I didn't have any suitable ball nearby. You happen to be round and rolling. Besides, your shell is fine even if a mecha explodes. Are you afraid of a couple of kicks? It would have been better if he hadn't explained. After hearing this, the little thing got even angrier. However, although the orange Harrow had invincible defense, its attack power was truly worrying. Seeing that it couldn't break free from Luca's brute force grip, it could only continue cursing recklessly. Unfortunately, the little thing's cursing skills were as harmless as its attack power, so Luca simply chose to ignore it. At this time, Longbow also ran quickly to Luca's side. Looking at Luca's right foot with lingering fear, only one thought remained in his mind: shattering the darkness with thunder. Ahem. Although thinking so, out of a subordinate's responsibility, Longbow still asked cautiously in a low voice, "Master, is that person dead?" Logically speaking, such hesitant words shouldn't come from Longbow. But thinking about the power of that kick just now, and Luca stopping him from shooting earlier, Longbow felt, did my monarch stop me from shooting just to personally execute the opponent? However, hearing Longbow's question, Luca didn't care at all. Instead, he said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, they won't die. After all, it's a humanoid creature. Can't be less durable than a Chitauri, right?" Thinking this, Luca, holding the squirming Harrow in one hand, walked quickly to the robber who was sleeping soundly. Bending down, he flipped over the guy lying on the ground in a strange posture. As a result, this flip shocked them. When seeing the face of the fallen person, both Luca and Longbow changed their expressions. Why is it her? Gwen. That's right, although the robber had passed out with eyes closed, and her face was stained with some dirt. Both Luca and Longbow recognized her at a glance. It was Gwen Stacy, whom they had just met this afternoon, out shopping with her father, Chief George. Wait, no. After raising his hand to completely remove the hood, the sharp Luca immediately noticed the differences between the person in front of him and the Gwen he saw in the afternoon. Even if Gwen of this world really possessed superhuman abilities, and was reduced to changing clothes and robbing homeless people at night, but only a few hours had passed, she couldn't have changed her hairstyle just for a robbery. Yes. Although the unconscious Gwen in front of Luca looked identical to the one seen in the afternoon, she didn't have ordinary shoulder-length short hair. Instead, she had a somewhat punk style, with the right side of her long hair completely shaved, and the remaining wavy bangs on the left side were much longer than the Gwen from the afternoon. Longbow might still be thinking about twins or something similar. However, the first thought that flashed through Luca's mind was, this wouldn't be a Gwen from a parallel universe, would it? While Luca and Longbow were shocked, the homeless man who had shouted robbery earlier also ran over cautiously, looking at Luca and Longbow with a fawning face. Thank you so much, both of you. If you hadn't caught this bastard, how would I live? Saying this, the guy even tried to squeeze out a few tears. However, Luca frowned immediately, pulled the hood back onto the Gwen on the ground, and blocked the homeless man with his body. Frowning slightly, he questioned sternly, "You said she robbed you. Robbed you of what?" Hearing this, the homeless man's eyes darted around. Although somewhat fearful, he pointed at the somewhat tattered small bundle in the hand of Gwen on the ground. "That's it, that's what he robbed from me." Hearing this, Luca reached for the bundle directly, but then a sneer appeared on his face. With a shake of his hand, the few miscellaneous items inside the bundle scattered on the ground. "You're saying, these things are yours?" At this moment, the homeless man wanted to argue a few more sentences, but Luca's gaze towards him became increasingly dangerous. Luca might believe slightly in an evil Gwen from a parallel universe committing robbery and theft, but you can point at this white spider symbol and say this thing is yours. Without waiting for the other party to speak again, the already impatient Luca roared directly, "Get lost." Chapter 80 The severely injured Gwen. Inside the Arantius family home, several people were gathered in the living room, looking strangely at the unconscious girl placed on the sofa. Green Bull and Wrench, two guys with more active minds, couldn't help but glance at Luca uncontrollably. Finally, the younger Wrench, unable to hold back, asked Luca in a low voice, "Master, this counts as kidnapping, right?" Luca just rolled his eyes upon hearing this, too lazy to respond to this guy. "As if you haven't done jobs like kidnapping before." His gaze returned to Spider-Gwen lying on the sofa. Yes, Luca was completely sure of her identity now. Not only because of her identical appearance to Gwen and the broken parts with spider symbols in the girl's tattered pocket. More importantly, Luca had found the source of the white light he saw earlier. Stun gun wristwatch. Conan World 4/5. Creator, Professor Agaza. Core component, web shooter. Synthesis materials, 1 watch dial, 1 tranquilizer dart, 1 crosshair lens. Item description, a very common special agent item. Contains a special tranquilizer dart solidified from a potent anesthetic. It automatically degrades and dissolves after being shot into the human body, causing the target to fall unconscious instantly. When aiming from the dark, it significantly increases the probability of hitting the target. Friendly reminder, the duration of the anesthesia depends on the length of the event, and the target will actively find a suitable posture to sit and wait for the show to end. Ahem. Although Luca didn't understand why a web shooter would synthesize into a stun gun wristwatch. But at least this confirmed that the Gwen in front of him was indeed Spider-Woman. And whatever the principle, at least the collection of Conan items is one step closer. Playing with the web shooter in his hand, Luca quietly pondered the origin of this Gwen. At this time, Baymax, having just finished caring for Gina upstairs, finally came down. Seeing this, Luca ordered directly, "Baymax, check this woman's physical condition." Baymax, still a bit confused, took small steps to the sofa. The green scanning beam in its eyes quickly swept across, beginning the diagnostic information. Patient's physical condition is extremely weak. Multiple fractures in the body, slight bone cracks in the left leg, severe contusions on the arms, low neurotransmitter activity. As the scan completed, Baymax listed a series of serious-sounding symptoms. Hearing this, Longbow looked at his young master with a strange expression. The meaning was obvious. "This is what you meant by, that kick is definitely fine." Fortunately, Baymax added something at the last moment to somewhat vindicate Luca. Current judgment is that the patient suffered severe attacks 2 days ago, but the cause of the current coma is unknown. Recommend immediate treatment. Luca frowned slightly upon hearing this. 2 days ago. Yes. Due to the patient's special constitution and simple bandaging, some injuries have begun to heal themselves, but further treatment is still recommended. Baymax dutifully gave its judgment. No wonder she wouldn't wake up after just taking a harrow impact. In fact, Luca had tried to wake her up on the way back. After all, the kick power enhancement shoes dealt weird conceptual damage. Although they could knock people out, they usually didn't cause much harm. When he found he couldn't wake her, Luca had vaguely sensed she might have other injuries, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. But thinking carefully, although she showed spider sense on the street earlier, her physical fitness was indeed far from the Spider-Man in his impression. Seems it was caused by injuries. But who could injure Spider-Man like this? Was she injured in this world, or from a battle before crossing over? Although Luca had decided she was a visitor from a parallel universe, since he couldn't figure these things out for now, he didn't plan to force her awake. After all, she was a Spider-Man. If he accidentally killed her, it might bring trouble. Turning to Shamila beside him, Luca ordered again. Auntie Shamila, help Baymax give this girl a thorough examination and treatment. If she wakes up in the middle, control her first, don't let her run around, and notify me immediately. Shamila didn't say much. She immediately cooperated with Baymax to take the severely injured Gwen to another room for further treatment. Alright, everyone disperse if there's nothing else. The others naturally had no objections to Luca's orders and dispersed. However, Wrench, who didn't go shopping with Luca in the afternoon but followed the company's researchers to escort the Arbiter's sample back to the company, approached proactively and whispered, "Master, on the way to escort the sample to the company lab this afternoon, several company employees kept asking me indirectly about your process of developing the Arbiter." Although Wrench attended the exhibition as a technician and indeed had capabilities in this area, he was essentially a bodyguard and mercenary by origin, so he was naturally more sensitive to such things. Hearing this, Luca just frowned slightly and asked softly, "What were the positions of those employees?" "Basically researchers from the company's R&D department, but there were also 2 subordinates from the sales team," Wrench replied. "Shouldn't be a big deal. It's normal for people to be curious," Luca said. But after thinking about it, Luca decided to be cautious. "Note down those who tried to fish for information. Since you wanted to follow the R&D department to make some gadgets anyway, help me keep an eye on these people. Tell me immediately if there are any problems." Hearing Luca's order, Wrench nodded first to show he noted it down. But immediately, he looked at Luca with a bitter face and defended himself in a low voice. "Master, I don't want to follow the R&D department. I want to learn from you. Some of those guys are even less capable than me." Although Wrench was telling the truth, Luca had no intention of agreeing completely. He just rolled his eyes at this guy. "You say others are curious, I think you are even more curious than them." Of course, Luca didn't close the door completely. He added immediately, "Try developing accessories and derivative models for the Arbiter with them first. I'll let you join me when I have a suitable project later. Provided I learn something myself first so I don't expose myself." 81, Chapter 81, Who are you? After sending Wrench away, Luca returned to the underground laboratory holding Harrow, who was still sulking. Having collected so many core components again today, Luca naturally wanted to synthesize these things as soon as possible. Moreover, as he explored his gold finger more deeply, he had already prepared a lot of micro and small series synthesis materials at home based on speculation. It just so happened that the materials required for these items this time were not special, so Luca didn't need to spend time waiting for his subordinates to collect new items. Drawing the circle and synthesizing items twice in a row, voice-changing bowtie and transformation watch were fresh out of the oven. However, when it came to the stun gun wristwatch, Luca hesitated briefly and didn't synthesize it immediately. Not that he planned to give up this item and return it to the parallel universe Gwen. This was one of the Conan set items, after all he wouldn't give it up for anything. But considering he planned to communicate with the original owner of this item later, Luca, not having collected 5/5 yet, wasn't in a rush. Speaking of which, Gwen is really a lucky star. Both watches were obtained from her. Of course, not synthesizing for now didn't mean Luca had nothing to do. Forcibly carrying the orange Harrow, which was spinning around in the corner, back to the desk. Luca planned to ask the little guy to help analyze and see if they could figure out the specific formula for web fluid. Yes, Luca had always felt that the adhesive liquid in his pencil missile was somewhat similar to Spider-Man's web fluid. However, Peter Parker in this world was still a brat younger than him and hadn't embarked on the path of Spider-Man at all. Without a reference target, Luca could only ask Harrow for help to modify the pencil missile into a handheld missile launcher loaded with explosive missiles. Now that Gwen had proactively delivered web fluid to his hands, Luca naturally wanted to try restoring and reproducing the original pencil missile. While ordering the orange Harrow to analyze the ratio, Luca picked up the 2 newly minted items to test. Indeed, Conan items are blacker. Looking at the program code copied from the voice-changing bowtie chip on the computer screen, Luca could only shake his head helplessly. The reason he called this thing black wasn't because the program code inside was complex. In fact, even with Luca's half-baked skills, he could understand the logic of this code. But precisely because of this, the voice-changing bowtie seemed even more ridiculous. Damn, isn't this just a simple voice synthesis software? Where's the analysis module? Voice comparison? How can twisting it adjust to everyone's voice? Somewhat exasperated, Luca looked at the reddish bowtie in his hand, simply threw it aside, and picked up the transformation watch to start uploading data. Result. This time the code inside was complex enough, and the principle seemed much more reasonable. However, apart from figuring out how to upload character models, Luca couldn't understand anything else. Interestingly, Luca discovered 2 character model data stored in this newly synthesized transformation watch. One was a white-haired old man noted as Warden, and the other was an ordinary-looking but somewhat handsome young man named Bernard. What is this? Free gifts with the product. Thinking this, Luca simply put the transformation watch on his wrist and gently twisted the dial according to his understanding. The originally ordinary analog dial immediately flashed the headshot of that handsome young man. Next moment, Bands of pale blue light immediately covered Luca's whole body and began to flash continuously. A moment later, Luca sitting in front of the computer was completely covered by holographic projection, turning into a strange young man wearing a brown jacket who looked a bit goofy. This scene scared Harrow, who was analyzing the web fluid components nearby, causing its program to lag. Its pair of bean eyes flashed red continuously as it hopped quickly to Luca. 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 Idiot Luca. Well, Luca's transformation without greeting abruptly forced a change in Harrow's language system. If not for the Goldfinger's built-in Zeroth law being immune to external interference, Harrow would probably be even more confused right now. However, Luca didn't reply to Harrow immediately. He just stared blankly at himself reflected in the computer screen, feeling indescribably strange inside. This really changed just like that. Luca realized that not only his appearance changed, but even his voice changed along with it. Even more, there was no sense of dissonance in between. Feeling weird, Luca gently reached out and held down the Harrow in front of him. But with just this simple grip, the weird feeling became even stronger. Because normally, although Luca developed well among his peers, he wasn't an adult yet. His height was still a bit short compared to this projected Bernard. Arm span and hand size were naturally the same. But right now, although it was clearly just a layer of holographic projection covering Luca, when he grabbed Harrow, there was no sign of clipping. Instead, it was as if Luca really grew taller and bigger in an instant, genuinely holding Harrow in his hand. So, what is this? Built-in invisible force field? Or projection distorting reality? Full of doubts, Luca exerted force with his right mechanical arm and snapped the corner of the desk. Crack sound. The wooden desk corner snapped off. The mechanical arm's ability is still there, but... damn, how does a projection plus a mechanical arm press out such a clear fingerprint? Yes, although it was clearly the desk corner snapped by the mechanical arm covered by projection, a clear thumbprint was visible on it. Moreover, Luca knew very well that this wasn't his fingerprint, but the thumbprint of this guy named Bernard. So, this really is a transformation jutsu. In that case, if I scan a primary school student's body data and cover myself, wouldn't I be able to squeeze into tunnels my original body couldn't fit in? As long as it's human, can I turn into a giant too? Or Ant-Man? In this instant, countless ways to use the transformation watch flashed through Luca's mind. But just as he was about to continue researching deeply, footsteps and Shamila's shout came from outside the underground laboratory. Master, that girl woke. Ah, who are you? 82 Chapter 82 The Origins of Spider-Gwen. Shamila's exclamation startled even Luca. It's me. Luca hurriedly twisted the knob on the transformation watch to revert to his original appearance. Shamila looked at the watch on Luca's wrist with astonishment, then sighed in relief, blaming herself for overreacting. She immediately said again, Master, that girl you brought back has woken up. Luca looked at the clock on the side. Only then did he realize that synthesizing 2 new items and testing the transformation watch had taken several hours. It was now close to midnight. But after considering it, he said, let's go check on her. How is she now? Hearing Luca's question, Shamila's expression was a bit strange, but she answered immediately. Baymax detected that her physical condition is stable, but her spirits seem a bit low. Luca didn't think much of it and quickly went upstairs to the room where Gwen was. But upon seeing her, he understood what Shamila meant by spirits seem a bit low. In the room, this suspected parallel world Gwen was wrapped in bandages, sitting obediently on the bed. However, her eyes were very dull, staring quietly ahead. Even when Luca entered the room, she didn't react at all. Seeing her like this, Luca asked Baymax puzzledly. Baymax, what's her situation now? Patient's injuries are stable. Neurotransmitter activity is currently low but still within the normal range. No severe sequelae, Baymax's mechanical voice replied quickly. Luca stepped forward and stood in front of Gwen, momentarily unsure of how to start. Ultimately, Luca chose to bring her back purely because of her identity as Spider-Gwen. Now even he didn't know what to do with her. Ahem, well, attacking you earlier was because I mistook you for a robber. Later, I found you didn't have a phone or ID on you. Now that you're awake, I can help contact your family to pick you up. Although he said, contact your family to pick you up, Luca had already determined in his heart that she was a visitor from another world. Saying this now was just trying to get information out of her and see how this guy ended up in this world. However, after hearing Luca's words, the girl in front of him just turned her head stiffly to look at Luca once, then turned back blankly, not saying a word throughout. This. Harrow didn't knock her brain silly, did he? That little thing is truly sinful. While shifting blame in his head, seeing her lack of cooperation, Luca simply turned to Shamila. Auntie Shamila, please step outside for a moment. Although a bit surprised, Shamila chose to obey and walked out of the room. Before closing the door, she instructed softly. Master, I'll be waiting right outside. Call me anytime if there's any problem. Watching Shamila leave, Luca pulled a chair over and sat by the bed. Looking at the still silent Gwen, he pondered for a moment before speaking again. Gwen Stacy. Although phrased as a question, Luca's eyes held unquestionable certainty. Sure enough, upon hearing this name, Gwen, who looked half dead, trembled slightly and turned quickly to look at Luca. Her dull gaze was completely replaced by astonishment. She asked in a trembling voice, You know me. Hearing her finally speak, Luca felt he regained the rhythm and put his trademark smile back on his face. He said briskly, Naturally I know you. Hearing this, the light in Gwen's eyes on the bed grew a bit stronger. However, Luca's second half of the sentence seemed to plunge her back into the abyss. We just met this afternoon. As soon as these words came out, Gwen, who seemed to be expecting something, dimmed again. This time she didn't choose to remain silent, but said calmly, I am not her. Although through this sentence, Gwen learned that another version of herself existed in this world, for her current situation, such news was useless. In this world without Kingpin or the particle collider, she could die at any time due to the rejection of the parallel universe. At this moment, the thought of giving up had risen in Gwen's heart. But the next moment, Luca spoke again. Of course I know you aren't her. Tell me, how did you come to this world? Hearing this, Gwen, who was ready to wait for death quietly, immediately looked at Luca with astonishment and asked incredulously, You know I'm from another world. Is it hard to guess? Luca put on a mysterious look, but thought to himself, why does this Gwen feel a bit dense? Regardless of what Luca thought, in this back and forth, Gwen, whose emotions were somewhat out of control, was like grasping at the last straw. She only wanted to ask the boy in front of her who knew about the existence of parallel worlds if there was a way to help her return to her original world. But Luca didn't choose to answer her question, only asking again. First tell me, how did you come to this world? Now Gwen didn't hide anything anymore. As if finding an outlet, she poured out her previous experiences completely like spilling beans from a bamboo tube. Luca, familiar with the plot, finally had the answer to her origin. According to Gwen's account and Luca's speculation summary, this otherworld Gwen should have had a similar experience to the ghost spider Gwen in the movie Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. In this Gwen's original world, her good friend Peter Parker turned into the lizard and died in a battle with her. After that, Gwen had been living in self-blame and pain. However, not long after, because Kingpin in another parallel universe wanted to retrieve his wife and son, he had his subordinates create a super particle collider capable of bringing people across time and space. As a result, an accident occurred when the particle collider was activated, causing her and several Spider-Men from other worlds to cross over to that timeline. In the end, several Spider-Men and Miles, who had just become the Little Black Spider, defeated Kingpin who created this chaos, and used the particle collider created by Kingpin's subordinates to return to their original universes. Normally, the plot should have developed like this. 83, Chapter 83, Signs of a big event appearing out of nowhere. However, at the last moment, when Gwen plunged into the spacetime tunnel generated by the particle collider, a blue light inexplicably appeared before her eyes. When she came to her senses, she found that she hadn't arrived in her original world, but in a New York that was similar yet different. Initially, although Gwen was annoyed by her wrong crossing, she tried her best to find a way back. Even though she knew nothing about this world, relying on her abilities, she still managed to gather a lot of information. For example, there seemed to be no legend of Spider-Man in this world. For another example, as seen on the news, Kingpin's power in this world had just collapsed. In fact, when she first learned this news, Gwen felt like the sky was falling. After all, no Kingpin meant no particle collider, and she couldn't return to her original world. However, holding on to the hope that maybe only Kingpin was gone but the particle collider had actually been built long ago, she chose to go to Kingpin's original territory, wanting to investigate further. But the final result was, there isn't one, right? Luca stated the answer matter-of-factly. Based on his knowledge, Kingpin in this world hadn't even married, let alone had a wife and son. Under these circumstances, naturally, Kingpin wouldn't build a particle collider to retrieve his dead wife and son. However, as soon as he said this, Gwen paused slightly. No, I don't know either. Now it was Luca's turn to be dumbfounded. There really is a particle collider. Wait, with Kingpin just starting out in this world, how could he have the resources to build such a super large black technology? Hearing Luca's question, Gwen spoke again. I don't know. I went to the location of the particle collider in the other world and only saw a similar experimental base there. Before I could investigate further, my infiltration was discovered by the guards. If I hadn't run fast, I might have died there. Hearing this, Luca frowned tightly and asked somewhat skeptically, You ran into the remnants of Kingpin's forces? That's not right either. With your skills, how could a group of ordinary people put you in a life-or-death crisis? Gwen shook her head gently. Not ordinary people. Most of them were equipped with energy weapons, and there were several superpowered individuals and cyborgs among them. I was discovered by a cyborg and then besieged and heavily injured. Hearing Gwen say this, Luca shook his head decisively. Then they definitely aren't Kingpin's subordinates. If Kingpin had subordinates with this strength, he wouldn't have been killed so easily. Having said that, because of this news, the doubts in Luca's heart grew stronger. When did such a force appear in New York? Cyborgs, and superpowered individuals? Originally, Luca thought that after the Battle of New York should be peaceful for a long time, with other major events basically happening in other cities. That's why after dealing with Kingpin, he continued to stay safely in New York to develop. Unexpectedly, as expected, this metropolis where superheroes gather is a place of trouble. Now a mysterious force has appeared inexplicably. You said there were superpowered individuals? What were their abilities? Any characteristics? Luca asked. Cyborg sounded like mass-produced cannon fodder. Even if placed in front of Luca, he might not recognize whose product they were. But for superpowered individuals, there might be traces to follow. Hearing Luca ask this, Gwen chose not to hide it. After recalling slightly, she said, several of the superpowered individuals seemed to have the same ability. Their bodies could emit high heat, and they could breathe fire from their mouths. But one guy was different from them. His ability seemed to be turning his body into various different substances. During the fight with him, I noticed that he just touched a piece of metal on the ground, and his whole person turned into a pitch-black block of iron. Listening to Gwen's answer, a name flashed through Luca's mind immediately. Absorbing Man. Gwen, a very vivid name. Do you know that superpowered individual? The Absorbing Man Luca mentioned was considered a somewhat famous villain in the Marvel world. His ability itself was actually very powerful. By touching a substance, he could completely transform his body into the exact same material. Logically speaking, with this ability, just give him a vibranium shield, and this guy could instantly join the ranks of top-tier villains. But perhaps because his brain wasn't very bright, this villain never thought of carrying some sturdy material with him for transformation. Basically, he only remembered to touch the concrete floor or rubber tires on the ground after the fight started, leading to a very lackluster combat record. Otherwise, not to mention carrying hard-to-find materials like vibranium, even if he kept a diamond in his pocket, most superheroes probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, if it's Absorbing Man, my impression is that this guy hangs out with Hydra. Luca rubbed his forehead with a headache. It couldn't be helped. Although Absorbing Man's ability was distinctive, he wasn't an important character after all. Luca really couldn't remember which faction he belonged to. As for the fire ability users Gwen mentioned earlier, if it were a single guy with fire abilities, it would be hard to guess. After all, even dogs don't eat the Mara Mara no Mi. But if several guys with the same ability appeared simultaneously, the only thing Luca could think of was the defective super soldiers created by Killian, the villain in Iron Man 3, using the Extremis virus. But how did Killian get involved with Hydra too? Thinking of so many troublesome guys mixing together, and judging from Gwen's meaning, they were obviously conducting some dangerous experiment, Luca felt his headache worsen. At this moment, he already regretted bringing her back rashly. Who could have thought that this guy would get involved in such big trouble right after arriving in the other world? No, villains causing trouble should be left for superheroes to deal with. My fragile body shouldn't casually get involved in such danger. Thinking of this, Luca steadied his mind and looked up at the Spider-Girl in front of him again. Actually, if you want to go home, you don't necessarily have to find a particle collider, right? Leaving aside whether that thing exists, even if you found the particle collider, you probably couldn't guarantee returning to your original world just by yourself, right? Speaking of this, Luca was actually prepared to shout at the ceiling, trying to summon the Ancient One. After all, parallel world invasion like this should logically fall under her jurisdiction. And with that old fellow's habit of checking timelines whenever she had nothing to do, maybe cursing her a few times could summon her out. Unexpectedly, before Luca could try to activate his grand summoning spell, Gwen in front of him pulled out a red USB drive with a spider symbol from her chest. Actually, I wasn't the only one who strayed into this world. 84, Chapter 84-85-86, Scrapper Mecha. Huh. Hearing Gwen in front of him say, I'm not the only one who strayed into this world, Luca immediately became vigilant. But after asking, he realized. The other one Gwen mentioned didn't refer to a person, but Spider Mecha. At this moment, in the middle of the night, Luca had Shamila drive again, taking him and Gwen back to New York. He couldn't help it. Hearing Gwen say that a high-tech mecha manufactured in 3145 had strayed into this parallel timeline with her, and that this mecha was hidden by Gwen in an abandoned sewer, Luca couldn't sit still. He forcibly took the injured Gwen out and found the hiding place of the mecha she mentioned. It really is Peony Parker's spider mecha. Yes, after listening to Gwen earlier, Luca already knew. The mecha Gwen mentioned was the ride of Peony Parker, a high-tech Spider-Man from the future who piloted a mecha, another Spider-Man who traveled to that parallel timeline with her. However, due to severe damage to the mecha, when Peony Parker left that world, she only took the mutated spider from the mecha's core. As a result, by coincidence, this mecha traveled to this world along with Gwen. And the reason Gwen was heavily injured and still went to rob that homeless man earlier was precisely because the other party accidentally picked up the equipment parts Gwen had removed from this mecha. Looking at this classic Spider-Man red and blue colored mecha in front of him, although it was completely destroyed, not only was there a big hole in the cockpit, but 2 of the original 4 spider legs were missing. It was, after all, future technology from 3145. Even as wreckage, it still possessed considerable research value. This is the mecha I talked about. Although it can't be activated anymore, it stores data on opening and controlling the particle collider. We relied on the control USB drive made by Peony to return. Speaking of this, Gwen paused slightly. After all, she didn't seem to have returned to her original world. Thinking of this, Gwen felt that even the precious USB drive in her hand didn't seem so important anymore. However, Luca had no time to pay attention to the girl's petty thoughts. Because, only after seeing this mecha did Luca discover. It was also emitting that fluorescent white light exclusive to core components. Sure enough, things related to these plot characters are more likely to become core components. Reaching out to touch the broken spider mecha in front of him, the pale blue gold finger panel immediately emerged. Scrapper Mecha. Pacific Rim World 1/5. Creator, Amara Namani. Core Component, SP//DR Spider Mecha. Synthesis Materials, 1 excavator bucket, 10 smoke grenades, 276 tons of scrap metal. Item Description: a miniaturized product of the Jaeger from the Pacific Rim world. A DIY mecha assembled by a genius in a scrap yard using scrap metal and mecha wreckage. 12.07 meters tall, weighing 276 tons. The body uses a single-person neural control system, paired with a spherical gyro balance chamber. The energy core consists of 2 abandoned ion batteries from large Jaegers. It has strong power, agile movement, and the ability to transform into a sphere for rapid movement. A model among small and medium-sized mechas. Friendly reminder: since it uses many mechanical components dedicated to 100-meter class Jaegers, this medium-sized mecha is destined to have excellent basic qualities in all aspects. It is an item very suitable for modification and upgrading on the original basis. Quickly scanning all the introductions on the gold finger panel in front of him, Luca's expression changed from joy at getting a new item to astonishment. What the hell? 276 tons, 12.07 meters. Looking at the panel description, then at this little booger less than 2 meters tall in front of him, Luca felt that his gold finger seemed to be getting more and more reckless. Although both mechas relied on similar neural induction operations, and were both quite round. Aside from that, Luca couldn't find any other similarities for a moment. Moreover, although this scrapper mecha is bigger, can its technological content really compare to the spider mecha? Of course, regardless. At least Luca was quite satisfied with this new item. And before synthesizing the scrapper mecha, the wreckage of this spider mecha wasn't completely useless. Letting Harrow and Baymax use their combination technique again might allow them to analyze some useful technologies. More importantly, this friendly reminder actually proactively mentioned modification. Thinking of this, Luca looked at the transformation watch on his wrist. The friendly reminder before synthesizing this item mentioned surprises after synthesis, but Luca hadn't seen where the surprise was yet. I don't know if the modification mentioned this time is guiding me towards something. A mecha of a dozen meters immediately reminded Luca of those Gundams stored in Harrow's database. Is it asking me to modify it into a scrapper Gundam? Fortunately, the synthesis materials this time weren't hard to get. Luca planned to synthesize it as soon as he had time. Don't just stand there dazed. Come give me a hand, help me load this thing into the car. Saying this, Luca called out to Gwen, who was still dazing nearby. Although this visitor from another world indeed had no suitable place to hide things, leaving this precious mecha in the sewer so carelessly, Luca had to marvel at her carelessness. However, just as Luca, the healthy guy, was holding 2 spider legs, 1 in each hand, and Gwen, the injured one, was carrying the mecha cockpit over a meter long, preparing to walk out of the sewer. Several beams of light from high-beam flashlights suddenly shone from the end of the originally pitch-black sewer. At the same time, faint footsteps and voices came from the distance. It's just ahead, around the corner. That's where I found these things, but the rest were robbed by that person. Wait, what are you doing? I don't want the reward anymore. Bang! A crisp gunshot interrupted the terrified begging of the speaker. At this moment, Luca and Gwen's expressions immediately became serious. After exchanging a glance, the two immediately put down the mecha wreckage in their hands. But before they could make any further moves, the high beams from the corner in the distance had already turned. And right now, in this nearly straight sewer, there was absolutely no place to hide. 85, Chapter 87, Eavesdropping, Preparing to Act. As the flashlight beam swept around the corner into this straight section of the sewer, the figures of the newcomers were finally revealed. It was a team of over a dozen fully armed Special Forces soldiers. Each of them held a firearm, wearing helmets and bulletproof vests. Although their steps seemed relaxed and casual, judging from their constant tactical formation of groups of 3 and their occasional alert movements, they were clearly not just well equipped. The leader, who seemed to be the captain of this squad, was the only one not wearing a bulky mask. Upon seeing the spider mecha wreckage illuminated by the high beams, a look of pleasant surprise immediately appeared on his face. There really is good stuff. Looks like that guy wasn't lying. At this moment, a subordinate beside him stepped forward quickly and asked in a low voice, "Captain, should we notify the higher-ups?" "No need, we don't answer to them anymore. Take this thing back directly." Saying this, the captain immediately led his men forward, preparing to inspect what kind of good loot they had found this time, and also to see if they could find any trace of the spider freak who attacked their laboratory earlier. And at this moment, Luca, who was being held by Gwen and stuck firmly to the arched ceiling of the sewer, didn't dare to breathe heavily. You should know that Luca was ready to draw his Dominator and strike first, having a shootout with the opponents before they were discovered. Who knew? Gwen beside him grabbed him by the collar, jumped onto the ceiling, and adhered to this arched roof. However, just this level of hiding was actually completely impossible to evade the illumination of so many high beams from the opposite side. Presumably, Gwen just acted subconsciously according to her usual logic in a moment of urgency. Fortunately, Luca reacted immediately and pressed the watch on his wrist. Not the transformation watch, but the accompanying watch of the tactical tuxedo. He directly activated the invisibility function built into the tuxedo. Only then did he avoid being discovered on the spot and turned into a hornet's nest on the ceiling. That's right, the tuxedo, an excellent item that could enhance physical fitness and had various flashy agent skills, was naturally worn back by Luca immediately after he finished showing it off at the company and painting enough pie in the sky. However, the invisibility effect of the tuxedo also had a very awkward aspect. Perhaps because the movie wanted to show our props conform to scientific principles. So the invisibility effect of this equipment could only transparentize the parts covered by this suit. In other words, right now, Luca's head and hands were still exposed openly. Not only that, even Gwen, who was sticking to the ceiling with Luca, only became transparent in the parts blocked by Luca's body. Her long legs wrapped around Luca's waist to secure him, and some golden hair strands were also clearly visible at this moment. Fortunately, Gwen was wearing the Ghost Spider suit's black tights, and Luca was facing downwards, so the back of his head with brown short hair wasn't very conspicuous either. Only thus could the two barely blend into the pitch-black sewer ceiling and not be discovered immediately. However, the awkward thing now was, Luca was completely facing away from the ground below, his body firmly locked by Gwen's legs and fixed to the ceiling. He didn't have any superpower to turn his head 180 degrees, let alone pulling out a gun to shoot downwards. Even confirming the situation below could only rely on peripheral vision and sound. Just then, those dozen fully armed Special Forces soldiers had quickly arrived directly below Luca and Gwen. Luca couldn't see who was talking, but could only confirm that the one giving orders should be the maskless captain. You three, come over and pack this thing up. Check if there are any missing parts around. Others, divide into 4 groups and search for traces of that spider freak nearby. Hearing this, Luca immediately thought of the experimental base Gwen mentioned earlier. He leaned in closer and whispered in her ear with a voice as faint as a mosquito. Are these people from the laboratory you mentioned? Feeling the warm and tingling sensation by her ear, Gwen's mind went blank for a moment, almost losing her grip and falling from the ceiling. She wanted to dodge, but thinking of the large group of people below and her severely injured body, plus having to hold Luca onto the ceiling. In the end, Gwen just blushed, her body stiffened. She also leaned close to Luca's ear and whispered, their attire looks somewhat similar to the ordinary people who besieged me, but this kind of conventional equipment has no markings, so I can't be sure if it's the same group. Cut the crap, it must be. Luca rolled his eyes. There was no Spider-Man active in this world yet. They even called out Spider Freak, and their equipment was similar. Still unsure. These superheroes are so troublesome. At this moment, Luca was already considering how to take out the group below. However, before he could make any move, someone spoke again on the ground below. Captain, found quite a few footprints here. The captain asked immediately upon hearing this. Where? Footprints from when? Very fresh, no more than half an hour. And clearly footprints from 2 different people, extending from that direction. Without looking, just by listening, Luca knew they were pointing in the direction the 2 of them came from, exactly opposite to these people. The sewer wasn't clean, and the 2 didn't intentionally hide their tracks, so leaving footprints was normal. Hearing his subordinate say this, the captain made a decision immediately. You guys stay here and bring all these things back to the vehicle. Others follow me. Chase the footprints. Immediately after, Luca heard a large number of footsteps gradually fading away, and his heart tightened. Damn, Shamila is still waiting for me at the sewer exit. Although outside the sewer exit was just a deserted road, and a parked car seemed normal. But who knew if these people, or Shamila seeing them run out, would initiate an attack. Outnumbered, Shamila would likely be in danger. And, can't let them take my precious mecha away. Luca hesitated no more and immediately whispered to Gwen. How many people left below? 6, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Luca had no time to consider which side was stronger or weaker, and said decisively. Okay, in a moment, flip me over and throw me at the people on the left. You take care of the right. 86, Chapter 88, Flying Kick, Grappling Hook, Tuxedo. While speaking, Luca shoved the web shooter he had borrowed back into Gwen's hand, temporarily entrusting it to her. At the same time, he whispered directly, do it. As soon as his voice fell, Luca felt a massive force from his waist. His whole body flipped 180 degrees in the air. Immediately after, his waist tightened again. Then he saw Gwen's waist and abdomen exert force violently, her body swinging rapidly on the ceiling, and she threw Luca out just like that. His nice waist. Nice legs. Luca, his mind filled with distracting thoughts, flew in an extremely weird posture towards the 3 people on the left who were packing up the spider mecha. Such a loud noise on the ceiling naturally attracted the attention of the several Special Forces soldiers on the ground. They immediately looked up in the direction of the sound in the air. But this look shocked them. Upon looking, these people were horrified to find that above their heads, a floating human head was flying towards them rapidly. More importantly, this human head was alive. It even f***ing spoke. FCK, this is left. Luca cursed. He actually forgot just now that he and Gwen were originally face to face, so their left and right were different. But these small accidents didn't affect him adjusting his posture quickly. Watch out. Before the guy who reacted first could shout a warning, Luca's head in midair saw its originally empty body parts suddenly reappear like flowing mercury. And at this moment, he had assumed a posture of bending his body and curling his legs. Simultaneously, the sneakers on his feet flashed with colorful streams of light and electric arcs. Next moment, bang, an explosive sound. Luca's kick with third gear power landed solidly on the head of the person who spoke. In an instant, all the words following that person were stifled back. The whole head was like a ball violently volleyed by someone, exploding circles of white shockwaves around it. Immediately after, he flew out spinning horizontally, and his head accurately crashed into the head of another companion nearby. Just with this one kick, these 2 people rolled like gourds, tumbling together and smashing into the wall behind them. However, judging by the situation, the second person seemed to have only fainted. But the unlucky guy who was kicked in the head by Luca first had his entire helmet shattered and dented, oozing a large amount of blood, and his neck twisted to a somewhat strange angle. Didn't know if he could survive. But anyway, there was no movement, and no crying out in pain, so presumably, it wasn't a big problem. And here, Luca himself borrowed a bit of reaction force from that kick just now to neutralize the impact of landing. With a light and agile roll, he landed steadily. However, these people seemed to be indeed, as Luca guessed earlier, not only were they well equipped, but their tactical literacy was also excellent. The last remaining person on the left, although first experiencing a human head turning into a living person, then watching his 2 teammates being violently sent flying, life or death unknown, still made the most correct judgment quickly. He immediately raised his muzzle, preparing to shoot at Luca who had just rolled up. However, before he could actually pull the trigger to strafe. During the roll just now, Luca had unknowingly rolled up the suit sleeve on his right arm to the elbow, exposing the entire mechanical arm. Of course, Luca's move was definitely not to show off his sweet surrender to the enemy. A grappling hook suddenly shot out from the elbow joint of his mechanical arm, accurately hitting the man's chest and penetrating through without any accident. Ah! The man penetrated by the metal grappling hook screamed immediately. But this wasn't the end. As Luca planted his feet and exerted force, the mechanism connecting the grappling hook on his arm spun rapidly. This fully armed living person over 1.8 meters tall was dragged back forcefully by this thin rope. The immense pain and the terrifying tearing force at his chest caused the man's firearm to fly out of his hand. When the person was dragged rapidly in front of Luca, Luca had already turned his fist into a palm. With a thud, his mechanical right hand grabbed the incomer's face firmly. Then, sweet surrender, S5 fingers exerted force. Amidst a series of crack sounds, this person's mask and helmet were instantly crushed by the mechanical arm. Shattered armor pieces embedded into his face. Before he could scream further, Luca slammed his right arm violently towards the ground. Boom! The concrete floor cracked slightly. This enemy followed in the footsteps of his 2 teammates. After finishing all this, Luca turned around to look at the 3 enemies on the other side, thinking to himself at the same time, the tuxedo really doesn't suit me. What use is electric stimulation on a mechanical arm? In fact, Luca had discovered this problem during tests a few days ago. Since the principle of the tuxedo relied on electric shock stimulating muscles to perform various actions, the body was actually running in semi-automatic mode during combat. In this situation, the mechanical right arm, unable to accept electric stimulation, not only didn't get strengthened, leading to coordination problems, but also frequently malfunctioned due to these constant microshocks. This was why the first thing Luca thought of after disabling invisibility was to roll up his sleeve. However, right now he didn't seem to have time to consider the compatibility issues between these items, because after turning around, Luca realized. Perhaps because Gwen had held on too long on the ceiling just now, aggravating her injuries. Gwen, the dignified ghost spider, was actually fighting back and forth with those 3 ordinary Special Forces soldiers, unable to take them down until now. Seeing this, Luca decisively exerted force with his feet. He charged fiercely at the 4 people fighting in a group, while raising his right mechanical arm again. With a whoosh, the grappling hook penetrated another person's chest. Never missing is great although the auto-aim only targets the chest when shooting people. Repeating the same operation. With Luca's help, Gwen, dragging her heavily injured body, finally dealt with the other 2. However, perhaps out of superhero habit, even though she almost died at the hands of these 2 earlier, Gwen didn't choose to kill them. Instead, after knocking them out, she looked frowningly at the few people killed by Luca. However, before she could comment on this, the commotion generated by the battle here had already attracted back the dozen or so people who hadn't gone far. 87, Chapter 89, Disguise Failed, Continuous Fighting. Noisy footsteps came from the distance, causing Gwen, who originally wanted to say something more, to turn around immediately. Fortunately, it was just footsteps. The enemies who noticed the commotion here were rushing back, but hadn't shown themselves yet. Having figured this out, Gwen subconsciously wanted to turn around and take Luca to escape. Who knew, when she turned back again, she found. In just the time it took for her to turn her head and check, Luca behind her had disappeared without a trace. That coward. Gwen cursed softly. In this situation, Luca disappearing, in her view, could only mean that upon hearing the footsteps, he abandoned her and fled directly. And maybe he even used that strange invisibility ability to run away, which was why she didn't notice it for a moment. But fortunately, there was only this one path in the sewer. There were enemies in front, so Luca likely escaped around the corner where the enemies came from just now. Gwen naturally had to chase after him along this path. However, because of this brief daze, the enemies who had chased out following the footprints earlier reappeared at the end of the sewer. Seeing Gwen's figure, these people didn't say a word and started shooting immediately. For a moment, the sound of rat-tat-tat gunshots was incessant, sounding exceptionally loud in this somewhat empty sewer. Fortunately, Gwen was only severely physically injured, which mainly affected issues like muscle exertion. The spider sense ability unique to all Spider-Men didn't weaken because of this. Unless it was an unreasonable sure-hit shot like Luca's, ordinary ranged attacks, as long as they weren't large-scale suppressive fire, would be very difficult to hit Gwen who could predict danger. She only made a few seemingly ordinary dodges and weaves, and all the bullets aimed at her missed completely. By the time these people chased close, Gwen's figure was about to rush around the corner. Chase. Don't let her escape. With an order from the leading captain, the other team members followed immediately. But when the last two were about to pass him, the captain reminded them. You two stay here, check if there are any survivors, and also, watch this mecha, wait here for us to return. Yes. The two subordinates stopped immediately, while the captain quickly chased in the direction Gwen disappeared with the others. However, before these people ran far, one of the two left behind suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wait, why is there an extra one? He originally planned to obey his captain's order, stay here to treat his teammates, and guard the loot. Who knew, when his gaze fell on the ground, he realized. There should have been 6 teammates left here, but now there were 7 fully armed people lying disorderly on the ground. Hearing his exclamation, the captain who wanted to continue chasing slowed down slowly. The 2 people running in front of him also slowed down immediately. However, just at this moment, a corpse originally lying horizontally on the ground, whose helmet looked shattered as if smashed by someone, seemingly dead as a doornail, suddenly leaped up. Stomping violently on the ground, with a terrifying speed far exceeding human limits, it rushed instantly in front of the person who spoke just now. You talk too much. While speaking, the figure arrived instantly. Then the corpse threw a straight punch with its right hand, carrying the sound of breaking wind. With a boom. Before this guy could react to what happened, his helmet shattered on the spot. His entire face caved in, and he flew backwards rapidly with a face full of debris. Sure enough, compared to punching, gripping can better exert the power of sweet surrender. Looking at his bloody fist, Luca muttered to himself. Yes, this guy lying on the ground pretending to be a corpse was naturally Luca, the cunning bastard. In fact, even with the tuxedo's electrical stimulation enhancing his physical fitness, it was impossible for Luca to run around the corner and disappear in the instant Gwen turned her head. He just activated the transformation watch's ability the moment Gwen turned her head, scanned a corpse he killed, and then used projection to cover and disguise himself. Originally, Luca thought about lying here secretly, trying to see if he could wait for these people to run past and then sneak attack from behind. If the timing was right, maybe a charged large-scale ion decomposition sphere could wipe out this group completely. Who knew, the opposing captain not only left 2 people to treat the wounded, but before everyone ran far, one of them discovered the anomaly at the scene. Helplessly, Luca could only choose to attack violently, taking out one first. As for Gwen being chased, Luca would definitely save her. After all, he just returned the web shooter to her, and Luca also wanted to get the web fluid formula from her. If she got killed, Luca wouldn't know when he could recollect Conan 5/5 and crack the web fluid. However, if she suffered some more injuries during the chase, Luca didn't care much. Right now, besides the captain, there were 3 fully armed enemies left. The others didn't notice the anomaly behind them and all chased Gwen around the corner. Looking at the current situation, Luca shook his fist casually and said softly, "Just right, a big fish stayed behind. Let's catch one alive first." Saying this, Luca revealed a friendly smile at the 4 people opposite him. However, he hadn't removed his transformation yet. The shattered face full of blood scanned by the watch looked somewhat terrifying to the people opposite. Fortunately, these people were all experienced Special Forces soldiers. Although they still hadn't figured out what Luca was, since he had attacked, he was confirmed as an enemy. These people immediately raised their guns and started shooting in unison. Unfortunately, for the prepared Luca, with just a slight exertion under his feet, he darted out sideways directly. Under the double enhancement of kick power enhancement shoes and tuxedo, he was like a ghost. After quickly dodging the incoming bullets, before these people could re-aim their guns, Luka had already tapped the wall lightly with his toes, changed direction rapidly, and rushed in front of an enemy. This person was also experienced and didn't think about continuing to shoot at this moment. He swung the submachine gun in his hand directly, smashing it towards Luka's head. However, Luka just raised his hand lightly to deflect it, pushing away the gun barrel, smashing towards his face with a graceful, parting the wild horse's mane. Then, his right arm, uncontrolled by the tuxedo, shot out violently, grabbing the enemy's neck in front of him. Next moment, snap. Like a chick, the person in front of him had his spine broken by force. And Luka spat out lightly with a calm expression. First one. 88, Chapter 90, Hydra's True Black Banner. Hiss, that was too fucking awkward. Luka, who had just acted all cool and pretentious, felt goosebumps all over his body after speaking. However, the three people opposite him didn't care about that. After recovering from the shock of his skills, they immediately regrouped and opened fire in his direction. Even while pouring out firepower, these three didn't forget to retreat methodically. However, Luka was still carrying a fully armed corpse in his hand. Facing the enemy's hail of bullets, he didn't even bother dodging. He just held the corpse high in front of him as a shield and charged again. For a moment, dense bullets sank into the human shield in Luka's hand. The thoroughly dead corpse in his hand gained more than a pound in just this moment. Sure enough, as long as you hold a shield, the enemy will only aim at the shield. Of course, this was just a joke. In fact, the reason Luka dared to hold a human shield and pretend to be Captain America was firstly because this shield was large enough, fully armed, and had excellent bulletproof quality. Secondly, well, the tuxedo itself possessed unscientific bulletproof capabilities. Let alone the small-caliber submachine guns for urban combat used by the opponents. Even conventional kinetic rifles hitting him would at most cause pain, swelling, or slight fractures. It was completely impossible to kill Luka. Right now, he actually only needed to protect his exposed head. It sounds long-winded, but in reality, it only took a few seconds from Luka raising the shield for cover to charging through the bullet rain. Seeing that he was close enough to the enemy, Luka ignored the seemingly endless alternating fire. In an instant, all his muscles exerted force simultaneously, and the tingling sensation unique to the tuxedo's stimulating current spread throughout his body. Immediately after, the bullet-riddled corpse in Luka's hand was thrown out violently by him. This corpse, forcing its way against the kinetic energy of the bullet rain, like a bullet sponge, smashed directly towards the three shooters. Watch out! The captain with the fastest reaction shouted immediately, but it was too late. The unlucky guy standing beside him was smashed directly by this corpse and flew backwards. Helplessly, he could only roll on the ground to dodge. However, just at this moment when his vision was blocked by the dodge, a grappling hook shot out from Luka's elbow, nailing into the sewer ceiling. Then he ran 2 quick steps and jumped. Just like Spider-Man, he swung directly in front of the captain's last remaining subordinate. One leg straight, one leg curled, with an absolutely standard rider kick, he kicked the person in the face. Crack. A crisp sound of fracture. This person's neck bent 90 degrees directly, enjoying the rapid sleep brought by bone setting. At this time, the captain who had stood up again could no longer maintain his previous calm and professionalism. His face was full of ferocity and fear, screaming crazily while pulling the trigger. Die, monster! However, no matter how he pulled the trigger, the gun in his hand only emitted a series of click-click sounds of the empty chamber mechanism striking. Turns out, having lost his reason, he hadn't noticed at all that the magazine in his hand was empty. Seeing this scene, Luka just shook his head and laughed, walking towards him step by step with a calm expression. In the empty sewer, each footstep sounded like stepping on the captain's heart. Alright, stop screaming. I don't plan to kill you. I still want to ask you some questions. Looking at the bloody, ferocious smile on Luka's shattered face, the captain seemed to have a premonition. With a crazed expression, he threw the gun in his hand at Luka. At the same time, he quickly drew a dagger from his waist and held it in a reverse grip. But just when Luka thought this person was stubborn and wanted to rush up and fight desperately in close combat, he just shouted loudly with fear and pleading in his eyes, "Don't kill me. I still have a chance." Hearing this, Luka naturally had a head full of question marks. "I said I won't kill you, you." Who knew? Luka had only spoken half a sentence when the left eye of the person in front of him seemed to explode. Surrounding blood vessels swelled, the eye socket protruded slightly, and the entire eye was filled with blood color. The dagger he held tightly earlier fell to the ground with a clang. Then the whole person, with a look of horror, fell straight forward onto the ground. Luka, who just felt he had settled everything and was ready to knock the opponent out, suddenly had a solemn expression. Is this a remote-controlled microbomb installed in the head? Somewhat uncertain, Luka raised his wrist and fired a grappling hook directly. However, this time the grappling hook didn't auto-aim into the fallen captain's chest, but just quickly sank into his arm. Really dead? Luka didn't believe the opponent was pretending to be dead to counterattack. But he absolutely believed in the rule power inherent in his gold finger. The sweet surrender, as long as aimed at a living creature, would inevitably auto-lock onto the enemy's chest, penetrate and fix itself to ensure dragging back. Only when aiming at non-living things would it truly hit wherever aimed, facilitating Luca's rapid movement. The current situation of hitting the arm meant the opponent could only be a lifeless corpse. However, the weird scene of the opponent's eyeball exploding just now gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Taking 2 quick steps, he went forward to flip the corpse over for inspection, touching it with his hand. Sure enough, it's a mechanical eyeball. At this moment, Luca recalled. It seemed there was a lurking Hydra executive within SHIELD who used similar means to control his subordinates. Seems to be called clairvoyant. More importantly, this scene triggering memories also reminded Luca of another person he had just met. Heinrich von Stein. Damn, that guy's eyeball was glowing. Could he also be clairvoyant's subordinate? Name has Vivon, and has connections in Europe. Rebirth capital. Hydra's slogan was, cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place, and its core composition was Nazi remnants. FCK. I should have thought of it earlier. Wait, Mifking name also has Von. And Rebirth Capital invested right when the company started. Could they be lying to me too? At this moment, Luca only felt his scalp tingling. He, a promising old American capitalist, wouldn't inexplicably become a flag bearer for Hydra, would he? Looking again at the group of unlucky bastards lying dead on the ground. What is this? The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, friendly fire. 89, Chapter 91, Identity Exposed. FCK, why think so much? Realizing that he might have an unclear relationship with Hydra, the first thing Luca did was to shoot the unconscious enemies present one by one to ensure they were dead. Then he checked carefully again. Fortunately, except for this captain, no one else has monitoring equipment on them. At this moment, Luca began to feel fortunate for his sudden whim earlier, using the transformation watch to disguise himself. Otherwise, during the fight with these people just now, his identity would inevitably have been exposed to the mastermind behind the scenes through this mechanical eye. After quickly finishing these follow-up tasks, Luca remembered that Gwen was still waiting for his rescue on the other side. Wait, the gunshots here were not quiet. Why didn't any of this guy's subordinates come back to check? After a little thought, Luca simply picked a guy with a relatively complete corpse from the pile, rescanned with the transformation watch, covered his original transformation state, picked up a submachine gun, and chased in the direction Gwen had fled earlier. Along the way, Luca actually encountered several Special Forces soldiers knocked unconscious by Gwen. Without much hesitation, he sent them all on their way directly. Walking all the way, when he arrived at a sewer fork, feeling the eerily quiet atmosphere here, Luca suddenly became alert. Always trusting his intuition, he subconsciously wanted to dodge to the side. Who knew, just as he made a move, a white viscous substance, like a rapidly flying bullet, hit Luca's right hand holding the gun directly. Clearly, the kinetic energy of this flying viscous substance wasn't large, but it happened to pin Luca's right hand and the gun to the wall, turning into a web and fixing Luca firmly. Immediately after, a white figure rushed over quickly, swinging a fist to attack Luca's face. It's me. Knowing who the incomer was, Luca shouted immediately. At the same time, his mechanical right arm exerted force suddenly, tearing the web trapping him along with a bit of the wall. He quickly blocked in front of him, forcibly grabbing Gwen's heavy punch. But even so, this punch still knocked Luca backwards, smashing heavily against the wall behind him. Feeling the burning pain in his back, grimacing, he spoke again. Stop, it's me. Although he was explaining, Luca still didn't remove his disguise. After all, this place was still dangerous, and he didn't want to take any risk of exposing his identity right now. Fortunately, even without having seen Luca's transformation ability, after 2 explanations, Gwen realized who the person in front of her was. Her long leg, which was about to kick Luca's neck, was slowly retracted. Looking at Gwen, who acted decisively and executed a clean combo. Luca, still grimacing in pain, couldn't help but complain. I didn't see you use the web shooter all the way here, but you were decisive when hitting me. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. After he finished speaking, Gwen, who had already retracted her force, rolled her eyes immediately. My web fluid was emptied by someone. That bit just now was the last shot. Although she said emptied by someone, Gwen's eyes were staring straight at Luca. Only then did Luca realize. Indeed, Harrow was still analyzing the component ratio of the web fluid at home. It might really be empty inside. However, since Luca was thick-skinned enough, he didn't pick up the topic, but changed the subject. Were all the people chasing you dealt with? However, Gwen didn't answer immediately either. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she said awkwardly, let go first. Luca looked, well, his sweet surrender was still tightly holding the opponent's fist. Although the flexibility of this mechanical arm was excellent, this was the only downside. Even though he was disguised as an ordinary Special Forces soldier at this time, under the influence of conceptual power, this right hand looked and felt no different from a real hand to others. But in reality, he himself had no sense of touch at all. Quickly releasing his hand and letting Gwen pull hers back, Luca asked again, what were you thinking, ambushing here? At this moment, Gwen's expression had returned to normal. Although amazed by the strength of Luca's grip, she spoke quickly. Let's go back the way we came first. Talk while walking. Hearing this, Luca knew they weren't out of danger yet, so he didn't say much and immediately followed Gwen's footsteps. Only then did Gwen speak again, explaining what happened earlier. Actually, Gwen wasn't trying to ambush anyone here. Since several of the people chasing her stayed behind and were wiped out by Luca, Gwen had already taken down all the chasers while running and fighting back. However, when she fled to the end of the sewer, she found that there were still people guarding the exit. Gwen, who was somewhat exhausted, didn't dare to attack rashly. Moreover, having not found any trace of Luca along the way, after calming down, she also realized something. Did Luca not run away in advance at all? Instead, she looked more like the guy who abandoned her teammate and ran away proactively. She thought Luca used his invisibility ability to hide his head and avoid detection. So, Gwen returned the way she came, looking for Luca. At the fork, she just happened to bump into him, thought the transformed Luca was another chaser, and launched a preemptive attack. However, after hearing this experience, Luca's focus wasn't on her complex feelings mixed with guilt. Instead, he stopped immediately and asked, "So, behind the fork, there are enemies knocked unconscious by you that haven't been dealt with?" Seeing Luca stop suddenly, Gwen also stopped. Hearing his question, she frowned deeply. She wanted to say something earlier when seeing Luca fight mercilessly. Now that the topic was brought up again, Gwen said seriously immediately, "Yes, just knocked unconscious. Although these people are criminals, they should be handed over to the police. If I killed them, what difference would there be between me and a criminal?" Hearing Gwen say this, Luca rolled his eyes directly. Although Gwen couldn't see the eyes of the fully armed him right now. However, at this time, Luca was too lazy to argue with her about the relationship between street heroes and the law. If these people were really Hydra, they might be listed within SHIELD. In terms of law enforcement power, they might even have priority over Gwen, the vigilante. Luca just said lightly, "Did you forget that you weren't wearing a mask today?" Chapter 92, alright, you don't mind. Did you forget that you weren't wearing a mask today? Hearing this, Gwen initially wanted to retort that she wasn't from this world and had no identity here anyway. However, the next moment, Gwen immediately remembered that Luca had mentioned earlier that he knew the version of her in this parallel timeline. At this moment, she felt a buzz in her head and blurted out subconsciously, "It's over." No need to think too much about this kind of thing, anyone could figure it out. These guys, who were clearly not good people, once they traced her appearance to the Gwen of this world, might just kill her directly. For a moment, Gwen was completely caught in the struggle between silencing witnesses and maintaining her bottom line. If Gwen herself had exposed her identity in her original world, she would definitely rather die than compromise her principles. But right now, if the innocent Gwen, or even her family, were put in danger because of her, Gwen didn't dare to think any further. However, while she didn't dare to think, Luca insisted on twisting the knife, continuing in that nonchalant tone. "Actually, maybe they don't need to silence anyone." Hearing this, Gwen immediately lit up with hope. "But, I checked. The leader of these people earlier had a modified internet-connected mechanical eye as his left eye. Maybe your appearance has already been exposed to the mastermind behind the scenes through that mechanical eye." Well, now Gwen was completely desperate. Given her current physical condition and being in this unfamiliar parallel timeline, even if she wanted to risk her death to protect the Gwen family, she couldn't do it. However, while Luca was striking Gwen with words, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Gwen said there were people guarding the exit outside. Since the news has already spread, doesn't that mean these people are? Just as Luca was thinking this, sure enough, faint lights and dense footsteps came from the distance again. Just hearing the footsteps from so far away confirmed that the number of people coming was definitely not small. No need to guess now, the news must have spread. "FCK, you didn't say there were so many people outside. Run." Saying this, Luca grabbed Gwen, who was still dazed on the spot, and hurried back towards where they came from. At this time, Gwen, barely regaining her senses, explained in a low voice, "When I looked just now, there weren't many people outside. Then they were waiting for reinforcements. Cut the crap, run." After speaking, Luca shook off Gwen's hand directly, activated the Tuxedo's physical enhancement function again, and exerted force with his feet. He shot out like a cheetah, leaving Gwen behind directly. After running back to the place where they fought earlier, this time Luca didn't pretend to be weak or modest. Without a word, he shouldered the spider mecha cockpit, which was over a meter in diameter. Even his free hand grabbed two mecha limbs. However, due to this delay, Gwen, who was a step slower, caught up. Seeing that Luca, even at this time, hadn't forgotten to bring this key item for her return to her original world, she said in a low voice, "Let me carry this. It will affect your speed." Who knew, before she could reach for the spider mecha on Luca's shoulder, Luca, having adjusted his posture, sprinted away without looking back, while cursing and lecturing. "Take care of yourself. Damn it, run for your life. Why are you dawdling there?" Looking at Luca's back, fleeing like a refugee while carrying stuff, Gwen, whose brain wasn't working very well at the moment, could only grit her teeth and follow quickly. Fortunately, perhaps Luca and Gwen's physical fitness indeed exceeded that of ordinary people. Or perhaps the pursuers were worried about an ambush and didn't chase at full speed. Until the two sprinted to the sewer exit, they didn't see any trace of pursuers behind them. Kicking open the big iron gate of the sewer maintenance passage, Luca, carrying the spherical cockpit, checked first. Seeing no one else outside, he rushed towards where Shamila parked the car. Before reaching the car, seeing Shamila in the car turning back to look, Luca shouted directly, "It's me, transformation." 2 simple words spat out, and he also saw Gwen following behind. Shamila, who was originally alert, immediately recalled the strange watch her young master invented recently. Although she couldn't figure out what happened for a moment, seeing Luca fleeing nervously, she immediately realized the situation had changed. She opened the door and rushed out, opening the rear compartment door. Since they knew they were coming to find the spider mecha, they had prepared a large vehicle. While helping Luca stuff the spider mecha into the compartment, Shamila asked quickly, "Master, what happened?" After stuffing the things into the compartment messily, Luca said quickly while turning the dial of the transformation watch, "Get in first." Saying this, Luca looked back at the panting Gwen. "You too, get in first. I'll figure out a way regarding the identity exposure." While speaking, his voice sounded a bit distorted due to the transformation, but Gwen still heard the content clearly. Only this time, she watched Luca perform a living person transformation right in front of her. But even the somewhat dizzy Gwen knew this wasn't the main point right now. She chose to obey Luca's order and quickly got into the compartment. As for Luca, out of caution, he still chose not to restore his original appearance. He just adjusted the appearance displayed by the watch to the young man named Bernard, which came free with the device. However, at this time, Luca also realized the trouble next might not only be on Gwen's side. Although he didn't expose his appearance this time, because he didn't consider encountering danger before coming, Shamila didn't think about hiding their tracks while driving here. Even if the surveillance coverage in American cities was very low to ensure everyone's right to commit crimes freely, with Hydra's capabilities, they might still be able to trace it back to him. He must find a way to extricate himself from this matter as soon as possible. After getting in the car, Luca ordered directly, "Shamila, drive. Drive around in deserted places, don't rush home yet." After speaking, Luca didn't continue to pay attention to Shamila, who started the car quickly. Instead, he turned to Gwen in the back seat and said with a serious expression, "Now, listen to me. Do you mind exposing your identity as a visitor from another world to others?" "Alright, you don't mind." 91, Chapter 93, You Are Not the Only One. Seeing that at this point, Gwen was still struggling over whether to expose her identity as a visitor from another world. Luca decisively answered for her. "Okay, I know you don't mind." After speaking, he directly pulled out his phone, preparing to contact external support. That's right, in this situation where his ass was about to catch fire, Luca's only thought was to unleash the surefire tactic against villains, the grand reporting technique. However, Luca didn't plan to follow his original idea of cursing at the sky to try summoning the Ancient One. Not that he was afraid of getting beaten up at this point. Mainly, if it were purely about resolving Gwen's identity as a parallel timeline visitor, then the Ancient One would be the perfect professional. But now that Hydra was involved, and he risked exposing his home base at any time, a great deity like the Ancient One wouldn't bother with such trivial matters as Earthlings fighting amongst themselves. Then who to contact became obvious. "Dunshan, I need you to come over. Drive here, and bring Harrow for me." Not this one. After briefing Dunshan simply, Luca dialed again. This time was the real external support he wanted to contact. "Hello, Mr. Stark, I have a small matter here that might need your help." Downstairs at Stark Tower, well, perhaps it should be called Avengers Tower now. Although repairs and renovations were still ongoing, the conspicuous logo on the roof had been changed to a capital A. Watching the Iron Man suit slowly descend from the sky with ion flames jetting from its hands and feet, not to mention others, even Luca was a bit confused at this moment. "Wait, fully armed already?" Before the three of them could speak first, Tony Stark's slightly distorted voice came from the suit. "Soccer kid, is this the visitor from a parallel world you mentioned?" The suit's vision swept over Gwen standing behind Luca, unsure if anything was analyzed, then continued. "Let's go upstairs first." Saying this, Tony Stark walked towards the elevator inside the building on his own. To be honest, apart from that phone call in the car just now, Luca and Tony Stark hadn't had any serious communication. His current crisp attitude actually made Luca breathe a sigh of relief. If Iron Man really treated him like he treated Spidey in the future, Luca would have felt a bit awkward instead. However, turning back to look at Gwen beside him, her eyes were clearly asking, "Is this the enthusiastic help you mentioned?" Luca, holding Harrow in his arms, could only shrug slightly upon seeing this and followed quickly. However, upon arriving at the top floor of Avengers Tower, even Luca, who was relatively calm just now, looked bitter. Not because he saw Tony Stark's main body still in this room and felt slighted that he met them via remote-controlled suit, but besides Tony Stark, Bruce Banner and Thor were also here. Luca said with a bitter face, "Mr. Stark, is this what you meant by no outsiders?" The reason he brought Gwen here openly instead of returning home was because Tony had said earlier that there were no outsiders here. Thinking he needed help and couldn't hide his identity, he came without any disguise. Who knew, the private meeting he imagined turned directly into an Avengers meet and greet. Fortunately, SHIELD people aren't here, and fortunately, I didn't reveal Hydra's existence on the phone. Actually, Thor alone was fine. Although he was a bit carefree, he was an alien after all and probably wouldn't have contact with Hydra. But Bruce Banner, as one of the only two scientific geniuses in the Avengers now, inevitably had interactions with SHIELD. Stark hasn't notified SHIELD already, right? That's no different from telling Hydra. Thinking of this, Luca decided not to explain Hydra's existence in detail, leaving aside his possibly ambiguous relationship with Hydra. Pointing out Hydra directly might lead to crazy retaliation from them. But if he just unintentionally disrupted one of their operations and purely pointed out one of their bases, there would be room for maneuver later. However, Tony Stark's next sentence almost disrupted Luca's train of thought again. Tony casually put aside the tablet in his hand, looked at Luca who seemed conflicted, and said, "In fact, what you told me on the phone just now, I suspect relates to something we are investigating. So, Dr. Banner and the others might know a bit more than you imagine." Saying this, Tony spread his hands with a helpless wry smile on his face. "But before that, I still hope, this Miss Gwen can prove her identity." After speaking, along with Banner and Thor, the three stared at Gwen beside Luca. Obviously, they were all curious about what was magical about the so-called visitor from another world. Leaving aside Gwen, who was full of question marks thinking about how to prove herself, Luca grasped the key point immediately and asked again, "You mean, you are investigating this matter? Referring to parallel timeline visitors, or that mysterious organization occupying Kingpin's laboratory?" Who knew, just as Luca finished asking, Gwen beside him seemed to have a screw loose. She jumped up directly, whoosh, onto the ceiling, crawling on it with hands and feet like a big spider, looking down at everyone. "What the?" This was Dr. Banner with his mouth open in an O shape. "This should prove it, right?" This was Gwen. However, seeing this scene, although Tony was equally surprised, he shook his head again. "Actually, it doesn't really, after all." But before he could finish, the impatient Luca reached behind Shamila, took down the long bag, pulled out a huge mechanical spider leg, and threw it on the ground. "This should do it. According to Gwen, this should be future technology from 3145. I think with your technology, it should be easy to verify its authenticity." "Alright, now back to the topic earlier. What exactly are you investigating?" Seeing this, Tony and the other two looked at each other, wondering why this seemingly gentle boy Luca was so impatient. Thor was fine, even Earth's technology 1,000 years later didn't seem like much to him. Dr. Banner went forward excitedly to examine the spider leg. Only Tony Stark, after pausing for a moment, spoke the answer. "In fact, based on our investigation and speculation, this Miss Gwen might not be the only visitor from another world." 92, Chapter 94, seems like it's really a big event? Not the only one. Not only was Luca surprised by Tony's conclusion, but even Gwen, who was still clinging to the ceiling, flipped down. All she could think about was, could it be that all my Spider-Man partners who fought Kingpin together have come to this world? So, what exactly are you investigating? However, facing Luca's question, Tony shook his head slightly. This is not something a kid like you needs to care about. However, just as he spoke, Dr. Banner, who was fiddling with the mechanical spider leg, complained simultaneously. "Isn't it that bastard Loki playing tricks behind the scenes?" As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Tony Stark looked at Dr. Banner with a dull gaze, as if saying, "You leaky mouth. Is this news you can just tell anyone?" Dr. Banner looked at Tony with an expression of both embarrassment and innocence, blinking continuously. "Wait, didn't you call him over just to involve him?" Tony blinked back. "I've called him over because of this visitor from another world, and to protect this kid by the way." "Thor, are your eyes dry?" Watching the few people blinking continuously, Luca, who was observing quietly from the side, was speechless. Say these people lack tacit understanding? They seem to be able to communicate barrier-free just by eye contact. But say they have tacit understanding. Even on the basic issue of whether to inform him and let him participate in such an important matter, they couldn't reach a consensus. Seeing these people blinking like they were sending Morse code, Luca finally broke the silence first and said proactively, "This matter has nothing to do with age now. Since I've been dragged into it, regardless of whether I participate later, there is great danger. Instead of hiding it, you might as well tell me some useful news so I can avoid subsequent risks." Hearing this, Thor, who hadn't been able to join the chat channel, spoke decisively and pointed at Luca. "The kid makes sense." Saying this, he gave Luca a thumbs up. Honestly, Thor's officially certified perfect appearance beyond human aesthetics looked quite convincing up close. However, paired with his somewhat goofy expression, it instantly lost much of its persuasiveness. But after pondering for a moment, Tony finally gave up the struggle. Picking some things he could say, he briefly explained the current situation to Luca. As mentioned before, since the end of the Battle of New York, SHIELD had been tracking the whereabouts of the escaped Loki. However, the method SHIELD chose at the time was relying on the gamma energy fluctuation detection program designed by Tony and Banner before the Battle of New York, combined with a large number of satellites and signal towers for carpet searching. Initially, this method was useful, allowing them to catch Loki's tail twice consecutively, but he escaped successfully relying on illusions and cunning. After that, SHIELD couldn't detect any fluctuations. This made Nick Fury suspect at one point whether Loki had teleported away from Earth using the Tesseract. However, when Bruce Banner sought Tony's help again, after the two geniuses joined forces to improve the tracking program, they discovered immediately. During this period, a completely new signal generated by spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared all over the world. Moreover, the appearance of these fluctuations had no pattern. It was as if a naughty child with spatial divine power was poking randomly with fingers from outside the world. This discovery immediately made the two realize that things might be going south. However, before the two could inform SHIELD of this news, Luca called. This was why Tony called them over in such a hurry after hearing about the visitor from another world. Hearing this, Luca immediately felt a headache. What is this? Global invasion? FCK, might as well be Hydra causing trouble. Wait, that guy playing with exploding eyes was definitely from Hydra, right? Luca, whose mind was a mess at the moment, began to regret getting involved here. Originally, he wanted to brush up his presence in front of these superheroes so that even if Hydra really exploded and his family was entangled with them, at least with a certain foundation of goodwill, he wouldn't be implicated too deeply. Now it seems, with his fragile body, gaining favor isn't easy. So, according to you, the world is now full of otherworld invaders like Gwen. I'm not invading. I just want to return to my original world now, Gwen muttered in a low voice beside him. However, Luca had no time to mind his wording at the moment, staring straight at the speaking Tony Stark. Fortunately, Tony gave a negative answer. Not really. Although we haven't found the pattern of these fluctuations yet, at least we can be sure it doesn't exist specifically to summon visitors from other worlds. Besides people, it could be animals or items. But more spatial fluctuations are just pure fluctuations and won't bring anything. At this time, Dr. Banner beside them spoke very inopportunely. It could also be viruses. Seeing everyone looking at him, Dr. Banner shrugged innocently. You know, no one can guarantee that people from parallel timelines carry exactly the same viruses we've experienced. If there aren't antibodies evolved over hundreds of years, a common flu virus from another world might wipe out our world. Hearing this, the others shuddered subconsciously. Shamila carefully stepped back a few steps from Gwen, and even wanted to pull her young master lightly. But Luca, who was closest to Gwen, didn't show any panic. Why not afraid? Marvel screenwriters probably didn't have this brain. Aliens and otherworlders came and went so many times, and no one heard of anyone bringing viruses due to physical differences. Of course, that was just a thought. Gwen being fine didn't mean other visitors from other worlds weren't dangerous. If a guy from the zombie universe accidentally fell out of a spatial fluctuation, this world would probably be finished in minutes. After skipping this topic for now, Tony Stark looked at Luca again and continued. Although there is no pattern to the spatial fluctuations, according to our detection, the fluctuations in New York are exceptionally frequent. Moreover, the core location among them is exactly the experimental base left by Kingpin you mentioned. 93, Chapter 95, he said he'd be responsible for me. Hearing this, Luca knew that Tony would inevitably inform SHIELD about such a major event. Or maybe he had already notified Nick Fury while Luca was on his way here. He just wasn't sure if Tony Stark only mentioned the spatial fluctuations or also told SHIELD about his existence. Thinking of this, Luca lost his previous caution and asked directly. So, how do you plan to deal with me and Gwen? Actually, by saying this, Luca had already placed himself in the same position as Gwen, indicating his attitude of participating in this matter. However, after hearing this, Tony gave him a deep look, then relaxed his demeanor and seemingly casually offered two choices. Actually, this matter itself has little to do with you. Miss Gwen must stay here to cooperate with us for some tests. This is also for us to find a way to send her back to her original world later. But for you, if you choose to go back, I will send a marked suit to protect your safety and maintain contact at any time. If you are worried about safety and want to stay here, that's fine too. But if I were you, I would definitely choose to go home obediently. You know, when I was your age, I was famously a good boy, wishing I could stay in the lab 24 hours a day. People like us just need to use our brains. There's no need to risk our lives. Hearing Tony say this, Dr. Banner beside him had an incredulous, stunned look on his face. Actually, when saying these words, Tony was thinking of the scene where Luca ran out to help him during the Battle of New York. Until now, he still couldn't figure out why Luca ran out of his house and appeared at that location when it was full of alien invaders outside. However, Tony always felt that this kid had a bit of a crazy streak in him. So although he was verbally persuading Luca to go home obediently, in reality, Tony was thinking, it's better to keep him by my side, so this kid doesn't run out inexplicably and encounter danger again. Of course, Luca couldn't guess Tony's real thoughts, but he didn't take the other party's incongruous persuasion to heart. He would make his own judgment on what choice to make. But before that, there were still some things Luca needed to clarify. Mr. Stark, how long do you think it will take to completely resolve this incident? Seeing Luca didn't decide immediately, Tony didn't rush him but said very patiently. Actually, just before you arrived, someone had already investigated Kingpin's experimental base, and the sewer you mentioned. However, although there were some traces left in both places, there were no important discoveries. Moreover, it's hard to say whether the spatial fluctuations, Loki, and the mysterious force you mentioned are really connected. So, I can't be sure how long it will take to resolve this matter specifically, or whether you will be safe after resolving it. Speaking of this, Tony felt somewhat embarrassed himself. He, the dignified Tony Stark, the famous Iron Man, saying hard to say and can't be sure sounded very cheap. After thinking about it, he decisively added another sentence. But don't worry, since you were dragged into this matter, I will definitely be responsible to the end and ensure your safety afterwards. It's the first time a man said he'd be responsible for me to the end. Shaking off the complaints in his head, Luca also gave his answer. Since Mr. Stark doesn't mind, I'll stay here for a few days first. It would be best if this incident could be resolved as soon as possible. If it drags on too long, we'll talk later. However, if possible, could you please send an Iron Man suit to protect my home? I'm worried those people can't find me here and will target my family. Hearing Luca say this, Gwen, who hadn't spoken much, immediately added, and my home in this world too. They know nothing. I don't want to implicate them because of me. Don't worry, someone has already gone to secretly protect the Stacy family. As for your request. Saying this, Tony looked at Luca, whose expression hadn't changed much, and said somewhat boringly, no problem either. With the conversation reaching this point, it seemed everything had a result. The three of them all breathed a sigh of relief. Luca ensured his own safety and successfully mingled with the righteous side, distancing himself as much as possible from Hydra, which was bound to explode in the future. Gwen saw hope of returning to her original world and had Luca, an acquaintance, accompanying her for now. Shamila believed both Luca and the madam's safety were guaranteed. Everyone had a bright future. And Luca turned back to Shamila and said, Auntie Shamila, you should go back to the villa first, right? Mother still needs you to help me keep an eye on things. While saying this, Luca kept giving Shamila looks. In fact, not only did his mother Gina need her care, but bringing the core of the spider mecha back with Dunshan and acquiring 276 tons of scrap metal also needed Shamila to handle. Fortunately, Shamila understood Luca's expression, although somewhat worried about his safety. Thinking that this was Tony Stark's territory, and it was impossible to encounter any danger, she agreed after hesitation. Mr. Stark. I don't care. Arrange these things yourself. No, I meant to ask, do you have a spare laboratory here that you can lend me? After simply instructing Jarvis to arrange a resting place for Luca in the building, there was no separate laboratory. According to Tony Stark, the laboratory on the top floor had everything he wanted, with complete materials and equipment. Whatever Luca wanted to do, he could give pointers at any time. After speaking, Tony took Dr. Banner to do some simple tests on Gwen. However, this was a bit awkward. Although Luca did have some ideas and wanted to make something for self-defense. His hands-on ability. Forget it, Harrow will save me. Saying this, Luca hugged the little thing in his arms tighter. However, after telling Jarvis the materials he needed, Luca didn't sit idly by the test bench waiting. Instead, he quietly approached Thor, who also couldn't intervene in the experiment and was dozing off on the sofa nearby, and whispered, Lord Thor, may I ask, can I take a look at your umbrella? 94, Chapter 96, Mjolnir? No, Puzzle Hammer. Can I take a look at this umbrella? Luca pointed to a black umbrella leaning against the sofa next to Thor and asked with a feigned bashful look. Thor, who was already somewhat bored from not being able to help, immediately turned to look at Luca, a strange look in his eyes. Kid, what do you want to look at it for? After speaking, without waiting for Luca's answer, Thor directly picked up the black umbrella and poked it onto the ground. But whatever you want to do, you're looking for the wrong thing. Mjolnir is not an umbrella. As he spoke, a flash of lightning appeared where the umbrella tip touched the ground. In the blink of an eye, the original black umbrella had transformed back into Mjolnir. Looking at Luca's dumbfounded appearance, faked, Thor grinned. He casually tossed the hammer in his hand upwards, caught it again, and asked again. How about it, still want to see it now? Actually, Thor had a pretty good impression of Luca. Previously, Luca didn't choose to flee home but stayed in this battlefield, ready to fight at any time. In the eyes of an Asgardian warrior like Thor, this was a display of masculinity. Plus, Luca's young appearance of only 14 years old was very deceptive. Asking this now was more out of a desire to tease a child. Who knew? After hearing Thor's question, Luca replied without a second thought. Yes. This time, it was Thor's turn to be stunned. But before he could react, the commotion of thunder had already attracted the attention of Tony and the others. Thor, what are you doing? Hearing Dr. Banner's question, Thor said without looking back. This kid wants to see Mjolnir. You guys busy yourselves, don't mind me. Although he said that, Tony and Banner didn't continue working. Instead, they came over curiously. Thor didn't mind. He put Mjolnir back on the table and said to Luka with a teasing tone, "Look then. If you can lift it, I'll give you something good." This guy was probably bored out of his mind, so he leaned back on the sofa and waited for Luka's next move. Luka naturally wouldn't be polite with him. Walking to the table, he first put Harrow down by his feet, then reached out and grabbed Mjolnir directly. The next moment, the pale blue-gold finger panel popped up immediately. 3D Puzzle Hammer. Doraemon World 1/5. Creator, 22nd Century Technology Company. Core component, Mjolnir. Synthesis materials, 1 knob, 1 digital display screen, 1 box of 1000-piece 3D puzzle, 1 can of pink paint. Item description, a children's toy manufactured by the 22nd Century Technology Company. The desired number of puzzle pieces can be adjusted via the knob, minimum 2 pieces, maximum 1000 pieces. After adjustment, striking any object can transform it into the corresponding number of 3D plastic puzzle pieces. The disassembled 3D puzzle pieces will not possess any properties of the original object except color. Only when the puzzle is completed will it return to its original appearance. Friendly reminder, the disassembled puzzle pieces can be preserved for a long time and are convenient to carry. Even liquids will be converted into plastic material. Of course, if your target is a defensive facility or a person, it will also be the most outstanding lethal weapon. Yes, the reason Lucas said he wanted to see the Black Umbrella was certainly not out of curiosity. Having watched the movies, he knew long ago that this thing was Mjolnir disguised. Luka wanted to touch it for only one reason: the item was glowing. In fact, not just Thor's Mjolnir. As soon as he entered here, Luka had already seen several glowing items. But those things were either the reactor on Tony's chest or the underwear exposed at Dr. Banner's waist. Luka really couldn't ask about such intimate items. He couldn't exactly negotiate with Dr. Banner, "I want to touch your underwear, right?" In the end, he could only aim at Thor's hammer. However, this look shocked him. Luka almost drooled. It's actually an item from Doraemon. Although many of the black tech items synthesized by Luka's gold finger were unreasonably black. But even among so many black tech item worlds, the Doraemon world definitely belonged to the blackest category. Although Luka had no impression of this item named 3D Puzzle Hammer. Just looking at the item description, it was definitely not an ordinary item. From the perspective of ordinary people, the original Mjolnir could indeed be considered lethal upon impact, injurious upon touch. But compared to the 3D Puzzle Hammer, with this thing, if I tapped Thanos once, wouldn't he turn directly into puzzle pieces? At this moment, Luka's mind already pictured himself tapping gently, and Thanos shattering all over the ground. Not to mention Thanos, with the level of Doraemon God, presumably even Infinity Stones would shatter with a tap. Or rather, tap the earth. However, the ideal was beautiful. But the reality was that Mjolnir was more important to Thor than his lifeblood. Thor wouldn't even frown at losing an eye, but if Mjolnir was gone, this guy might cry and hammer Luka to death at the same time. This also made Luka, who originally just came to touch Mjolnir out of curiosity, reluctant to let go. Letting go now might mean goodbye forever. While reluctantly stroking the hammer handle, Luka's brain spun rapidly. Robbing it by force is definitely out of the question, but what about stealing? Glancing at the panel again. The synthesis materials for this 3D puzzle hammer were surprisingly simple. Luka could totally carry them with him. If there's a chance, while Thor isn't paying attention, directly draw the magic circle around the hammer. Once synthesis is complete and the hammer disappears, who can trace it back to me? No, that won't work either. This world has magic. Even if I dodge surveillance, I might not dodge Heimdall's eyes. But what if Thor abandons it himself? In his memory, after Mjolnir was crushed by Thor's sister Hela later, it wasn't completely destroyed. After the battle with Thanos ended, Mjolnir was reassembled and fell into the hands of Thor's ex-girlfriend Jane Foster, making her the mighty Thor. During this period, including Thor, not many people paid attention to this damaged Mjolnir. Just don't know if this core component can still be synthesized after being shattered into pieces. Wait, could the reason this hammer can synthesize into a 3D puzzle hammer be precisely because it is destined to be disassembled and reassembled? 95, Chapter 97, Hammer and Arm. Luka, holding Thor's hammer, was pondering how to secretly get his hands on it. But Thor couldn't stand it anymore. Whether he was distressed about his precious hammer or simply felt Luka was dawdling too much, he urged directly, "Hey, kid, are you gonna lift it or not?" As soon as these words came out, several other humans watching the fun immediately cast strange glances at Luka. Tony Stark even chimed in with a laugh. "Pencil baby, if you can't lift it, let Uncle Tony do it." While speaking, Tony actually took a few steps forward, obviously having some curiosity about Thor's hammer for a long time. But since things had reached this point, Luka couldn't just let go and give up his spot, so he stopped him decisively. "No, you guys go busy yourselves with serious business. I'm just about to start." Saying this, Luka rolled up his sleeve directly, exposing his mechanical arm, and assumed a posture of exerting force. However, he naturally understood the wonders of Mjolnir. It had long been enchanted by Odin, the king of gods. Only those who were worthy could lift it and gain the power of Thor. Luka didn't think he possessed the noble qualities of Captain America, so naturally, he wanted to find another way, using some crooked means. Luka remembered someone discussing in his previous life that although Mjolnir couldn't be lifted by unworthy people, if placed on a thoughtless machine like an elevator, it could still follow up and down as if light as a feather, without crushing the elevator. The tuxedo stimulates my muscles to move on their own, so it probably won't be effective. But if I'm not lifting Mjolnir, and it's just the mechanical arm moving by itself, could I lift it? Do it as soon as he thought of it. Luka rested his elbow on the table for leverage, relaxed his whole body, and only his mechanical right hand gripped the handle of Mjolnir firmly, assuming a posture similar to arm wrestling. Then he directly activated the healing ability of Sweet Surrender. You should know that while the healing ability was activated, the internal transmission joint rods of this mechanical arm would move uncontrollably on their own. Immediately, a faint sound of mechanism movement came from Luka's arm. At this time, everyone focused their attention on Luka's movements. The next moment, sure enough, Mjolnir trembled slightly as if being pushed. However, before a look of surprise could appear on Luka's face, the originally feather-light Mjolnir suddenly became as difficult to shake as a mountain. Luka only felt his hand sink. Then came a crack sound. The mechanical arm failed to shake the hammer body. Instead, due to the reaction force of the transmission rod, it instantly embedded into the tabletop. The entire glass coffee table shattered with a loud crash. Glass shards scattered all over the floor with a clatter. Not only did Luka stagger, but Harrow also fell to the ground. However, Mjolnir, which was originally placed on the table, didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it floated in the air and shook its handle on its own, as if mocking Luka for overestimating his capabilities. It wasn't until then that Luka realized. Right, although it's a hammer, Mjolnir actually has its own consciousness. Even if this little trick bypassed the first check, the hammer itself can completely refuse to be lifted by me. Actually, what Luka didn't know was, seeing that he could make his precious hammer tremble slightly just now. Thor's heart trembled nervously along with it, and cold sweat almost broke out on his back. Fortunately, Mjolnir was reliable enough in the end, saving him from losing face. Thor reached out and summoned Mjolnir back to his hand, then grinned at Luka. How about it, kid? Want to try again? But Luka didn't answer Thor's question immediately. Instead, looking at the glass debris on the floor, he said politely to Tony, who was watching the show from the side. Sorry, Mr. Stark, your table. Before he could finish, he was interrupted directly by Tony Stark, who waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry about these. But, Kid Luka, where's the arm I gave you? Saying this, Tony stared unblinkingly at Luka's still trembling mechanical arm, with an indescribably strange look on his face. Although the arm given to Luka didn't use overly high-end technology, considering that a young man like Luka might care about external image, Tony spent effort to make the mechanical arm as realistic as a real arm. Who knew, this kid didn't use the realistic arm he gave him, but got a brand new mechanical arm from somewhere else. Although it doesn't look as good as the one I made, it's not ugly. But why add so many flashy functions? Glowing green? Does this kid have Chinabia or something? At this moment, Tony's mind had drifted to the aesthetics of young people. On the other hand, Gwen beside him blushed and turned her head away upon seeing Luka's mechanical arm trembling back and forth. Hearing this, a flash of embarrassment crossed Luka's face. Arm, isn't this it? The mechanical arm Tony gave him had long been consumed by Luka as material for Sweet Surrender, so naturally, he couldn't take it out now. He could only fabricate a reason randomly. The arm Mr. Stark gave was very useful, but I was very curious about the structure of the arm, so I took it apart completely according to the data you gave, made some small modifications myself, and remade this new arm. As soon as these words came out, not only Tony but even Dr. Banner beside him cast curious glances. Earlier, Tony had mentioned to him that this boy named Luka seemed to be a good genius. However, being able to make such an exquisite mechanical arm at such a young age meant achievements not only in mechanical engineering but presumably also remarkable understanding in neurology and electronic information technology. At this time, Luka also saw the curious look in Dr. Banner's eyes. Afraid that he would continue to ask questions about the mechanical arm, he decisively changed the topic and said to Thor, Mr. Thor, can you let me try your hammer one more time? As soon as Luka said this, sure enough, everyone's attention returned to the hammer. However, at this time, Thor actually didn't really want to let the kid in front of him try again. What if he really lifted it? But for the sake of face, he had to pretend not to care, put the hammer back on the ground generously, and turned to say to Tony and the others, try as you like. If you want, you guys can come and try too. However, as soon as he said this, a gleam of cunning flashed in Luka's eyes. He immediately ordered Harrow, who had been playing dead since entering the door. Harrow, you go try. 96, Chapter 98, Thor Harrow. At Luka's command, Harrow, originally disguised as a cute little orange ball, suddenly flashed red lights in its eyes. At the same time, the wing-like covers on the top of its head opened, revealing a pair of small mechanical arms. It hopped over to Mjolnir. Its electronic voice still cheerfully cheered for itself. Harrow attack, Harrow attack. This time, everyone was stunned on the spot. Among these people present, even Gwen, who had been defeated by Harrow before, had actually never really seen Harrow move. Naturally, she was also full of question marks at this moment. Actually, when Luca brought Harrow in, Tony Stark had been curious about what exactly this thing in Luca's hand was. But due to his pride, he had been holding back from asking proactively. Even less possible was letting Jarvis scan and analyze directly to probe into others' privacy. However, seeing this thing that seemed to be a small robot now, possessing not only decent intelligence but also very peculiar materials, clearly having a metallic luster, yet able to bounce like a rubber ball, the thirst for knowledge suppressed in his heart finally couldn't be controlled anymore. He shouted at the ceiling immediately, "Jarvis, analyze this little thing." "Yes, sir." Jarvis, receiving the order, started scanning directly. Scanning in reality was mostly silent. Things like Baymax emitting red and green lights from its eyes while scanning were actually rare. In just an instant, Jarvis's voice broadcast gave the answer. "Small pet robot, material unknown, carbon atom arrangement detected, target possesses advanced artificial intelligence, refused my network connection access." At the same time, Harrow, who had already hopped next to Mjolnir, changed its voice. "Data intrusion detected, data intrusion detected." Now it was Tony's turn to be awkward. He immediately reordered, "Jarvis, stop the data connection." After speaking, he turned to Luca again, as if defending himself. "You heard it just now, I just asked Jarvis to analyze. As for intrusion." Seeing this, Luca smiled and shook his head indifferently, simply saying, "Harrow is not just some electronic pet." In fact, Jarvis's behavioral logic was entirely driven by Tony Stark's daily behavior. Tony probably didn't realize Harrow was an important robot at first, so he casually ordered an analysis. Unexpectedly, his proud Jarvis failed to invade Harrow's system instantly. After realizing this little guy wasn't simple, it was too late to redeem himself. However, Luca really didn't care much about this. All the Gundam data stored in Harrow was saved with a physical network disconnection. As for the surface-level intelligence system, with the existence of the Zeroth Law, even if invaded and controlled, it couldn't betray him. Moreover, it seemed that even with Tony's technology, silently invading Harrow's internal program wasn't easy. While speaking, Harrow's short mechanical arms had already grasped Mjolnir's handle. Thor intended to stop it, but before he could think of what to say, Mjolnir was lifted up so smoothly by Harrow. Sure enough, even with its own intelligence, the hammer doesn't think there's any problem being lifted by the little guy. Actually, Luca had guessed it when the mechanical arm managed to move the hammer slightly earlier. Presumably, a mechanical thing moving the hammer, in Mjolnir's judgment, was no different from placing the hammer on an elevator or a moving car seat. Only because of his existence did the hammer make a secondary judgment that it was being lifted by an unworthy person, and then became incredibly heavy. However, this seems to imply that Harrow doesn't possess artificial intelligence on the level of mechanical life. Luca was still thinking about these trivial details here. But Thor on the other side already had a bitter face. Watching this orange toy ball swaying and holding his precious hammer high, opening his mouth several times but only managing to ABA, not knowing what to say. However, the 00 version, Harrow itself didn't have feet, moving solely by hopping and rolling its body. At this moment, even holding the feather-like Mjolnir, it was still wobbling, looking ridiculous no matter how you looked at it. And coincidentally, there was someone present who didn't mind laughing at others at all. "Pfft-ha-ha-ha." Tony laughed out loud directly, patting Dr. Banner on the shoulder with one hand and pointing at Harrow on the ground with the other, praising, "Ha-ha-ha, a new Thor is born. Thor, didn't you say whoever lifts the divine hammer will become the king of Asgard?" Saying this, Tony even exaggeratedly posed to welcome the new king's ascension to Harrow, then waved his hand and continued laughing unrestrainedly. "In the future, you go play the Point Break male lead, and let this orange cannonball Thor rule the great Asgard." Listening to Tony's machine gun-like rapid complaints, Thor's face had almost turned liver-colored. However, perhaps sensing its master's embarrassment, Mjolnir, which had allowed Harrow to hold and swing it, suddenly shook, breaking free from Harrow's mechanical hand grip. Then the hammer body flipped fiercely in the air. As if playing golf, it hammered its temporary master, flying directly. And the flight trajectory of the hammered Harrow happened to be aimed precisely at Tony Stark, who was still laughing at Thor there. With a thud-muffled sound, Stark's laughter stopped abruptly. He probably never expected that after Orange Cannonball Thor ascended the throne, the first opponent it took out was him, the loyal subject who supported its ascension. Hiss. Tony fell sitting on the ground clutching his stomach, grimacing in pain. Gwen, who had quick eyes and hands beside him, quickly supported Tony, checking his condition with concern. But Dr. Banner, who was closer to Tony, ignored his teammate completely. Holding back laughter was already his greatest respect for the financial backer. Thor, also an Avengers teammate, now had the tables turned and was laughing back and forth. "Haha, Mjolnir, well done." Looking at these superheroes who lacked seriousness, Gwen only felt that her hope of returning to her original world was even slimmer. Luca, meeting her gaze, just shrugged indifferently. He opened his mouth and summoned Harrow back. "Harrow, come back. Harrow attack, Harrow attack." Rubbing the little guy, Luca asked Thor, who was still laughing wildly. Mr. Thor, you said earlier that if I could lift the hammer, you'd give me a gift. I wonder if this little guy lifting it counts. 97, Chapter 99, How long did Einstein sleep? The farce ended, and everyone returned to their work. The reason the atmosphere was still relatively relaxed earlier was primarily because this incident hadn't revealed overly severe hazards yet. The program to search for spatial fluctuations had been set up. If any new changes really occurred, Jarvis would definitely alert Tony immediately. The main reason Tony and Dr. Banner were still busy so late was actually to give this visitor from another world a physical examination. They wanted to see if they could find a method to locate other visitors or find a way to send her back to her original world through her. As for the task of investigating the mysterious force suspected to be related to this incident that Luca and Gwen encountered, it mostly relied on the large manpower of SHIELD. However, as soon as Luca heard it depended on Hydra SHIELD, he immediately didn't have high hopes for what they could find out. Forget it, it's fine if they can't find anything. Anyway, I've told Tony about the extremist virus subjects and the cyborgs. Once they cause some commotion here, presumably Hydra won't stare at a small character like me anymore. What Luca was thinking now was to stay honestly at Stark's place for a few days, brushing up goodwill while waiting for the storm to pass. As for whether they could find anything in the end. After all, it's the Avengers plus SHIELD moving out collectively. They can't possibly fail to solve such a small matter, right? Actually, Luca also wondered why the Ancient One seemed to have no reaction to such parallel universe invasion events. But he was just a normal person and couldn't remember the house number of the New York Sanctum in the original work at all. Secretly cursing the Ancient One a few times didn't result in a golden portal appearing behind him and smashing his head onto the keyboard, so he stopped dwelling on it. It just so happened that taking advantage of mingling with Stark, Luca could also use his resources to try getting some things he couldn't get before. Oh, one more thing. Thor said earlier that if Luca could lift Mjolnir, he would give him a gift. Although Thor only said it casually because he thought Luca couldn't lift it at all. But in the end, even if it was just Harrow who lifted Mjolnir, he didn't renege on his word because of it. Especially after Tony's stomach stopped hurting, he also came up to try. After the hammer didn't budge at all, Thor laughed at Tony while boasting that the gift later would definitely satisfy Luca. If not satisfied, he would secretly take Luca to his old man's treasury to pick anything. However, currently stranded on Earth, he was penniless. Except for his hammer, his daily food and drink were covered by SHIELD. Indeed, he had nothing presentable to give as a gift. Actually, Luca wanted to say, "Just give me the hammer, I don't mind." But he was afraid of getting beaten up, so he didn't say it. After finishing these things, Luca pretended to watch Tony and Dr. Banner for a while, then went down to rest. Until he had eaten and slept enough, and restored his spirits, he returned to the top-floor laboratory again. It was already the morning of the second day. Upon entering, Luca only saw Tony Stark alone in the laboratory making a phone call. Presumably, the others had gone to rest. Tony didn't deliberately hide from Luca, only signaling him not to come in yet, and continued speaking to the person on the video call. "Anyway, I don't need your people here. Although no new spatial fluctuations have been found for now, having Banner here with me is enough. Your IQs can't help much anyway. Alright, tell me later if you find enemies or other visitors." I said, "Spider Sister is my person now. Alright, that's it." After speaking, Stark raised his hand and waved directly, posing like shooting a basketball. The virtual projection in front of him was immediately thrown into the trash bin by him. After doing all this, he turned around to look at Luca and greeted, "Hey, Father of Thor, how did you rest last night?" Hearing such an inexplicably added nickname, Luca's face darkened immediately as he was about to speak. "Good grief, you aren't afraid at all, but I'm afraid Odin will come over and beat me up." However, Harrow following beside him didn't care about this and immediately hopped excitedly. "For the glory of the Northern God. For the glory of the Northern God." This scene made Tony laugh out loud again. Somewhat speechless, Luca kicked the little thing, receiving a series of rocket headbutts in return. Then he pointed to the position of the virtual projection just now and asked casually, "Was that person you were talking to just now the boss of SHIELD you mentioned?" Yes, although Luca was relatively far away just now and didn't enter the frame, he still saw Nick Fury's black marinated egg face on the virtual projection. However, perhaps because Tony was wearing an earpiece for the call, Luca could only see Nick Fury's mouth moving in the picture but didn't hear any voice. Hearing this, Tony just curled his lips and shrugged, saying very casually, "That's right, it's that marinated egg." "Oh, marinated egg is a Chinese delicacy, you can try it if you have the chance." Luca. However, Tony obviously didn't want to talk more about SHIELD topics. After mentioning it casually, he didn't mean to explain further. But after thinking about it, he added, "Don't worry, I didn't say much about your affairs to them. As for your identity here. Saying this, Tony puckered his lips, gesturing for Luca to look at the table beside him. There lay a temporary visitor pass printed out at some unknown time. Seeing this, the corner of Luca's mouth twitched slightly. Temporary visitors at this time must be recorded. It feels even more conspicuous. Forget it, whatever. Stuffing the visitor pass into his pocket casually, and looking at this somewhat empty laboratory, Luca asked curiously. Mr. Stark, you didn't stay up all night, did you? Hearing Luca's question, Tony raised an eyebrow indifferently. Scooping up the bouncing orange harrow by his feet, he played with it while saying, "Kid, Einstein only slept 3 hours a year. Look at his achievements." "Huh, a year? Are you sure?" 3 hours a day." However, at this time, Jarvis spoke up very disrespectfully. "Sir, according to data, Einstein was a very famous long sleeper, sleeping more than 10 hours a day." "Shut up." Somewhat embarrassed and angry, Tony glared at Luca directly, took a few breaths to calm down, and then said again, "The materials you wanted are all over there. Go check them yourself." 98, Chapter 100, Tony practicing Wing Chun, Luca's new creation. Hearing this, although Luca knew Tony was changing the subject, he didn't plan to keep being an eyesore here. He decisively snatched Harrow back from Tony's hands and walked toward the workbench. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood by the workbench, the idle Tony Stark actually slid over directly on his wheeled chair. Seeing this, Luca was speechless. "Aren't you going to rest yet, Mr. Ein Stark?" In fact, Luca knew that the current Iron Man, due to anxiety symptoms following the Battle of New York, usually found it very difficult to sleep normally. He could only rely on heavy workloads to distract himself. So, after a casual remark, he ignored him. Tony, hearing Luca's somewhat sarcastic words, didn't get angry. He just rolled his eyes and continued to lean in. He said quite arrogantly, "I'm here to give you some pointers. Most people don't get such a great learning opportunity." Hearing this, Luca felt a pang of tension. On the surface, he acted as if nothing was wrong, gently tapped the head of Harrow next to him, and gave a soft command. "Harrow, connect to the glasses. Connect glasses, connect glasses." Red lights flashed in the eyes of the hopping Harrow, and a large amount of data immediately appeared on Luca's lenses. This time, Tony didn't look at the very active Harrow. Instead, he stared with great interest at Luca's glowing lenses. "Oh ho, you made this yourself too. A genius idea." In fact, Tony himself had had similar ideas, but because he had been busy with other things lately, he hadn't put them into practice yet. He didn't expect to see something similar on this kid. "Can I borrow them to take a look?" Tony, his interest piqued, wanted to use the glasses to understand Luca's level and perhaps give some pointers based on his own ideas. Unexpectedly, Luca, who was busy sorting materials, didn't even look up and just replied, "No." Tony. He never expected to get such an answer. However, what he didn't know was that Luca was actually panicking inside. "Why do you have to see the tracking glasses of all things?" You see, Luca was currently relying entirely on the tracking glasses connected to Harrow to pretend he was following instructions to complete the work. For Luca, this thing was like a simplified operation guide for a building game. If the glasses ended up in Tony's hands for him to play with, it would be fine if the work just stopped. But if Stark asked him some technical questions or about the manufacturing process of the glasses, Luca would be exposed instantly. He couldn't exactly tell Stark, "This isn't actually scientific manufacturing, it's alchemy. Draw a circle, bury some dirt, count to 5, and then pop, the finished product comes out." However, Tony, whose stubborn streak was triggered, wasn't annoyed by the rejection. He just felt that this kid, a fellow genius, had his own pride. He immediately shifted his attention to the materials Luca had sorted on the lab table. After a moment of thought, he said directly, "Are you planning to build a remote-controlled machine, a humanoid robot?" Hearing this, Luca looked back at Tony with a quite surprised expression. Since most of the components required modification or were even handcrafted by him and Harrow, the materials were actually quite messy. There wasn't even a basic mechanical skeleton or transmission device. If it weren't for the fact that Stark's lab was indeed fully equipped, Luca wouldn't even have had such an idea. Right now, there was no frame and no blueprints. Tony had guessed his intention based solely on these scraps. Can only say, as expected of a true genius. Seeing Luca's shocked gaze, Tony naturally knew he had guessed correctly. A smug look appeared on his face, and he continued decisively. "However, looking at these materials, it seems the robot you're building won't have flight capabilities. Or have you already mastered anti-gravity technology? Or are you planning to handcraft it right now?" Hearing this, the veins on Luca's forehead throbbed. Actually, he did have an item with anti-gravity function. She was wearing it right now. However, the anti-gravity function on the tuxedo was black tech of the highest order. Let alone putting it into practice, Luca had even used Harrow and Bimax's combined skill to analyze it, and they couldn't find a single component related to anti-gravity. But hearing Tony's teasing inquiry, Luca really wanted to just press the switch, fly to the ceiling, and give him a fright. Quickly suppressing the impulse, Luca said with a dark face, "I don't know how." "Huh. I'm saying, I haven't mastered the technology to make a robot fly yet. Naturally, there's no preparation for that in what I'm building." In reality, the most complete robotic technology Luca currently possessed came from Baymax. However, while Baymax's data was very comprehensive, many parts were marked as purchased. Furthermore, Baymax wasn't originally designed for combat. Luca naturally had to rely on Harrow's internal Gundam data, auxiliary maintenance mecha data, and the existing public data of this world to make improvements and adjustments. This task was something Luca had been working on with Harrow ever since he unlocked Harrow's manufacturing capabilities. It was a joint effort. Luca provided the ideas and vision, and Harrow used its knowledge to make it a reality. They were indeed working hard together. However, neither Baymax nor the maintenance mecha possessed flight capabilities. And for the 00 series Gundams, flight relied entirely on the unscientific anti-gravity effects of the GN particle theory. Currently, Luca truly had no way to create a robot capable of flight. However, when Tony heard Luca say, "I don't know how," he was stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter. "Haha, don't know how. Ha 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 kid, are you trying to kill me with laughter? I thought you were going to make a helicopter propeller to install on the robot's head to make it fly. And then you say you don't know how. Ha ha ha." Looking at Tony laughing until he was doubled over, Luca's head was full of black lines. He raised his hand and pointed, ordering Harrow. "Harrow, hit him." Receiving the order, Harrow became instantly excited. "Harrow attack, Harrow attack." It pressed its body downward, flattening itself into a small oval pancake. Then it leaped violently, heading straight for Tony Stark. The result? Tony, who had been laughing joyfully, suddenly moved his hands quickly in a circle. He actually caught Harrow in his arms with ease. With a mischievous grin, he looked at Luca and said, "Hey, kid, Uncle Tony has practiced Wing Chun." 99, Chapter 101, Tony's Genius Certification. You faked this data, didn't you? The same trick won't work on Uncle Tony a second time. Seeing the expression of helpless frustration on Luca's young face, Tony Stark felt even his original anxiety subside quite a bit. Perhaps only by making another genius suffer a setback could he truly feel joy right now. Finding it rather amusing, Tony even struck a few Wing Chun poses. Although he was sitting in his chair, making his movements less than standard, it was clear he had actually practiced. However, once he let go, Harrow, who had been held in his arms, was naturally liberated. This little guy had no concept of admitting defeat if the first strike fails. Seizing the opportunity, its red eyes flashed, and it leaped once more. "Harrow, Harrow attack." Thud. The little guy slammed directly into the stomach of Tony, who was still busy gesturing with his Wing Chun. The little thing knew its limits. The force wasn't particularly large, but it still sent Tony staggering, his chair sliding back several inches. Tony, who was in high spirits, rubbed his belly somewhat awkwardly. He scooped up the orange Harrow, gave it a few retaliatory, vigorous rubs, and then turned back to Luca with a more serious expression. "Do you have blueprints? Bring them out for a look. I'll help you with some modifications. A robot that can't fly simply won't do." Tony had already vaguely guessed Luca's plan. He wasn't against it and naturally thought of providing some assistance. However, he paused for a moment and added, "Of course, that's assuming you don't mind me seeing the blueprints and exposing your own technology." Luca's eyes gleamed. Choosing to manufacture this long-polished robot at Tony Stark's place meant he had anticipated this situation. In fact, this was exactly what he was hoping for. As for the exposure of technology Tony mentioned, Luca wasn't worried at all. Trusting Tony Stark's character was one thing, but more importantly, Luca believed that as he synthesized more items, he would inevitably obtain more brand new technological reserves. Technically speaking, technologies from different worlds might be completely unrelated, with vastly different technology tree paths. Trying to analyze his future based on old technological paths was pure fantasy. Therefore, getting pointers and help from Tony Stark and showing him some blueprints was no problem at all. Thinking of this, Luca replied directly, "Blueprints are no problem. Besides, with your abilities, you probably wouldn't even care for my little bit of tech." While opening the holographic projection on the test bench, Luca casually flattered Tony. As expected, a look of self-satisfaction immediately appeared on Tony's face. He had already acknowledged Luca as a young genius. Praise from an equal naturally carried a different weight. "Harrow, connect to the holographic projection here. Upload and display the model for Beta 0.1. "Hold on, I haven't given our Lord of Thunder access permissions yet," Tony said, preparing to give Jarvis an order. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, the holographic projection on the test bench began to flash violently. "Intruding protocol, intruding protocol." Red light flashed in Harrow's eyes. Fortunately, while Tony watched with a stunned face, the flickering projection finally went dark. Harrow, looking like a deflated ball, reported to Luca. "Invasion failed, invasion failed." Tony, secretly wiping away a cold sweat, looked at Harrow and then at Luca, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect this kid's level in AI to be, well, pretty good. But that little thing's voice system definitely needs an upgrade." In reality, defending against an invasion and completing a reverse invasion without a direct data link are levels of technical difficulty worlds apart. Luca had deliberately given an ambiguous command to test if Harrow could outmatch an AI like Jarvis. It appeared that Harrow was, at most, roughly equal in strength to Jarvis at this stage. "Sorry, I thought Jarvis would automatically grant permission after hearing our conversation." Luca spread his hands, playing the not my fault card. Tony just rolled his eyes. What a vengeful kid. Then, Jarvis's voice rang out. "Sir, should I grant partial access to this artificial intelligence?" "Grant it, grant it." Tony waved his hand dismissively. After the small interlude, the data for what Luca called Robot Beta 0.1 finally appeared before Tony via the holographic projection. To show off his skills, Tony leaned in and inspected the blueprints with extreme care. Decent basic skeleton design, quite creative. The main structure utilized Bimax's skeleton with only minor modifications. It earned a decent rating from Stark. This eye-scanning device probably uses technology similar to your glasses. Though it's a different design path from mine, functionally, it looks acceptable. The robot scanner obviously couldn't be the same as the tracking glasses. Luca didn't even understand those himself. However, it did borrow some techniques, largely thanks to his teardown of the monocle developed for the Arbiter pistol. In truth, the design of this robot was a patchwork, powered by lithium-ion batteries. Looking at these parameters, did you upgrade the lithium-ion batteries yourself? Impressive. This technology alone is enough to prop up a publicly traded company. Actually, this was part of Luca's future plan. The battery in the Arbiter wasn't perfect due to size constraints, but the core technology was excellent. If he didn't push for extreme miniaturization, he could easily spin off a subsidiary specializing in batteries. However, Aurantius Industries' capital was currently very tight. Luca didn't want to accept too much outside investment yet, so the plan had to be delayed. In fact, it wasn't just an energy subsidiary. For Luca, who was destined to hold more and more technology, the future of Aurantius Industries would inevitably follow the Stark Industries model, a massive conglomerate with various subsidiaries managing different business sectors. Otherwise, civil equipment coming from an arms company might sound cool, but it would eventually hurt the brand image. As Luca pondered this, Tony didn't stop talking. He praised while scanning the blueprints. Not bad, not bad. Even I, at your age, was, well, only a little bit better. For the incredibly proud Tony, saying this was the limit. However, the next moment, wait, no, your data here must be labeled wrong, right? 100, Chapter 102. The uninformed Tony. You didn't fake this data, did you, kid? Tony Stark pointed to a spot on the blueprints, looking at Luca with a suspicious gaze. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had asked a stupid question. He was the one who proactively asked to see the design blueprints. These existing blueprints were for Luca's convenience in design and manufacturing. Why would he fake them? Could it really be a labeling error? Would this kid make such a low-level mistake? Regardless of what was going on in Tony's head, when Luca saw the spot he was pointing to, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He followed up with a playful, teasing tone. That's not a data error. What's the matter? Can the great Tony Stark not tell that a new material is being used here? Impossible. Tony gave his judgment without a moment's hesitation. No matter what material you use, it's impossible for the entire machine to weigh this little. With such a low density, what happens to your structural strength? Forget about combat or defense, you won't even meet the standards for basic mobility. One slightly large movement and the internal transmission structure would snap. Don't tell me you went through all this effort just to make a stationary ornament. Since he was thinking about helping Luca perfect the flight capabilities, Tony was naturally paying extra attention to structural integrity and weight balance. Yet, looking at the final data, Tony discovered that the robot Luca intended to build would weigh less than 50 kilograms, 110 pounds. That was lighter than his Mark 7 Iron Man suit. Keep in mind that the Mark suit was a hollow armor, whereas Luca was building a nearly solid robot. Based on this data, the density of the robot's primary material would have to be less than 1/6 that of steel. Damn it, why even design a flight apparatus for a material with that density? It would probably disintegrate just running on the ground. And even if the strength meets the requirements, what about corrosion resistance? High temperature, wear and tear, stress strain? Don't tell me you're planning to solve all your problems with an external coating. Listening to Tony's non-stop analysis and complaints, Luca looked at his uninformed expression, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. All of those can be achieved, naturally. In fact, you've seen this new material before. Luca prepared to give the correct answer. Before he could speak, a flash of inspiration hit Tony Stark, and he whipped his head toward Harrow. Is it this little thing? Wait, no wonder you asked for so much graphite. You want to use electromagnetic deposition to get carbon nanotubes, weaving them into an array to enhance structural strength. No, even so, to guarantee enough strength, the nanotubes would have to be packed densely enough that it would raise the overall weight. The result wouldn't be as cost-effective as just using a titanium gold alloy. At this point, a flicker of astonishment finally crossed Luca's eyes. He hadn't expected Tony's guess to be so close to the truth based on such a small hint. Yes, the primary material Luca planned for the robot was the famous E-carbon from Gundam 00. However, E-carbon wasn't just carbon nanotube arrays, as Tony suggested. It was a further step, carbon atom lattice arrangement. In truth, Luca didn't have the equipment to produce this at home yet, his gear wasn't up to standard. But after Harrow checked Stark's lab last night, it confirmed that while not custom-made for E-carbon, the top-tier equipment here could manage a makeshift production. That was why the blueprints were adjusted. Watching Tony continue to mutter to himself in a cycle of self-doubt and reanalysis, Luca stopped teasing him and gave the answer. Taking Harrow back from Tony, Luca tapped the little guy's shell and said, "E-carbon. It's a brand new material I stumbled upon. By using magnetic fields to arrange carbon isotopes into a specific lattice, it can be combined with most metals to form new alloys. The density is only 1/7 that of steel, but the tensile strength can reach 150 GPa of 25 times that of carbon steel. It's heat-resistant, pressure-resistant, and corrosion-resistant, possessing both hardness and toughness, along with excellent electrical conductivity. It's arguably the best material I can produce right now." As Tony listened to Luca's calm description, he completely turned into a stone statue, staring blankly at the boy. "Do you even hear what you're saying? The density is ridiculously low. The strength is terrifyingly high. And it's heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant. And it conducts electricity? Do you think you're filming a sci-fi movie?" Tony only knew of one material like that, the legendary vibranium. But even with vibranium, while other properties might be superior, the density would never be that low. Most importantly, how much vibranium was there in the whole world? At this point, Tony didn't know about Wakanda. This kid, barely in his teens, had researched a mass-producible, degraded vibranium all by himself? Even if material science relies on luck for breakthroughs, with this level of luck, isn't this kid the chosen one? For the first time, the habitually arrogant Tony felt a faint sense of being inferior to someone else. Luca could only shrug helplessly. These were actually his conservative figures. Since Tony's lab equipment wasn't custom-made, some parts couldn't be perfect. Otherwise, the properties of the E-carbon would be twice as high. Furthermore, this was just pure E-carbon without GN particles. The ultimate state would involve a GN particle path between two layers of E-carbon armor, using the particles to further reinforce the material's strength. At that point, it would reach a level of near total physical immunity. Thinking of this, Luca tapped Harrow's head and put on a sentimental expression. "Actually, this isn't even its complete state. I discovered this material by accident while building this little guy, but I haven't been able to replicate it perfectly since. This is the best I can do for now. Once I replicate the better version, I'll definitely build a brand new robot." Hearing this, Tony's eyes, which had been a bit dazed, suddenly lit up. He asked urgently, "Luca kid, do you plan on selling this material?"
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.